Leanie wakes up, brushes off the sleep, fumbling for her bagel, this routine to keep. Cigarette smolders by her coffee pot. Mornings ain't easy, but it's all she's got. She's got a wild chat, hosted by Maggie. Crazy comments flying, lines go zigzaggy. Leanie takes a breath, bites her breakfast round. Gonna need her fuel when the crazies come round. Oh, Leanie's on the screen, trying not to scream. Maggie's holding down this wild, wild dream. Bagel in her hand, coffee by her side. She's ready for the madness, with Maggie as her guide. The chat explodes with every single ding. Leanie's got her caffeine, she can handle anything. Maggie reads the messages, keeping things in line. Leanie laughs it off, says, "Folks, you're doing fine." Oh, Leanie's on the screen, trying not to scream. Maggie's holding down this wild, wild dream. Bagel in her hand, coffee by her side. She's ready for the madness, with Maggie as her guide. Town, every morning's a game. Leanie plays a host while Maggie calls her names. From the backwards of her room to the front lines of the screen, life is but a show in this crazy online scene. Oh, Leanie's on the screen, trying not to scream. Maggie's holding down this wild, wild dream. Bagel in her hand, coffee by her side. She's ready for the madness, with Maggie as her guide. Maggie as her guide. In this virtual town, every morning's a game. Leanie plays a host while Maggie calls their names. From the backwoods of a room to the front lines of the screen, life is but a show in this crazy online scene. Oh, Leanie's on the screen, trying not to scream. Maggie's holding down this wild, wild dream. Maggie as her guide. In this virtual town, every morning's a game. Leanie plays the host while Maggie calls their names. From the backwoods of her room to the front lines of the screen, life is but a show in this crazy online scene. Leanie wakes up, brushes off the sleep, fumbling for her bagel, this routine to keep. Cigarette smolders by her coffee pot. Mornings ain't easy, but it's all she's got. She's got a wild chat, hosted by Maggie. Crazy comments flying, lines go zigzaggy. Leanie takes a breath, bites her breakfast round. Gonna need her fuel when the crazies come round. Oh, Leanie's on the screen, trying not to scream. Maggie's holding down this wild, wild dream. Bagel in her hand, coffee by her side. She's ready for the madness, with Maggie as her guide. The chat explodes with every single ding. Leanie's got her caffeine, she can handle anything. Maggie reads the messages, keeping things in line. Leanie laughs it off, says, "Folks, you're doing fine." Oh, Leanie's on the screen, trying not to scream. Maggie's holding down this wild, wild dream. Bagel in her hand, coffee by her side. She's ready for the madness, Maggie as a guide. This virtual town every morning's a game. Lainey plays a host while Maggie calls her names. From the backwards of her room to the front lines of the screen, life is but a show in this crazy online scene. Oh, ladies on the screen, trying not to scream.
Hello, hello, everybody. Thank y'all so much for being here. I appreciate it so much. It's always nice to wake up with a room full of people. Good morning, MJD and Sunshine. Good to see you guys in chat. Thank you so much for being here. I think I'm running just a little bit late, but you guys, I try very hard to be on time. I really do, but I think I forgot to ask my mom this before she passed away, but I think I was born late, and I think that's why I am always late. I try my damnedest to always be on time, and y'all don't have a clue what it means to me when I'm early. I mean, I'm so proud of myself. I think the whole world should stop and just congratulate me. But it's always something that gets in my way. And I used to think, oh, well, if, I didn't have all the kids that I had to get ready, or I had to make sure this was done, or my dogs, or my cat. No. Even if I didn't have nothing to worry about, you guys, I'm still going to be late. Something is going to happen. It always does. Maybe there are just people who are naturally always on time. I am always naturally late, and I'm always going to be naturally late, no matter how I try. So, sorry about that. I'm not going to lie, I was sleeping. Oh, listen, when you're burning the candle at both ends, those are my hardest days. I burn the candle at both ends, and that's what I do. Too much. This can't be good for you. Anyways, welcome to chat. Thank you so much for being here. Jump on down. Let us know what you think. Have a chat with us. I have got lemon tea right now. Why I've got lemon tea with no caffeine is beyond me, but that's just what my brain called for, with some hot lemon tea. So we'll go ahead and get into it, because you guys aren't here to listen to me, here to continue watching this trial. We're coming up on day 24. This is part 1 of 3 of the day 24. We'll put that up there. Let me make it bigger. And then make sure you guys can see it as well as you can over here. Yep, good. I did get some rest. Yeah, I got about 3 hours sleep. So, I got about 3 hours sleep. Let's just leave it there. But thank you so much, Sunshine. All right. And this is day 24, but this is cross-examination day 4, part 1. So there have to be 3 different parts on this one. And it's starting to get to the nitty gritty, where Juan is actually bringing her up now to being, getting to Travis's house and murdering him. Hello, the Possum Cat. Welcome. Thank you so much for being here. And thank you for coming in and saying hi earlier in our live stream there. I appreciate everybody who does both. I mean, even if you just came for a second, I appreciate that. But if you can't, you can't, and it's no big deal. All right. Will y'all do me a favor and hit the thumbs up for me? That's all I ever ask with this channel, and that helps my channel. So I just got my own notification. That's lovely. That helps my channel more than you guys know. So thank you. All right, let's get to it. We've got some stuff to listen to.
Ms. Arias, please take the stand. Please be seated. The record will show the presence of the jury. The defendant and all counsel, Mr. Martinez, you may continue with cross-examination.
Ma'am, yesterday you told us that after your experience or your time in Ehrenberg with Mr. Alexander, that you felt like a prostitute, right?
Yes.
But you made other statements with regard to your experiences in Ehrenberg, haven't you?
Yes.
Let's take a look at an exhibit, which is exhibit number, get that from the clerk. It's exhibit 490, which comes from your conversation, an excerpt from your conversation on May 10th of 2008 with Mr. Alexander. Let's listen to it and see if that's your voice, and then we'll move it in.
And it goes away with the body absorbs it. Okay, well, you just keep spreading it on as you need it, and you keep sliding around. Remember the first time that you and I grinded at Ehrenberg, and we both like, I ended up just coming, and you're like, whoa, I came. When you came at the same time, I looked around, and there's just jizz like all over. It was so hot. We came together. That was so cool.
Old Ehrenberg.
Yeah. Think about that when you drive through there.
Oh, yeah, always.
So do I.
Ma'am, that's your voice on there, right?
Yes.
And that's you and Mr. Alexander discussing what may have happened in Ehrenberg, correct?
Yes. What did
And-
happen?
Pardon?
What did happen?
What happened in Ehrenberg then, right?
Yes.
And you were talking in very fond tones about that experience in this clip that we just played, weren't you?
Yes.
And it was because it was fun, right?
Yes.
And it was something that you enjoyed, right?
Yes.
So when you tell us that you felt like a prostitute, it really does, it seems to be contradicted by what's on Exhibit 490, right?
Not if you understand why I said that.
Well, you do say that you enjoyed the visit to Ehrenberg, correct?
Yes.
You do enjoy the sex in Ehrenberg, correct?
Yes.
I move for the admission of Exhibit 490.
Objection.
490 is admitted.
And you also had another conversation involving Ehrenberg with people from 48 Hours, right?
Yes.
Let me have that marked as an exhibit. I move for the admission of Exhibit 491.
No additional objection, Your Honor.
491 is admitted.
Just tell me more about him. Like what it was that was special about him.
He really was an amazing person to know. He was generous, one of the most generous people that I've ever encountered. There was one point where we were in Ehrenberg. I think that's Arizona. It's right on the border of Arizona or California. It's Ehrenberg. And we were driving up, we were hitting the freeway to go to a movie theater. And we stopped at the stop sign to get onto the freeway, and there was a lady there holding a sign. I don't remember if it said, "We'll work for food," or "Hungry," or "God bless," or something like that. But either way, he pulled over. We were in his BMW, rolled down the window, and he said, "Are you hungry?" And she said, "Yeah." And so with that, he turns around and we go to Wendy's, and we get the triple decker that Wendy's sells, and the biggie fries and the biggest drink that you could get. And we drove back and gave it to her, and she was really grateful. And she just went over and sat down away from the freeway and started eating and had dinner that night. So just little examples like that. It's just one of so many that people could tell you about his generosity. So there were so many attractive qualities about him. He was very kind. When I moved to Mesa originally, I downsized from a house to a room. And I didn't have a place to put my art. I didn't have a place to put my books and some of the things that were really precious to me. So he allowed me to use, he had so much storage available in his home. So he allowed me to use a lot of that storage to put things in his home, in his garage, or his closet, in his office, things like that. So and it wasn't even a question. He was just like, put it at my house. You know, it wasn't like he was doing me this big favor. It was just like, of course, I think twice about it. So he never was showy about how generous he was. It just was like second nature to him.
Man, when you first described this visit to Ehrenberg, you told us something that was a little bit different than what we heard right now, right?
Yes, according to the questions I was asking.
Well, yes or no?
Yes.
And you told us about going to Sizzler, right?
Yes.
You told us about him grabbing your rear end, right?
Yes.
You told us about the sexual encounters, right?
Yes.
You told us that really wasn't a romantic weekend at all.
No, it wasn't.
And in fact, the indication from you, from the witness stand, was that this was a pretty bad weekend all the way around, wasn't it?
No, I didn't say that.
Well, your indication was that all he wanted was sex, right?
It seemed that way.
Well, if it seemed that way, that was your belief, right?
Not at the time, but in retrospect, yes.
So as you said here today, it looked like, or not looked like, all he wanted was sex, right?
Mostly.
Well,
Not
is
all,
it
but
yes or no?
mostly. Mostly.
And when you got there, according to you, that's the first thing that happened, right?
Yes.
And then you guys sat around at some point and started to look at TV or watch TV, correct?
Yes.
And at some point you went out to dinner, right?
Yes.
And then at another point you went to the movies, right?
Yes.
And you indicated that, well, to you, that was the way you said it. It wasn't a very romantic weekend, right?
Not overly romantic. In fact, there wasn't really any romance that
Ma'am,
weekend.
I'm not asking you to embellish right now. I'm asking you whether or not you told us before that it was not a romantic weekend. That's what you said on direct, correct?
Yes.
And you didn't tell us about this circumstance where he stopped and he gave this woman this burger from Wendy's either, did you?
No.
It appears that there are two sides to what went on in Ehrenberg, doesn't it?
No.
Well, it appears that there's the side that we just heard from where you enjoyed the sex, right?
Yes,
A side where you and he were driving around, correct?
yes.
And he helped some homeless person, right?
I think she was homeless.
Well, it's somebody that was standing there at the side of the road, right?
Yes,
And with some sort of sign. And it looks like this is based on what we heard from the previous excerpt. It looks like you were sort of reminiscing back on May 10th of 2008, reminiscing in a very positive fashion, right?
May 10th, 2000. Oh, yes, I
That's
was.
the phone call that we just listened to prior to this.
Yes,
And it looked like you were reminiscing in a very positive fashion, right?
yes.
Not the same picture that you presented previously with regard to the Ehrenberg meeting, correct?
I was asked about a different time frame,
Ma'am,
so then that would be correct.
the answer is that is correct. right?
Yes.
One of the other things that was presented in this case was that it appeared that Mr. Alexander, from what you presented, was an individual that was totally into sex, correct?
Yes.
And that's when he was with you, correct?
Me and other girls.
Well, had you ever been in a bedroom with him and another girl,
Yes.
and the three of you had sex?
No.
So when you say that he had sex with other women, you really don't know if that's true or not, do you?
If he was telling me the truth, then it's true.
Well, ma'am, I'm not asking you what he told you. I'm asking from your personal experience in terms of the situations that you know about. You don't really know of any other circumstances where he had sex with anybody else, right?
I do know.
And you're talking because you were there and you were watching his penis go inside them. Is that what you're saying?
No.
You're just telling us that because of some conversations that you may have had with somebody else, correct?
Him.
Other people, right?
Just one person.
And as we know, people don't lie, do they?
That's not necessarily true.
Well, no, people don't lie. That's what you're telling us right now because you're saying that somebody told me that it must be true.
I said if,
Ma'am, you're saying that it's based on what somebody told you, right?
based on what Travis told me, yes.
And people have a tendency to embellish things sometimes, don't they?
Yes.
Just like you in this case, correct?
Not on the stand, but in this case, yes.
Haven't you lied from the very start of this case until, according to you, you got on the witness stand?
No.
Well, you're saying that you're not lying here, that what you're telling us is the truth, right?
Yes.
But you are telling us that when you spoke with the detective, that wasn't true, correct? Whatever it is that you told him.
Well, some things were not true. Most things.
Most things were true? Is that what you're saying?
Some things were not true.
Did you lie to the detective? Yes or no?
Yes.
And did you lie to him on 2 occasions?
More than 2, yes.
Well, I'm talking about 2 dates. Did you lie to him on
Yes.
2 dates? And did you also lie to 48 hours?
Yes.
Did you lie to people in Utah?
Yes.
Did you lie to Daniel Freeman?
Yes, everyone.
Right. So you lied to a lot of people, but you're saying that just because you're sitting here in this courtroom, there has been, for lack of a better term, a conversion, and you're now telling the truth, right?
For lack of a better term, yes.
And the same thing with regard to whatever Mr. Alexander tells you, everything that he says, you believe, right?
Not necessarily.
Well, but you do believe the part about the sexual encounters, right?
Yes.
Did you ever talk to the women that were involved to confirm it?
No.
So you don't have any confirmation from these women as to whether or not it happened, right?
No.
And it appears, however, though, that this sexual interest that he had was directed towards you, wasn't it?
Some of it.
No, most of it, or all of it. Wasn't it directed towards you?
Not all of it. Some of it. Most of it. I don't know. Maybe during the time we were together, most of it. I don't know.
Well, let's take a look at it and see what was said during May 10th of 2008 about that. And I'll ask you after I play it, to see whether or not that is your voice and whether it is part of the previous stuff that we played.
Yes. Be moved to be admitted before it's published.
Then I'll move for the admission of Exhibit 492.
No objection.
492 is admitted.
Yeah, you are right, though, that in the bath. Oh,
Oh, when we took a bath together,
uh,
that was surreal, like honestly. And I think, I mean, maybe the candlelight and the bubbles all had something to do with it, but you were amazing. You made me feel like a goddess. Like, I wasn't saying you were like worshiping me, but you made me feel like I was the most freaking beautiful woman on the whole planet. Like, I so felt like I was the goddess. And so, aside from all those warm, fuzzy feelings, but like, it was so sexy and it was so hot. And oh gosh.
well, that wasn't hard to make you sound like because you were freaking, you were hot. You are serious, honey. I don't want to force you right now for that. Don't touching yourself.
I am already.
I just started.
I wish those were my hands giving you a hand job.
Honey, so, like, before I met you, I never jacked off. Like, once I started meeting, I don't know, once a month, once every 2 weeks. Like, since you've left, I jack off every day, sometimes three times a day.
Are you serious?
Well, it's always just fucking you.
Oh my God, right now. I wish you were here. If you were here, my grandparents are asleep, I'd let you right into my bedroom. We'd shut and lock the door, and we would just have a big fuck fest. We'd go at it all night.
That is your voice, right?
Yes.
And that's him telling you that in terms of his sexual activity, masturbation specifically, he didn't masturbate before he met you, right?
No, he didn't say that. He said he hardly ever did.
Well, man, perhaps we should listen to it again so we can hear it. And you're saying that he's not saying, I don't know. Before I met you, I never jacked off. I want you to take a listen to that.
You are right into that.
Oh, when we took a bath together? That was surreal, as honestly. And I think, I mean, maybe the candlelight and the bubbles all had something to do with it, but you were amazing. You made me feel like a goddess. Like, I wasn't saying you were like worshiping me, but you made me feel like I was the most freaking beautiful woman on the whole planet. Like, I so felt like I was the goddess. And so, aside from all those warm, fuzzy feelings, but like, it was so sexy and it was so hot, and oh gosh.
Well, that wasn't hard to make you feel that way because you were freaking, you were not. You are serious with anything. I want, of course, you know that. Because I'm touching yourself.
I am already.
I just started.
I wish those were my hands giving you a hand job.
Honey, so, you know, like, before I met you, I never jacked off.
You hear that?
Yes.
He said, honey, before I met you, I never jacked off, right?
Yes.
And you have no reason to doubt that, do you?
I have plenty of reason to doubt that. Yes, I do have reason to doubt that.
And you're basing your previous statements to us about him being with other women on what he told you, right?
Yes.
And yet we have him here via this technical medium telling us that he never jacked off before he met you. Isn't that what he's saying?
Yes.
And so what you're saying is that, well, I'll believe him when it's to my benefit, but I won't believe him when it's not.
Yes, in this contract, this is testimony, we're talking about apples and oranges, sex versus masturbation.
Overruled. You may answer the question.
I don't know because I don't think that's to my benefit or not either way.
Well, what you're saying to me is I'll believe him when he tells me that he's having some sort of intimacies with other women. You told us that you believe that, right?
Yeah.
And you
I do.
believe that without talking to the women, right?
Yes.
Yet when we hear him in court saying that he never masturbated or jacked off before he met you, you're saying you won't believe that, right?
Based on what he said, also
Yes
told me,
or
then
no?
that would be no, because he has jacked off.
Yes or no? You won't believe what he just said there, right?
It wasn't consistent, so no.
So no, you don't believe him, right?
No, I don't believe that.
And in fact, with regard to this recording, the person that was recording it was you, right?
Yes.
It wasn't him, right?
No.
And you're saying that it was for his benefit though, right? That's what you told us on direct examination, right?
No, I didn't say for his benefit. It was for us to listen to.
Well, it was actually for your benefit, wasn't it?
I don't see how.
Well, in terms of who had control of it, that was you, right?
Control of the recording?
Yes, that's what we're talking about. We're talking about a recording that you made on May 10th of 2008. Are we clear on that?
Yes.
That recording was in your control, right?
Yes.
It was never in Mr. Alexander's control, was it?
No.
So that if anybody was going to enjoy that recording, it was you.
No.
Well, if anybody had it, it was you then, right?
I had it, yes.
And if anybody wanted to hear it again, that would be, the only person that could do that would be you, right?
That's not right.
How is it that Mr. Alexander could hear it if you were the only person who had it?
That's what we were trying to figure out, how to replay it for him.
Man, you still had control of it though, didn't you?
For about a week I did.
Well, yes or no, did you have control of it?
Yes, for a week.
You keep saying for a week. Are you saying that you then gave it to him?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
All right, so but you did have control of this recording in the sense that it was in your telephone, right?
Yes.
It was never in Mr. Alexander's possession, right?
No.
So if anybody wanted to listen to it, they would have to go through you, right?
At that time, yes.
Well, what time do you think we're talking about, ma'am?
I'm talking about for the week following the recording.
I'm talking about
Beyond that, then the answer would be no.
the week following the recording. You keep referencing that. Did something happen to the record? Did you give the recording to Mr. Alexander after a week?
No. Did
Did you give this recording to Mr. Alexander after 2 or 3 weeks?
No, I never gave it to him.
That's true. So if anybody was going to enjoy this recording, it wasn't Mr. Alexander because he didn't have control of it, right?
That wasn't the purpose of the recording, so that would
Did
be
I
no.
ask you what the purpose of the recording was, ma'am?
No.
I asked you if anybody was going to enjoy the fruits of this, whatever it was, it would have been you, right?
It would have been Travis.
Oh, so Travis was going to enjoy it even though he had no control over it, right?
I don't know how to answer that.
Why don't you know how to answer that?
Because
You're
the way your
one that-
question is
ma'am,
phrased.
excuse me. You were the one that was in control of it, right?
Yes,
And you were the one that actually created that recording, right?
we both created the recording.
Well, no, that's not true. Was he pushing the button over and over to keep this recording going? Or
No, I
was that
was.
you?
I was.
So you created it then, right?
I recorded it. We both created it together.
No, you recorded it, which means that's how it came into being. He had nothing to do with the recording, did he?
I don't agree with that.
Oh,
No, I don't agree with that.
So you're saying that somehow he was pushing a button in Mesa so that this recording would come about? Is that what you're saying?
That's not what I'm saying.
Well, technologically speaking, ma'am, the only person that was in control of creating this recording was you, right?
That's correct.
And he was a player, if you will, or one of the protagonists in this little tete-a-tete, whatever went on, right?
That's correct.
And so he didn't even know he was being recorded.
That's not correct.
Well, does he ever say at any point in that whole recording that we ever hear, could you record this for me? He doesn't say that, does he?
No, it was already recording.
Ma'am, does it say in that recording any words from Mr. Alexander that say anything to the effect that he knows that he's being recorded?
I don't think so.
When you say you don't think so, you were there when it was actually created, right?
Yes,
You were here when it was played, right?
yes,
So you're familiar with this, right?
yes.
And nowhere is there any indication that Mr. Alexander even knew that he was being recorded, right?
No, I don't think either of us say anything about it being recorded.
And you didn't tell him throughout this whole, from what we heard, you didn't tell him that he was being recorded, right?
I wouldn't have needed to. We already knew.
Ma'am, yes or no?
No.
In this recording, did you tell him that he was being recorded?
I answered no.
So, and you had this recording for whatever purposes you wanted to use it, right?
Yes.
You could have posted it on the internet if you wanted to, right?
In theory, yes, I could have.
Well, that can be done. You know how to do that, right?
No, I didn't know how to get anything off the phone at that time, but if that was my goal, I could have figured that out.
Sure. And this recording that you had, for whatever reason, you chose not to erase it, right?
Not for a week.
Did you erase it after a week? Is that what you're saying?
I didn't have the opportunity. So no, I did not erase it after a week.
Pardon?
No, I didn't.
So and you just said something about you didn't have an opportunity to erase it after a week. If this was on the 10th, what happened on May 17th that prevented you from having it erased?
Well, it may not have been exactly a week. I think it may have been the 18th instead of the 17th. But I believed that my phone was stolen and it was actually lost for about, well, a few years. It didn't.
So according to you, this phone was stolen for approximately a couple of years, right?
Yes, I reported it stolen with the police and I had insurance on the phone, so they replaced a new one for me.
And then it resurfaced, right?
Yes.
And, you know, yesterday when we talked about this issue involving recordings and that sort of thing and specifically involving Mr. Alexander's penis, one of the things that you told us was that, well, yes, I was the one that downloaded it onto the hard drive of my computer, right? Do you remember telling us that?
Yes.
If you would have been offended, ma'am, you could have deleted that photograph, right?
If I was offended.
Yeah, you could have, but you didn't do that, right?
Right, I wasn't offended.
Now, in terms of this recording, it also gives us a view into what your views are about the sexual relationship that you had with Mr. Alexander, doesn't it?
Yes.
And in fact, in it, you indicate that you want to blossom sexually, right?
Yes.
And that he's the person that you want to help you blossom sexually, correct?
I didn't say want, I said I have with him and that I would like to in the future with somebody else.
Well, let's take a look so that we're totally clear about what you said.
No objection.
You're not joking. I mean, like there are times when we just, I'm trying to think of an example. There's been a few times where I've been bold enough to just pull you onto the bed and start. And oh my gosh, you remember that time I came to visit you when I was still living in California, and I fell asleep on your chair next to your bed, and you just like woke me up by pulling my pants off and totally licking my pussy.
Yeah.
I was so embarrassed because I just like got my Brazilian on, and I was like worried about what it looked like, and I was like, and the lights were bright and they were on. I was all self-conscious. But I remember that was hot. I was totally tired and I was asleep, and I would have been completely content just cuddling with you once we got into bed, but you had another agenda.
You got to admit though, like there's not many guys that do that. It's just not.
See, that's the thing. Like, I don't know what the ratio is, but I get the impression that it's kind of an awkward subject to bring up, but eventually we're both going to be married people, and I just get the feeling that there aren't a lot of Mormon guys like that. And there may or may not, I'm sure there are plenty of freaky Mormon girls, but are they the marrying type? I shouldn't say that. I'm just saying, are they the type that you'd want to marry, or are the guys out there the type that I'd want to marry? And I don't know, like, I really would like to marry a return missionary, but like you, someone who can be freaky. Like, I just worry about that. There are plenty of nice people out there, but I'm like, I worry that I might feel like a wilting flower is all, who never really blossomed to her full potential, at least in the sexual realm. I feel like I have with you, but like I still have plenty of blossom time left, and I want to live all those years being that way. I don't know.
Yeah.
That's all.
Well, I'm gonna enjoy your blossom like a girl.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tie you to a tree and put it in your ass, by the way.
What's that?
I'm gonna tie you to a tree and put it in your ass, by the way.
Oh my gosh. That is so debasing. I like it.
Madam, you did hear the talk there as it started about a situation where he woke you up in a sexual fashion, didn't he?
Yes,
Do you remember on direct examination also telling us that on a previous occasion, when you first had vaginal intercourse with him, that he woke you up in a similar fashion, right?
Similarly, yes.
Well, what you told us then at that time was that you were asleep. Do you remember telling us that?
Yes.
And that he pulled your panties or whatever it was that you were wearing down below, correct?
Which time?
The time that you claimed that he placed his penis inside you.
I don't know. I was awake for that. My panties were missing.
Okay, what was that now?
They were missing when I woke up.
So, but you went to bed with them on, right?
I woke up without them still, and I had to look for them.
Well, ma'am, do you remember testifying on direct examination that you had your panties on and that he took your panties off? Do you remember testifying to that?
I assumed he took them off.
Well, I'm not asking you to assume anything right now. I'm asking you whether or not you remember that that's what you testified to.
Yes, I remember that.
And as part of that encounter, one of the things that you told us was that he went inside you, right?
Yes.
And he didn't have permission, right?
I guess technically not.
Well, no, not technically. That's what you told us. Do you remember telling us that?
I remember my attorney asking me if
Ma'am, I'm not asking you what your attorney asked you. I don't care about his questions. I care about your answers. My question to you, isn't it true that you responded or told us that he was doing it without your permission and that you didn't like it?
I don't remember that. I don't remember characterizing it that way.
And so you did like it when he went inside you?
She was asleep.
It wasn't really like or dislike. I was just worried is all.
You say that you're worried. So, my question to you is, if you liked it or didn't like it, did you express any preference either way to Mr. Alexander?
I don't think I did.
Did you forget what you told us that you did after that?
I said his name after that.
And then after that, what did you remember that you told us that you did?
That he, when I said his name and I kind of tried to get out from underneath him, his thrusts quickened, and then after that, we sort of broke apart and he pushed my head under the covers.
Right. So that's the same, we're talking about the same encounter, right?
Yes.
And it was consensual though, even though you were asleep, wasn't it?
Objection, Your Honor.
Well, overall, Jimmy answer.
Well, I didn't object to it.
So if you didn't object to it, it meant it was consensual, right?
Objection, Your Honor. Mr. Drizzle, she was asleep.
Approach.
You thought it was okay when he placed his penis inside you while you were asleep, right?
Yes, maybe just not morally, but other than that, I thought it was okay.
Ma'am, is it yes?
It's yes and no, but mostly yes, I guess.
The no part in you, that didn't report it to the police, right?
That wouldn't have been the no part. So
So
no.
the no part that didn't want it, that didn't get on the telephone and call the police, did it?
Of course not, no.
So the answer is no, you didn't call the police, right?
That's the answer.
You didn't stop the sexual encounter at that point either, did you?
I attempted to stop the intercourse, but not the whole sexual encounter.
So the answer is no, you didn't stop the sexual encounter, correct?
Correct.
In fact, you continued on with the sexual encounter until you tell us there was a sexual release on his part, right?
Yes.
You never indicated to him afterwards not to do that, right?
No.
And in fact, what we just heard was you lauding him or praising him for waking you up, engaging in intercourse, oral intercourse with you, right?
Yes.
So it's the same thing, only something different is going inside your body without getting too graphic, isn't it?
Well, I was awake when there was any kind of penetration on that account, so
Well, no.
it's somewhat similar, I would say.
Ma'am, do you want to hear this again where you indicate that you say you woke me up by pulling my pants off and licking my pussy?
Yes.
So he did wake you up in the same fashion, didn't he?
I was awoken as my pants were coming off. So yeah, similar, yes.
And you didn't have any problem with that, right?
I was embarrassed, but other than that, no.
When you say that you were embarrassed, you weren't embarrassed because of the sexual act. You were embarrassed because of the fact that you had just taken some cosmetic
Yes.
approach to your pelvic area, correct?
Yes, and the lights were bright, yes.
Right. But other than that, you didn't have any objection to it, right?
That's right.
And you wanted to continue to blossom, right?
Yes,
And you wanted to continue, and you wanted to blossom sexually, right?
yes,
So that when we hear, for example, that there was a situation where, of the many that you've described, where he comes over to your house, for example, on the porch, and you guys do whatever it is that you do, that's part of the blossoming process, isn't it?
I would say so.
And all the other activity that occurred between the two of you, including, for example, this telephone call that took place between two consenting adults, that's also part of the blossoming process, right?
I guess so.
Well, no, you were there, right?
Well, I'm talking about sex, and I didn't have sex while I was on the phone, so
And you told us that for you, it takes two hands, right?
yeah.
And so with regard to this particular conversation, you just didn't have any fun at all, right?
No, I wasn't saying that.
Well, your words and your demeanor speak for themselves on the telephone, correct?
Yes,
And one of the other things that we know from that conversation in terms of your blossoming is that you and Mr. Alexander discussed making a movie, right?
yes,
And you discussed making a sexual movie, correct?
yes,
And it wasn't like you were telling him, no, I don't want to do that sexual movie. You actually were into it as much as he was, right?
yes,
And in fact, as part of the sexual blossoming, there are other things that you asked him to do for you, didn't you?
yes.
Let's take a look at some of them. Take a look at Exhibit 494. Recognize that?
Yes,
These are two text messages that you sent to Mr. Alexander, correct?
yes.
What is the date of those?
The date is February 25th.
And there is a time there, but as you previously told us when you first testified on direct, that time is 7 hours ahead of what the real time is, correct?
That's correct.
Look at the admission, Exhibit 494.
494 submitted.
Let's take a look at what 494 says. This is you sending him this text message, right?
Yes,
And this was part of the relationship that you had with him, right?
that's right.
There was a sexual component to it, wasn't it?
Yes,
And it was always a component that you partook of as much as he did, right?
yes,
And in it you say, if you're a lucky boy and you promise to give me a good, well-deserved spanking, and then there's a period there, right?
yes,
And then you also say, maybe you could give my ass a too much needed pounding too. Kidding, correct?
yes,
You're kidding about the second portion, but not the first portion, correct?
yes.
Take a look at Exhibit 495. Do you recognize that series of text messages?
Yes,
And those also involve some sexual activities between the two of you, correct?
yes. Well, ones we're anticipating,
Pardon?
ones we're planning on.
And the date on this is February 26th of 08, correct?
26?
Well, let me have you look at it. At least that's what it says.
It would have been the 25th, but it says the 26th.
And that's because of the 7-hour issue that we talked about before.
That's right.
I move for the admission of Exhibit 495.
Objection.
Submitted.
Take a look at Exhibit 495. You start out by saying, oh my gosh, this is so freaking hot, I want to lick it up, and then sit on it, you are so tasty, my goodness, correct?
Yes,
You were talking about his penis, right?
yes, he sent me a photo of it.
And it appears he did send you a photograph, correct?
Yes,
You were not offended by him sending you a photograph, correct?
No.
Even though we had a photograph here that was introduced, it was the same sort of photograph as the one that was introduced at trial, right?
yes,
Nothing different than the one that was here that was introduced. In other words, it was his penis and whatever was happening with it, correct?
in that regard, nothing was different.
And in fact, he then said, I'm glad you like it, right?
Yes,
And then you said, oh yes, I want to fuck you like a dirty, horny little schoolgirl, right?
yes,
So the schoolgirl issue here in this conversation is being brought up by you, not by him, right?
that's right.
And in fact, this issue about the schoolgirl that may have been presented as part of the the conversation on May 10th of 2008, well, you were enjoying it too, weren't you?
I don't think I said schoolgirl on the tape.
Pardon?
I don't think I said schoolgirl on the tape, but as far as that goes, yes.
Yeah. You like dressing up like a horny little schoolgirl, for lack of a better term, right?
Well, I think I said on direct I didn't have a schoolgirl outfit, but it was kind of, that was the idea.
You did enjoy dressing up for him, right?
Yes.
And you enjoyed, at least indicating here in February of 2008, that it had to do with looking like a little schoolgirl, correct?
I guess so, yeah.
Well, no, you keep saying you guess so, but isn't that what you wrote?
No, I didn't say look in that text message.
Pardon?
You said looking like, and I don't see that in the text
All
message.
right, so, okay, let's read it. I want to fuck you like a dirty, horny little schoolgirl. So that implies that you are dressed up in a certain fashion, right?
Yes.
And it also implies that, or indicates that it's you that's the person that likes this sort of activity and looking like a horny little schoolgirl, right?
Yes.
Although we heard previously some talk about braids and that it was only him that wanted that. It was a consensual, mutual relationship, sexually speaking, wasn't it?
Yes, always.
This issue involving the idea that there was going to be a movie and what was going to happen in the movie, part of it, or what it took place during a conversation that you had on May 10th of 2008, right?
Yes.
And it can be characterized as phone sex, correct?
Yes.
And it can also be fair to say that what people say during phone sex isn't necessarily true. Wouldn't you agree to that?
I would agree to that.
Well, ma'am, what you said in your phone sex conversation with Mr. Alexander, according to your own testimony, part of it was a lie, wasn't it?
Are you talking about how he never jerked off?
No, I'm talking about what you said in that conversation. What you said, part of what was going on was a lie, wasn't it?
Yes, part of it was a lie.
Sure, it was a lie, right? And so at least if we're using this conversation as a point of reference, people, you and Mr. Alexander, but you specifically, you lied to him, right?
I did.
And there was no harm in it because it was just a fantasy kind of conversation, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was just fantasy.
Right, and so that if he says he wants to tie you up to a tree and stick it up your ass, that could also be seen as fantasy, right?
Yes.
That never happened, did it?
No.
And talking about, for example, these things about the movie and that sort of thing, whether or not you believed it or not, it was part of the fantasy of that conversation, wasn't it?
Yes.
So for example, if you just listen to one of these snippets or one of these exchanges, we can see that perhaps it's just all a fantasy. Let me have this record. I move for the admission of Exhibit 496.
No objection.
496 is admitted.
And now, before we listen to it, in this particular excerpt, you would actually indicate that you believe that maybe this making of this movie could be artistic. I want you to listen to it.
I was saying, I'm kind of envisioning one, like when you're kitty fucking me, but like I'm looking with my head tilted back, so all you can really see is like the outline of my chin and some of my cheek and jawbone, and like my ears and hair, but you can't really see the rest of my face. You could just see a dick between two tits, like in focus with the neck and everything sort of a little bit blurry, but they're kind of artistic, you know what I'm saying?
That's great.
Yeah, I don't know if we could do that because your legs may take up the spot where the camera should be, but I think we could get something like that. Or vice versa. Ooh, I've got more ideas. Okay, go ahead.
Well, we'll work that out. Worst case scenario, we could do it from like the reverse angle work.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, like the other way.
And we could still blur my face and put your cock in focus. Well, you have a good looking dick, baby. I just want to let you know.
You like my dick?
Yeah. It's like, it just, so smooth. And it goes so, every time you fuck me, so good. So you went just where I needed it. Just went where I just needed it back. You fucked me so right.
You do say that it could be an artistic endeavor, right?
Yes.
And in fact, that comes from the fact that you like to take photographs, correct?
Yes.
And that's sort of one side of your life that you have, correct?
Yes.
And so again, the fact that you're talking about it doesn't mean that you're actually going to do it, right?
We were kind of tentatively planning it, but I don't know whether we were actually going to do it or not.
Right, and it's a situation, again, that sometimes when people are involved in a sexual situation like what this appears to be, they get caught up in the heat of the moment, and they say things that are related to what's going on, correct?
I would agree with that.
And during this conversation, you and he actually discussed whether or not you guys should stop this particular activity of having sex, don't you?
Stop having sex?
Or stop having sex, stop having porn sex, that sort of thing.
I think we did, yes.
Well, let's hear what you actually said. I wrote the admission of Exhibit 497.
No objection.
497 is admitted.
Yeah, well, I can't wait to get pictures of jizz on your face.
That's gonna be cool, actually. It's gonna be,
Try to get one as I'm coming up your face.
yeah, definitely.
Like mid-shot.
Mm-hmm. You make me so horny. I seriously think about having sex with you every day, several times a day. Think about how it feels to have your cock deep inside of me. I remember it, and I want it again.
Is it wrong that I'm glad we started fucking?
What?
Is it wrong that I'm glad that we started fucking?
Well, if it's wrong, then I don't want to be right, because I'm glad too. Like, seriously.
Internally, I'm like, okay, I'm just Jody. I'm just Jody. I'm small Jody.
Like, I don't know. What's wrong is that I wish we were doing it before, because
Yeah.
that was good, and
Once we did it, why not do it? Yeah.
I know what you mean.
And it appears that there's a bit of a conflict because the two of you keep engaging in sexual activity, correct?
That's correct.
Whether it be by telephone or whether it be in person, correct?
Yes,
And this issue involving you and he having sex, it also created a conflict for him, right?
yes,
And you knew that it had to do with the LDS faith, right?
yes,
And you were also LDS, and that created a conflict for you too, right?
yes,
And so it wasn't a situation that it was a secret to both of you that perhaps, since you were both members of the LDS faith, this is not what you should be engaging in, right?
that's right.
But neither of you cared, right?
Objection, also speculation.
Sustained.
Ma'am, you still continue to engage in sexual activities with him, even though you had this conflict, didn't you?
Yes,
And even though he says he has this conflict here, he still continued to have sex with you, right?
yes,
So even though you were two conflicted persons, you still continued to engage in this activity, right?
yeah, that's what the conflict was about.
And in fact, you even had a description of the two of you, didn't you, in that conversation that we just heard from May 10th of 2008, don't you?
Yes,
Let's hear what you said. I move for the admission of 498.
No objection.
498 is admitted.
That's right. I asked you not to, so I get in the. Hang on, I thought I heard somebody. Let me just double check. Oh, I think it was just my charger. All right, we're good. The coast is clear. Let me get back into the groove. Things.
I'll give you the pictures I'm going to take. They're so hot. Yeah, go.
Like, what are we gonna do with ourselves? We are just horny toads.
Ma'am, that's just an acknowledgement there that both of you are into each other sexually, correct?
that's correct.
And there's no indication from anything that we've heard that you were offended by the physical sexual activities that were going on, right?
Right,
It may have been a conflict, but the two of you enjoyed each other. At least you enjoyed him as much as it appeared that he was enjoying you, right?
yes,
And you had at least that kind of relationship to the point where you actually had a name for him or a pet name for him, didn't you?
yes,
Let me show you this exhibit. Take a look at exhibit 499. Do you recognize it?
yes,
It's a text message that you sent, right?
yes.
What's the date?
The date is 21st. Actually, it would have been the 20th of January.
And you're saying that it was the 21st of January because of the time difference, right?
Yes, it was the 20th, but it shows the 21st.
Move for the admission of exhibit 499.
No objection.
499 is admitted.
And that's you sending him a message saying, hey, Hadi Biscotti will call you. Will you call me before you hit the sack, right?
Yes,
I have a question about tomorrow morning. Thanks, my dear, correct?
that's correct.
And you actually called him Hadi Biscotti, correct?
Yes,
And that's because he was, in part, because he was special to you, right?
yes,
Because apparently at that time you were in love with him, right?
I believe it was. Yes,
And it's something that two people who are intimate have in common, right?
Yes,
But he really wasn't that special to you, was he?
I wouldn't say that.
Well, let's take a look at another exhibit. 287. This is to Ryan Burns. You see that? It says Ryan's PPL, Gmail.
Right.
You're me. You see that?
Yes.
And you say to him, at some point before you go meet him, hey, howdy, biscotti, what's new, right?
Yes.
Isn't that the same thing that you called Mr. Alexander?
Yes, I called a lot of people that.
So what you're saying is, when you call that Mr. Alexander that, it didn't mean anything then.
I wouldn't say it was meaningless, no.
It could also mean that when you started calling Mr. Burns howdy biscotti, was that Mr. Alexander really didn't mean that much to you, right?
That's not what it meant.
Well, it could, though, based on what we see.
She's answered the question.
Sustained.
You called them both by the same name, right?
Yes.
And you only had one encounter with Mr. Burns, correct?
Well, I met him once and then I saw him again, so that would be twice. But if you're talking about the physical encounter, yeah,
Right.
one time, I guess.
Yeah, one time, right?
Unless you count shaking his hand, which I guess that doesn't really
Pardon?
count.
I didn't hear what you said.
I'm sorry, unless you count we shook hands and spoke briefly. I don't even really remember it, so it was pretty brief, but
In terms of a one-on-one with
Yes,
Mr.
that
Burns,
would
it
be
was only
one.
one time, right?
yes.
And you're already calling him howdy biscotti, at least through this PPL, or at least through this instant messaging thing, right?
That's right.
And exhibit number 286, it tells us a little bit more of what actually happened when you went to see him. I want you to go down here and read what he says, starting with the haha, if you can read it. If not, I'll bring it in. Go ahead and read it out loud.
Says, haha, well, we woke up, we sat there for a bit, and then we held each other, and then we started to kiss. And you said I could not be comfortable, and you adjusted me.
So it does say that you told him that he could not be comfortable, and so you adjusted him, right?
Yes.
And then what else does he say? It's above it.
Then you pressed your body really close to mine and started to kiss me.
So you were on top of him, weren't you?
Yes, well, kind of on top of him off to the side a little, I think on his left.
But you did start to press your body close to him, right?
Yes.
And then you say what? It's right above it.
Well, I think it's out of order, but I say, well, I would gladly give it to you.
And then right above it, he asks,
Can I ask what else you might give me?
and your answer is?
You can ask, but you'll have to wait and see for that one.
Bottom line, you're sort of already involved in the same sort of give and take that you were involved with Mr. Alexander, correct?
Yes.
Then there's a number of stories that you gave in this particular case involving the killing. There was one that you gave on the 15th of July of 2008 to Detective Flores, right?
Yes.
There's another one that you gave on July 16th of 2008 to Detective Flores, right?
Yes.
But then you still gave another view of what happened to 48 hours, right?
I think I was inconsistent in my lies. Yes.
So let's take a look at what you may have said 48 hours. I remember the original was 500.
No objection.
500 is admitted.
You feel comfortable?
Yeah. Let me talk about, I'll talk about this, and nobody knows this. The detectives know this because I've spoken with them. Boy, this is really hard. I'm trying to think if I want to say this or not. There's a lot of evidence that places me at Travis's house the day he was, or not just the day he was killed, but the day, that most of that week. And there's a reason for that. And that reason is that that I did see Travis the day that he passed away. And a lot of things happened that day. I almost lost my life as well. And I was told that I can't speak about it or tell anyone about it because my family's life was in danger over it. I was told that if I did, that they would all die and that I would die. And that was kind of the end of the story. There was an argument among some people, two individuals, that one wanted to take my life and one said, that's not why we came. And at one point, the guy with the gun sort of succumbed to her pressure, I think, because he was holding the gun at my forehead and I was on the ground on my knees, and I was near the armoire of where he kept his TV in his bedroom, and Travis was in the bathroom. And she was standing over Travis near him, and he was, the guy with the gun was standing near me, and again, this argument was going on back and forth. And I just remember holding my head and closing my eyes. And then there was so much that went on that day, but the short of it is he pulled the trigger and nothing happened, just a click. And I realized then that he probably, I don't know if that means that he was out of bullets, or I don't know what that means. You know, I wasn't that familiar with handguns. And so at that point I pushed past him and I ran downstairs. He didn't make much of an effort to stop me. But I could almost swear that I heard someone following me down the stairs, and I ran out the front door and I got into my car and I drove and I left.
Ma'am, nowhere in that recitation or in any of the interviews that you gave with 48 hours did you ever indicate that you had memory loss, correct?
That's correct.
And in fact, you gave a slightly different view of the same event to 48 hours on another occasion, didn't you?
Yes, couldn't keep my story straight.
I move for the admission of Exhibit 501.
No objection.
501 is admitted.
Again, I was looking down and going through some photos. He is really critical of himself. You know, we're all our own worst critics, and so, you know, some pictures he liked, some he didn't. And I was looking through the pictures, and I heard again a loud pop, and I was hit on the back of the head. I don't think I was out very long, but when I came to, I was kind of laying next to the bathtub and the shower right next to each other, and Travis was on all fours on the tile, and he was, well, I say all fours, but one of his hands was actually holding his head. And I mean, he wasn't laying down or anything. He was kind of on his knees and on the, you know, on his hands. And at that point, I looked over toward the entrance of the bathroom. There was a hallway, and two people were walking down the hallway, and I ran into the closet. It's a big closet. And I was going to run out the other door, except he stopped me with a gun pointed at my forehead. And I was just, you know, when you have a gun pointed at your forehead, you just do anything. So he told me to get down onto my knees and stand over or sit over by the armoire. So I just stayed there, squatting on my knees next to the armoire. And he left the room for a minute, maybe a few minutes. And she was in the bathroom, standing over Travis. And I charged her. I ran down that hall and I pushed her as hard as I could. And she fell over him, landed near the sink. There's two sinks in the master bath, and she landed near the left sink, kind of near the trash can, close to the windows. And I started to pull on him, and I said, come on, let's go. And he just wasn't, he was sluggish and lethargic, and he just wasn't getting up, and he wasn't really saying much of anything. He was there and he was conscious, and I could see that. He wasn't saying much. I was able to get him about, he was sort of not crawling, but he was kind of moving and trying to stand up. And I was able to get him about halfway down the hallway when she came back at me, and we struggled for a few minutes. And again, she was doing what she could to overpower me, and she was kicking me, and she was stomping on my feet, and she was trying to kick my knees, and I was kind of bending them or trying to do what I could. And he came back in the room, and again, I had to go back to where I was sitting and stay there. And that's when they both began to argue about whether or not I should die. And there was an argument that went on back and forth between them for several minutes. At least it felt like several minutes. And he didn't want to, and she did. And she kept saying why they should. And he kept saying, well, that's not why we came here. And, you know, after he had gone through my purse again, he finally just pulled the trigger. And I thought, honestly, if it's over, it's the weirdest feeling to think that it's going to be over at any second, and then someone pulls the trigger, but you're still there. And at that point, I just ran. I pushed right past him, and I flew down the stairs. And like, there's part of, like, I wasn't even in my body. I think I was, but everything felt numb. I was hyperventilating, and my heart was racing. And so even as I went down the stairs, there's part of me, like my brain was telling my legs, don't screw up, or you're going to fly down these stairs, and you're not going to get away. So I'm, you know, trying my best not to stumble down these stairs, and I just went out as fast as I could and out the door and slammed the door behind me and got in the car and left.
And that's another version of the events that occurred on June 4th of 2008, correct?
Yes,
And they're not true.
neither of them. Well, it's all the same thing, it's just different versions. I couldn't keep my life straight.
So the answer is they're not true, right?
Neither of them, yes.
Ma'am, you did also continue to talk to 48 Hours about coming to Mesa. Do you remember talking to them about that?
Yes.
And do you remember talking to them about what your plans were initially? Do you remember about that?
Yes.
And the reason that you came out to Mesa, you didn't have a plan initially, correct?
Do you mean on June 4th?
Pardon?
Are you talking about on June 4th?
I'm talking about when we left Eureka.
What was your question? I'm sorry.
My question is, according to you, you didn't have any plans to come to Mesa initially when you left Eureka, correct?
That's correct.
In fact, that's something that you told 48 Hours, right?
Yes.
Take a look at what you told me.
No objection.
502 is admitted.
So tell me about this trip on this particular day. Did you plan that in advance or just?
No, I'm really kind of like go by the wind when I take my road trips. I usually plan more than I can actually do, and then I cross some off the list when I feel I can't. So on this last trip, my plan was to go to Monterey, to Los Angeles, to San Diego, to Utah, and then over to Death Valley, and then back up to Eureka. And it certainly didn't go anything like that. It went to Santa Cruz and then Monterey. And then I went to LA and Pasadena. And then I skipped San Diego. And it was when I was in Pasadena that night that I decided to go to Mesa. And Travis had found out about my road trip about a week prior. And he has this way of kind of guilting me, not in a bad way, just like making me sort of feel bad. So he said, well, why don't you come to Mesa instead and you can visit me? And I was like, no, I have other things I need to do and other plans and other people. I didn't say it in that way because you have to kind of be delicate about it. Otherwise, he would take offense, I think. And so he would say things like, okay, I see, whatever. I see how it is. You don't love me, just as a joke though. And so it just kind of pulls on my heartstrings a little. And again, I was weak and I folded and I decided that I'm going to go. And so I called him when I was in Pasadena and said, guess what? And he said, what? And I said, I'm coming to Mesa. And he said, really? And I said, yeah. He's like, all right, cool. And so, we hung up the phone and I drove and I told him he didn't have to wait up for me because, I was still in Pasadena and that's probably a good 5 hours and something, just all the way to Mesa. So, and as well as that, my phone was about to die. So, I just said, if I don't speak to you again until I get there, then, that's why. And so I showed up, I think around 4 a.m. and he was still awake. He had stayed up all night. He was on the internet looking up some videos on YouTube, some silly videos. And we watched some more videos for a little while. And then it was just like, I was exhausted from the drive. So we just went to bed and went to sleep. And,
With regard to the videos that he was looking at, we've heard something about quicker, faster, stronger, something like that. They weren't of any sexual nature, were they?
no,
And in fact, it may have been the way you described it, that it was some people with some sort of weird or funny headgear that were just dancing around. That's the way
Yeah,
you described it,
it
right?
looked that way, yes.
And so you actually left Eureka on June 2nd of 2008, correct?
Yes,
And prior to that, though, you made some preparations, didn't you?
yes,
You made some preparations in the sense that, according to you, you made a reservation to rent a car, right?
right,
And the reservation to rent the car was made not in Eureka, but in some other place, right?
it was made online, yes. Oh, I'm sorry, in Reading, for Reading, yes.
Right. And Eureka does have some rental car companies, correct?
That's correct.
And in fact, what happened was that when you went to Reading to rent the car, you even had to, for lack of a better term, inconvenience somebody else to take you to get your car, to get the rental car, and then take you back to their house, right?
That's right.
And it would have been much more convenient in Eureka to go rent the car in Eureka, wouldn't it?
Not for my bank account, no.
Well, when you're saying your bank account, you're talking about financial reasons, right?
Right.
And how much money did you take with you in cash?
I don't recall, but it was probably a few hundred, I think.
So when you say a few hundred, are we talking about 200?
Maybe that, not much more, somewhere in that ballpark. It was between like 80 and 200. I don't remember the exact amount.
So it's between $80 and $200, maximum being $200, right?
I think. I don't really remember as far as cash.
Well, could it have been $300?
It could have. I don't remember having that much cash on me, but I guess it could have.
If you don't remember having that much cash on you, then it wasn't $300, right?
Well, it just means I don't remember. Probably not.
All right. And so previously during the direct examination, you told us that when you go on these trips, you don't take usually more than $200. You remember telling us that?
Yeah, that's typical.
And so in this particular case, you said, well, I had financial issues, and so I decided to rent out of Reading because it was cheaper, right?
That's right.
But it would have been more convenient, though, to rent from Eureka, correct?
Convenient for who?
You.
No.
In terms of picking up the car, it wouldn't have been convenient?
No.
Well, Eureka, you told us, was a small town, right?
Yes.
And you indicated that everybody sort of knows everybody there, right?
That's pretty much the case.
And the other thing that you told us about Eureka was that people know everybody else's business there, right?
Usually.
Right, and in fact, one of the examples that you gave us of where people in Wairika know what's going on was the example when you were 17 and you went to, or you skipped a class. Do you remember telling us that?
Yes,
It was a history exam that you had to prepare for, right?
that's right.
And you indicated that you went somewhere in the car and you were studying, right?
Yes,
And while you were studying, your father found you, right?
yes.
And one of the explanations or reasons that you gave for that was that Wairika is a very small town, right?
I don't remember giving that explanation because that's not why he found me.
Well, you indicated that you don't know how he found you, right?
I knew how he found me.
Well, that's not what you told us on direct examination.
Oh, I mean, I knew why he went to go looking for me. How he found me was he was just driving around. I'm sorry.
Ma'am, that's not what you told us on direct examination, right?
I don't remember. That's a fact.
Again, do you have problems remembering what you just told us less than a couple of weeks ago?
Occasionally, I guess.
And in this particular case, you're having trouble remembering what you told us as to how your father found you, right?
I'm having trouble with how you're characterizing it, I think.
Well, again, we're going to get into this word exchange issue, but my question to you is, do you remember telling us on direct examination that Wairika is a small town and that's part of the reason or how your father found you? Do you remember telling us that?
Yes.
And so Wairika in 2008 is not much bigger than it was in 1997 or 1998 when this happened, right?
No, I think it's about 1,000 more in population.
Right. It's not, it's only 1,000 more in population. In other words, it's not a town that's exploding in terms of population, right?
Yes.
It is or it is not.
Yes, that's right. I'm sorry.
And so that in people in Wairika, if somebody does something, more likely than not, they may end up meeting somebody that they know, right?
Yes.
So for example, if you went to one of the two or either of the two car rental agencies that are there in Wairika, somebody may have been able to know or talk about it later if they were asked about it, correct?
Perhaps people wouldn't know me though, because I hadn't lived there for 10, 15 years.
But they may have, right?
Some, a few
Because
high school
again-
friends or something.
Again, it's not a very large town, right?
Yes.
And in fact, what's the population is what, 11,000?
I think it's 7,000.
7,000?
Something, yeah.
And you, at the time, back in June 2nd of 2008, you were working, right?
Yes.
And where you were in this town, there aren't that many bars, right?
I think there are like 5 or 6 bars.
And there isn't one called Margaritaville, right?
No, there's not.
You worked at Casa Ramos, right?
Yes.
And you had some time off, didn't you?
Yes.
And this was going to be part of your vacation, right?
Road trip, yes.
The road trip was your vacation, right?
It was partially vacation, partially a business trip.
And when you say partially business trip, what you're saying is, for example, that if you went to buy gas, that's something that could be deductible, correct?
If it was for the business purpose, yes, it would be deductible.
Sure. And in fact, since you were going to go to Utah, going to a gas station, it would make sense to save the receipts so that you could then deduct them from your income taxes, right?
That's right.
And in this particular case, wouldn't matter whether or not you paid cash or you paid with a credit card, right?
It wouldn't matter for tax purposes.
Right, as long as you had the receipts, right?
Yes.
And in this case, so you did pay at least attention to the receipts that you got, for example, from the gas station, right?
What do you mean by pay attention?
Kept them.
Yeah, I just throw everything in a shoebox.
Right, you threw everything in the shoebox, everything related to this trip, right?
Yes.
All of the receipts from this trip were thrown in the shoebox that we've seen previously, right?
No, probably not all of it, just whatever was left over in my wallet.
Well, but you were trying to pay attention to keep the receipts that were related to a business expense, right?
Somewhat. I'm very disorganized, but that's kind of my effort, yeah.
Well, no, that's what you were attempting to do, right?
Yes.
And in fact, you did cite some of the receipts involved with this particular trip, right?
Yes.
And so you're in Wairika and you decide instead to rent a car from Redding, California, right?
Yes.
And that's south of Wairika, correct?
Yes, on my way.
And it is on the way, but it is south, correct?
Yes.
And it's what, 90 miles away?
I think it's 99 miles.
So in terms of travel, we're talking about what? Close to 2 hours?
Maybe just under 2 hours, I think.
And on this particular day that you left, on June 2nd of 2008, you left the house around 5 o'clock in the morning, something like that, right?
Yeah, I think so. It was very early in the morning.
Well, you were at the Redding airport by 8 o'clock, weren't you?
Yes.
And so did you get there before 8 o'clock and just wait around, or did you get there at about the same at that time?
I don't remember waiting. Well, I waited a little bit because there was a line, but not waiting for them to open.
And somebody was with you, correct?
Yes.
A guy was with you, right?
I can't remember if it was my brother's neighbor or my sister-in-law, but I think it was my sister-in-law. So either one of them dropped me off and picked me up or vice versa.
So when you're saying that they dropped you off, picked you up, what you're saying is that they did not get out of the car that took you to the Redding airport, correct?
I don't remember.
You don't remember whether or not they went up to the counter with you?
I think I was alone.
So you were here when Mr. Colombo testified, correct, as to whether or not you were accompanied, correct?
Yes.
And so what time did you arrive at this would be your sister's house, right?
Yes.
What time did you get there?
Before renting the car, you mean?
Yes, that was the only time that you got there on June 2nd, correct?
No, I got there with the rental car afterward and took
Pardon?
a nap. No, I went back to our house.
All right, the first time before you rented the car.
In the morning. I don't remember the exact time.
So it would have been, and they knew you were coming, correct?
Yes.
And so they were ready to then take you down to the airport, right?
Yes.
And they dropped you off, and then you went to pick up the car, right?
I believe they did. Yes.
And one of the things that happened is that you initially were given a car or rented a car by Mr. Colombo, correct?
Yes.
And the car that he offered you initially was red, right? And you told him
Yes.
that you didn't want the red car, right?
That's right.
And the reason that you told him that you didn't want the red car was because it would call attention to it would stand out more, correct?
No.
Well, didn't you tell him that you did want to exchange the car though, right?
Yes.
And you told him that red is the color that police officers sort of focus on. Do you remember telling him that? Is that yes or no?
I'm trying to remember. I don't think I worded it that way.
So you did give him a reason why you didn't want that car, right?
Yeah.
And part of it had to do with the color, right?
Yes.
You didn't want the color red,
Yes.
correct? The color red seems to stand out, doesn't it?
I don't know. I just heard they get more tickets.
Right. And so it had to do with the police department, right? You did not want to stand out, and that's why you wanted a different color, correct?
Not the police department because I'd be on the freeway. I just didn't want to get tickets and
Well,
I get more tickets.
Who do you think gives traffic citations then?
On the freeways in California, it's the California Highway Patrol.
That's police, aren't they?
I don't think they're police. I think they're law enforcement, but not categorized as police, not to my knowledge anyway.
So if there's a crime, you're saying that the California Highway Patrol doesn't respond to them?
They respond as well as maybe the sheriff's office or something. Depends on the district, I would imagine.
Right. And so you were afraid that police, whether it includes the California Highway Patrol or somebody driving down the street, that they would focus in on your car because you had heard that police get more tickets involving a red car, correct?
Afraid? No, I wasn't afraid. I just didn't want to shell out more money for tickets.
Right. So afraid may not be the word that you like. What word would you like? Concerned?
I don't know.
Well, no, you're the one that said afraid wasn't the right word. Why don't you tell me what word you would use in describing your reluctance in taking a red car?
It was motivated by financial frugality.
Well, you're telling us then that the red car was cheaper to rent than the white car.
No, in theory, I would be less likely to get a speeding ticket and shell out hundreds of dollars if I were not in a red car.
So what you're saying is the red car, in your view, because of the color, stands out more to police departments, whether they be California Highway Patrol, whether they be the Salinas Police Department, whether they be the Redding Police Department, right?
I'd be speculating, but I guess that's why they get more tickets. I don't know.
Well, no, I don't want you to guess because I want you to tell us what you were thinking at the time because you were the one that made this request involving the red car.
Well, my thought is that drivers of red cars tend to drive faster. They get more tickets. That's just what I've always been told.
Right. But that's what other drivers do. You supposedly were going to adhere to the speed limit or within 10 miles of it, right?
Usually I tried.
Right. So if you do that, then you really shouldn't have too much of a concern about a traffic citation then, right?
That's not right. I've been cited before when the radar was off.
And how many times have you been cited before for speeding, ma'am, when your speed was over 10 miles an hour, over the speed limit?
Several times.
Give me one time.
One time I was driving on Highway 1 south of Carmel, or just entering Carmel Highlands, and I was going, I think, 60 something in a 50, and I got pulled over, and he clocked me he said 70.
Let me stop you. You said you were going 60 something in a 50 mile per hour zone, right?
Yes.
That means you were going over the 10-mile issue that I just presented to you.
Yes.
So in other words, what I'm asking you, can you give me an example where you were driving either the speed limit or within 9 miles of the speed limit where you were given a ticket?
Objection, Mr. Honor.
We are going to take the noon recess at this time. Ladies and gentlemen, please be back in the designated area at 1:25. Please remember the admonition, you are excused. Please be seated. The record will show the jury has left the courtroom. This area, she may step down.
Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. We're watching
And look
the
like a
old
toy.
JODI
No, I
Arias
indicated that's
case.
what my grandfather
Welcome
said.
back.
Do you have any reason
Please
to
hit the
doubt
like
your
for us.
grandfather's word?
Thank you so
No.
much.
So the gun that was taken, there was a burglary of the house you were staying at back on May 28th of 2008, wasn't there?
Yes.
And during that burglary, there were certain things that were taken from your room, right?
I think only, yes, that's
What
right.
was taken from your room? What is it that you reported that was taken?
$10 and $20 bill.
So there was a total of $30 that were taken, right?
Yes. Yes.
It wasn't, your laptop wasn't taken, right?
No, my laptop was with me.
Hold on, for some reason, this skipped way through, so I'm gonna rewind that part that we're missing. I was like, wait, what the hell just happened? Good to see everybody here. Thank you so much. A waste of the court's time, Jason says. Well, it was then, that's for sure. She swore at every interview that no jury will ever convict her. Ha ha ha. Shows just how far her prissy attitude got her. She is now a permanent resident at the state of Arizona. Why did she kill him? Welcome, Van Dyke. So good to see you. Thank you for coming in. Carol Burnett, why did she kill him? Because she was a complete obsessive, manipulative, narcissistic, any other word you can think of for a very psychotic woman. That's why. All right, let me get back to this, you guys. Will you do me a favor and hit the like? That's all I ever ask of this channel, or anybody to do on this channel, and it helps my channel so much. So thank you so much.
Car had a capacity of over 12 gallons per tank full, correct?
It was 10 or 12. I don't remember.
Well, okay. Do you remember, this is exhibit 237.018. Do you remember filling up with gas in Winnemucca, Nevada?
I remember running out of gas in Nevada, and
When you say that you ran out of gas, there was absolutely no gas in your car, or you were just running low?
it was, the gas light was on. So
When you say that the gas light was on, doesn't mean that you're not moving. It means that you were low on gasoline, correct?
yeah, it was kind of below.
Are you saying that that's where it happened in Winnemucca, Nevada?
No, I was probably, I think he said I was 15 or 20 miles from there.
And you were able to make it to Winnemucca, correct?
No, I pulled over.
And you pulled over and did what?
I went in and asked the guy where the nearest gas station is. He said it's about 15 miles. I think he said 15 miles further. I didn't think I would make it on E, so I went and started putting gas in the car, and he came out and assisted me.
And you were putting gas from what?
From one of the gas cans.
All right. And let's just take a look at this exhibit right here. And it indicates that it's your name, right?
Yes.
It's from Winnemucca, right?
Yes.
And it indicates that the amount that you purchased was 12.175 gallons, right?
Yes,
And you paid $49.91, correct?
that's right.
And this issue involving you running out of gas, that's not something that you told us at the direct examination, correct? Yes,
No,
sir?
I wasn't.
And so you have this car that has at least a capacity of 12 gallons, correct?
Approach.
Now, with regard to Winnemucca, you filled up your car with gas, didn't you?
Yes, I put gas in it.
All the way till it was full, right?
I probably, because I usually filled up until the
Yes or no?
clicked.
Yes or no? In Winnemucca, did you fill it up with gas?
I put gas in it. I probably filled it up.
So you're saying that you're not sure if you filled it up all the way with gas then, right?
That's right.
But you did make a purchase in Winnemucca pursuant to exhibit 237.018, in which 12.175 gallons were purchased by you, right?
Yes,
And so it could be that the tank was 15 gallons of gas, right?
Oh, well, give me an answer.
Right?
that's possible.
But at least we know that this gas tank could hold at least 12.175 gallons of gas, right?
Right.
And before you went on this trip, it started on June 2nd of 2008, correct?
Yes.
Started around 5 o'clock in the morning, correct?
It was early in the morning, around that time.
Because you were at Reading at 8 a.m., correct?
Yes.
Well, we saw the receipts. Were you here when the receipts were shown of you renting the car at approximately 8:01?
Yes, I was here.
And so if it takes you 1 to 2 hours to drive down there, that would mean you would have to get up pretty early, right?
Yes.
And so you got up pretty early. You drove down to Reading, but in anticipation of that, you actually called somebody by the name of Daryl Brewer, right?
Yeah, and I'm sorry I didn't get up early. I was up all night. So.
Pardon?
You said I got up early. I just wanted to make that clear. I was up all night. So
Okay, so what you're saying is you didn't sleep that night,
I
right?
didn't sleep that night. No.
Okay. So, but you did, in anticipation of this trip, contact an old boyfriend, right?
Yes.
And that would be Daryl Brewer, right?
Yes.
You made a number of telephone calls to him, correct?
Probably.
And when you say probably, it means that you're not sure, right?
I'm not sure. No.
So you at least made 2 calls to him, though, right?
If that's what my phone records reflect, then that would be right.
I'm asking what your memory reflects.
I don't remember actually calling him before leaving on my trip. And
So you have no idea as to whether or not you even called him before you went on the trip, then, right?
I don't recall. Well, of course I called him before the trip, but I don't know how soon before the trip.
So you don't remember whether or not it was in May then, is that what you're saying?
I did talk to him in May,
And it was toward the end of May, correct?
probably.
And when you keep saying probably, it means that you're not sure, but that you do not deny that you made a call, right?
That's right.
And so you made this call to him at the end of May, and you asked him whether or not he had any spare gas cans for you to use, right?
That sounds right.
No, I'm not asking what sounds right. Is that what you did?
I think I did, because he's the one I ended up borrowing them.
Well, ma'am, are you having trouble again with your memory with regard to events then?
Yeah, because there were a few different,
So
Like-
the answer is yes. You are having trouble with your memory.
with that question.
Well, are you having trouble? It's not the only question that you've had trouble with. Are you having trouble with the memory of the events leading up to your trip?
Leading up to, yeah.
Okay.
A little bit.
And you would agree then that the events leading up to your trip were probably the end of May, and the murder was, or the killing was on June 4th of 2008. So are you saying that that whole period you're having problems with your memory? Or is it just the end of May?
Well, there are some things I recall and some things I don't.
So my question is, are you having trouble with both or just the end of May?
I'd say my whole life is like that, so both.
So you're saying that you're having trouble remembering everything or events throughout your life. Is that what you're saying?
Some things, not everything.
And sometimes you know what you can remember very well, and sometimes you can't. Is that what you're saying?
You mean can't at all or can't remember well?
Can't remember. Both well or at all? You
Yeah,
tell me.
all of the above.
And so at the end of May, then, you're saying that you really don't remember whether or not you made a telephone call to Mr. Brewer. Is that what you're saying?
I don't remember specifically, but I know I called him at one point.
All right. And you did call him because you wanted to talk to him about some gas cans, right?
That wasn't the purpose of the call.
Well, that was what was discussed during that call, correct?
I think so, yes.
You're saying you think so? Yes, correct? That's what you're
Yes.
saying. And so one of the things that you told him in discussing these gas cans was that you were going to take a trip, right?
Yes,
And that the purpose for the gas cans was that you could put gas in it, right?
yes,
And the other thing that you told him was that the trip that you were going to make was going to be to Mesa, Arizona, right?
no,
You were here when he testified, correct?
yes,
And he's somebody that you've had I guess, a long-term relationship with, correct?
yes, about 4 years.
Pardon?
About 4 years, we were in a relationship.
Right? And then even after that, you have had, if not a close friendship, you've had a friendship after the two of you split, correct?
It was more distant, but it was still a friendship.
Sure. And in fact, you felt comfortable. You still remembered his number, right? Telephone number, right?
Yes.
And you felt comfortable enough to ask him for a favor, right?
Certain favors, yes.
Well, that particular favor, you felt comfortable in asking him for that, right?
Which one? The gas cans?
Well, which other favor are we talking about? Are there more than one favor here that we talked about?
I want to know what you're talking about.
No, I'm asking you. Do you remember that we started talking about gas cans? Do you remember that?
Yes,
That we've talked of nothing else other than gas cans so far. Is there anything else that you believe that we've talked about?
I wasn't sure, that's why I asked.
Ma'am, is there anything else that we have talked about?
I'm not sure, that's why I asked.
I'm asking you, is there anything else that has been posed to you other than this gas can issue involving Mr. Brewer?
Yes,
Objection asked and answered badgering.
Sustained.
Now, you have this conversation with him involving the gas cans. It is more than one conversation, isn't it?
I don't remember.
And it could be more than one conversation. It's what you're telling us, right?
Yes,
And are you saying you did not tell him that you were going to go to Mesa when you spoke to him?
that's right, I told him after.
I'm asking you, the question is this, isn't it true that before you went on the trip, you told him you were going to Mesa?
No, that is not true.
All right? Isn't it true that as part of one or another conversation that you had, you told him that you were going to go to Arizona to visit some friends?
No, I said Utah.
You didn't. I'm asking you whether or not it's true that you told him that you were going to Mesa to visit some friends before you took the trip.
No, I said Utah.
I'm not asking you what you said, am I?
Objection badgering.
All right.
Yeah, I think you are.
You're thinking, my question to you is asking you what you told them? Is that what you think it is? Whether or not you told them that you were going to go to Utah? Do you think that that's what the question was?
No,
The question was, isn't it true, ma'am, that you discussed with Mr. Brewer before the trip that you took that you needed the gas cans to go and visit friends in Mesa, Arizona? What is your answer to that?
the answer is no, I told him Utah.
And I'm asking you whether or not you think I'm asking you what you told him. Am I asking you what you told him?
That's kind of my interpretation of it. It's a yes or no question.
It is a yes or no question, isn't it?
And I answered no 3 times, yes.
And you also added something 3 times, didn't you?
Yes, the truth.
Am I asking you whether you're telling the truth?
You have asked me that.
Am I asking you right now if you're telling the truth?
I don't know, are you?
Well, have you heard that question prior to you saying that?
Yes.
You heard that question immediately before I'm telling the truth. The prosecutor asking you if you were telling the truth, you heard the prosecutor say that.
Not immediately.
Pardon?
Not immediately.
So the answer is yes or no. Did you hear the question immediately before you gave the answer that you were telling the truth?
No, not immediately.
So you did have these conversations with Mr. Brewer, and you decided to get the gas cans. Why don't you just go and buy some gas cans?
They were expensive.
And when you say they were expensive, how much is a gas can?
I don't remember, but it wasn't in my budget for my travels.
And you wanted 2 of them, right?
I don't know, I guess whatever you had.
So if you would have had 6, you would have taken 6?
No, they wouldn't have fit.
And these gas cans, when you picked them up, where did you put them?
In the trunk.
Back?
Yes.
So you rented this car, and this car had some floor mats, correct?
No, it did not.
So then you get into this car, and you pick it up, you go back to sleep, right?
Yes, back at my brother's house.
I didn't ask you where, did I?
No.
I asked you if you went back to sleep, right?
Yes.
So you went back to sleep, and at some point, you then started to go on your trip for reals, right?
Okay, yeah.
All right, and about what time was that?
I want to say late morning, but I'm not too sure.
And you then drove south till you got to the Monterey, California area, correct?
I stopped again and slept, and then continued driving south.
What did you say?
I stopped again and slept, and then I continued driving south.
Did anybody ask you whether or not you slept?
Well, you just asked me.
I asked you whether or not you slept. Is that what my question was?
Yes, you asked if I went to sleep.
No, I asked you when you started your trip, did you make it to Monterey, California? Do you remember me asking you that?
I remember you asking something like that, but not worded that way.
When you say something like that, again, it seems that you have a problem with your memory. Do you have a problem with your memory today?
Not in this particular case.
Okay, so after you woke up, after sleeping at your sister's house, did you begin your trip?
Yes.
And did you eventually make it to the Monterey, California area?
Yes.
And what time did you get there?
It was very, very late. I think it was even the 3rd in the morning because we had stopped in Santa Cruz first.
So you got there on the 3rd, you believe, but in any event, it was late, correct?
Yeah, it was past midnight, I think, by the time we got to Monterey.
And so in terms of miles, how many miles are we talking about?
From where to where?
From the place that you left your sister to Monterey, wherever it is that you went, and you arrived around midnight or after, or in the early morning hours of June 3rd.
Well, I'm not particularly sure. I'd say somewhere in the ballpark of 500 miles.
And so,
I know more by hours, not miles.
okay, how many hours then?
From Redding to Santa Cruz, it was approximately 6.5 to 7 hours.
And in Santa Cruz, did you meet anybody?
Yes,
And that's where you met Mr. McCartney, correct?
yes, and his roommate.
And did I ask you again if you met his roommate?
You asked if I met anybody.
No, I asked you if you met Mr. McCartney. Do you remember that question?
Yes, and I answered yes.
And so you met Mr. McCartney, and you spent the night at a place where he was living, right?
Yes.
And what time did you get up the next morning?
I don't remember, but it would have been in the morning.
I understand it was the morning. Would it have been really early, or would it not be so early in the morning?
It would have been before Jack had to go to school, so whatever time that was, it couldn't have been too late.
What time did Jack have to go to school?
I don't remember.
And so, did you have plans already to meet up with Mr. McCartney, or is it a situation where you got on the phone on the road, called him up, and said, "Hey, I'm coming down there. Can we meet?"
It was definitely beforehand because I was going to crash there.
So, when did you speak to him beforehand? Was it a week or so before? Was it days before you left? What was it?
I don't know. We spoke here and there. I don't know.
All right. And did Mr. McCartney go with you the next morning to meet with Mr. Brewer?
No.
So you did go over to Mr. Brewer's house, and one of the reasons that you went over was to talk to or see Jack, the son, right?
That was one of the reasons.
And you also had breakfast there, correct?
Yes.
And you also checked your email there, correct?
I think it was my MySpace
Pardon?
email. Yeah, what was my MySpace account?
Well, when you say that you checked your MySpace account, is your email included in the MySpace account?
There is an email system, but not my main email.
I'm asking if you checked when you checked your MySpace account, did you check any email in the MySpace account?
I don't remember.
Did you check, you mentioned that you had another email system. Did you check that other email system?
I don't remember. Probably not. I think it was just MySpace.
And what was the purpose for checking that, the MySpace account?
Hadn't done it in a few days, so.
And so you check that, and then at some point, you get some gas cans, right?
Yes.
And when in this whole sequence of events do you get the gas cans?
Sometime while I was visiting with him. I don't remember how it happened.
Was it before or after Jack left for school?
I don't remember.
And what color were the gas cans?
They were red
And where did you put them?
in the trunk.
And that would be in the back, correct?
Yes,
Where was your luggage?
in the trunk.
Same place with the same area as the gas cans?
Yes.
And how much time do you spend there with Mr. Brewer?
I don't know. I think it was somewhere like a half hour, it felt like. I don't really remember.
And then you leave, right?
Yes,
But you come back again, right?
yes,
To return a remote, right?
right.
What kind of remote are you returning?
It was for either his TV or his DVD player, I think.
How is it that it found its way into your car?
I don't know. I think that it
Well,
was,
don't speculate. You don't know, right?
no, it was already with him. I drove away with it on accident. I don't know how I got it.
All right. And then after you returned it, you drove to Salinas, right?
Yes.
And in Salinas, you did a number of things, right?
Not really. I just did a few things.
Pardon?
I just did a few things.
Right. You did your nails, right?
Yes.
And you said it took quite a while, right?
I had to wait for a while. Yes.
In other words, the doing of the nails didn't take a long time. The fact that you probably didn't have an appointment, it still took some time, right?
Yes. There are no appointments there.
And then you left Salinas and continued your trip, right? And this would be on the 3rd, right?
That's correct.
About what time was it?
It was afternoon, but I don't know what time.
You told us about the gas cans from Mr. Brewer, right?
That's right.
But you forgot to tell us something else, didn't you?
You haven't asked me yet.
Well, isn't it true that there was more than 2 gas cans involved, right?
Yes.
And you testified on direct examination involving the gas cans, didn't you?
Yes.
And you never testified about a 3rd gas can, did you?
No.
And this 3rd gas can, you actually bought it in Salinas, didn't you?
Yes.
And you bought it from Walmart, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
And now, not only do you have 2 5-gallon gas cans, you have another gas can. How many? What's the capacity of this one?
It was the same size. No, I think it was, I don't know. It was the same size, I think.
You think so? Now you have a capacity of 15 gallons, right?
At that moment, I did.
Well, you're saying like at that moment, did the size of these gas cans change so that it would go from a 15-gallon capacity down to a lesser capacity?
No sustained objection.
With regard to, you keep saying that at that point you had that capacity. Was there something involving these gas cans that would not allow you to fill them up to their capacity later on?
Yes, there was.
And what is that?
I returned the gas can.
You returned it back, right?
Yes.
So that you now have a capacity of still 10 gallons, right?
Yes.
Maximum, right?
Yes.
So then why is it, ma'am, that when you go to the ARCO, you fill up with gas, you remember that?
Yes.
And then you go inside and exhibit number 237.012, do you see that there?
Yes.
That's a capacity of 10 gallons, right? Or approximately, it's 9.5494 gallons, right?
Yes.
And then 237.013, it's 2.77 gallons, right?
Where does it say that? Oh, yeah, I see that.
So you're saying that these gas cans then have a larger capacity now?
I don't know what the capacity was.
Well, you remember Mr. Brewer saying they were 5-gallon gas cans, right?
I don't know if he said that or not.
You were here when he testified, right?
I was physically here, yes. Sometimes I space out.
Pardon?
I was physically here, yes. Sometimes I space out.
And so you're saying that throughout the trial, you may have spaced out and not paid attention to what's going on?
During other people's testimonies, sometimes when mine wanders.
So the answer is yes.
Yes.
And you don't remember then specifically what Mr. Brewer may have said. Is that what you're saying?
I remember some things he said. Almost all.
But not everything.
Not every single thing.
Well, 237.011. Do you see that it says ARCO and it's in Pasadena?
Yes.
Do you see the address there?
Yes.
What's the address? Read it for me.
3706 East Foothill Boulevard,
And the city and state?
Pasadena, California, 92553.
And it does talk about a debit account. You see that?
Yes.
Talks about a date of June 3rd, 2008, right?
Yes.
And a time of 8:42 p.m., right?
Yes.
And then it talks about being at pump number 2. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then it talks about the amount of gallons that are involved, right?
Yes.
8.301 gallons. And there's the price there, right?
Yes.
That is for you filling up the car, isn't it?
I don't know.
You were there though, right?
Yes.
And this is first in the sequence at 8:42 p.m., right?
Yes.
And you don't know whether or not this is part of filling up the car with gas then?
I don't remember what order. I filled
All
out.
right, well, you remember that we're talking about 2 5-gallon gas cans, right?
Yes,
5 plus 5 is 10, right?
that's right.
This is 8.301. Do you see that?
Yes,
So this is not the capacity, if you will, of the up to 10 gallons for those 2 gas cans, correct?
it has that capacity, so that's not correct. It's not the maximum capacity.
No, it isn't, right? So there's no reason to believe that this could be the gas cans. If you're going to take these gas cans, presumably you're going to fill them up to the top, right?
Restate your question.
Why? You were taking those gas cans for a reason, right?
Yes.
And that was to have extra gas, right?
Originally it was.
Yes
so
or
that
no? Was it to have extra gas available to you?
At one point, yes, at another point, no.
Well, and if you want to have extra gas available to you, don't you want to have the maximum amount?
I guess.
Well, no, you were driving. You're the one that asked to borrow these gas cans. If you have 5, let's just say 10 gallons of space available, and you want to make sure that you have enough gas, wouldn't you fill it up to approximately 10 gallons?
I don't know.
Ma'am, what's going on is that Exhibit 237.001 is you filling up that Ford Focus with gas, isn't it?
I don't remember what order I filled out.
And this was at 8:42 p.m., right?
Yes.
And you went and you pumped your own gas, didn't you?
Yes.
And then and you paid with a debit card. Do you see that?
Yes.
You had a MasterCard back then, right?
I don't remember what it was, MasterCard or Visa.
But you paid for that with a credit card or Visa or MasterCard, whatever it was, right?
Yes.
With regard to the gas that you purchased inside, which is 237.012, you paid cash, right?
That's right.
And cash is harder to track in terms of sales than a credit transaction. Wouldn't you agree?
Not if you save the receipt.
Not if you save your receipt. What if you don't save your receipt, ma'am? Wouldn't you agree that a cash transaction is harder to keep track of than a credit transaction?
Yes, I would agree with that.
And in this case, you initially said, I want to pay $40, right?
Yes.
And then it's the amount of gallons that you got for that was 9.594 gallons, correct?
Yes.
And that was the $40, right?
Yes.
Do you see the time there?
That would be 10:53.
Well, how about 8:46:50? If you see the 20:46:50, wouldn't that be 8:46:50?
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. That's correct.
And that is 4 minutes after the transaction and 237.001. Do you see that?
Yes. Wait, what was the other time? I'm sorry.
It's 8:42.
Okay.
You see that?
Yes.
8:46:50. Do you see that?
Yes. I was sorry. I was looking at the other time on top.
Do you see that right there?
Yes.
It's 8:46:50, right?
Okay.
So that's 4 minutes after the transaction. That's the debit transaction, right?
Yes.
And then you have 237.013. It's the same article, right?
Yes.
And this one is at what time?
This one is at, what time was it?
How about 8:53?
53, yes.
And that's 5 minutes later than the transaction involving the approximately 10 gallons of gas, right?
Yes.
And during that time, that 5 minutes, that would allow you to go from the inside out to your car again, wouldn't it? 5
Yes.
minutes. It was that close, correct?
Yes.
And the time span between Exhibit 237.001, which is 8:42, to the next one, which is 8:46, which is 4 minutes, that would give you time to go back between the car and the register or inside the store, correct?
Yes.
And so now we know that at that particular gas station, you spent 237.01, 011, I'm sorry. It's $35 there, right?
Yes.
And 6 cents, but let's leave the cents aside. And 237.012, that's $40. So far you spent $75 in gas, right?
Yes.
And then if you add from 237.013, if you add 9, because we're rounding up, you're now talking $84 in gas that you spent, right?
I don't know. I'm not good at math, but okay.
Assuming the math is correct,
Assuming the math is correct.
it's between $80 and $84 in gas that you spent, correct?
Yes.
And so you've now driven all the way down there. And one of the reasons that you told us on direct examination that you wanted these gas cans was that gas was cheaper in Arizona and Utah. Do you remember telling us that on direct?
No, I said Nevada and Utah.
All right, gas is cheaper in Nevada and Utah, right?
Yes.
You weren't filling up in Nevada or Utah, were you?
No.
You were filling up in California, right?
Yes.
Where the gas is as expensive there as it is probably throughout the state, right?
No.
Or well, it was expensive in California, isn't it?
More than Nevada and Utah, yes.
And so you had actually, and California is kind of a progressive state in the sense that it has gas stations almost everywhere, doesn't it?
Restate your question.
On your travels on that date, you went from the Monterey area down to Salinas. Any trouble seeing any gas stations there?
No.
From Salinas all the way down to Pasadena. Any problem seeing any gas stations there?
No.
So it seems that your fears about gas in California were not well founded then, right? There was gas in places that you were traveling in California, right?
I didn't have any fears in California then, so no.
You had fears somewhere else, correct?
Yes.
Arizona, for example, right?
No.
Well, you did end up going through Arizona, right?
Yes, I did.
And so presumably, is that where the fears were, in Arizona?
No, I'd driven that highway many times. I knew where the gas stations were there.
So you didn't really have a need for gas if you're going to drive through Arizona, right?
No, that's right, yes.
Pardon?
That's right.
And you were telling us, though, that approximately every 150 to 170 miles, your car was running out of gas. Do you remember telling us that?
150 to 107 miles?
Yes, ma'am.
I don't remember saying that.
Well, do you remember that you said that you had problems with that your Ford Focus had problems with gas, that it was using too much gas on direct examination?
I remember running out quickly, yes.
Well, you told us that this car, the Ford Focus, was using an inordinate amount of gas, correct?
No, that wasn't my thought.
Well,
It ran out of gas quickly.
you told us that from Pasadena, then you filled up at Desert Center, right?
Yes.
That's approximately 170 miles down the road, right?
I don't know.
Well, you drove it.
It sounds right.
Restate, ask another question.
And after that, you then said that you drove out to Buckeye and you filled up there, right?
Yes.
That's approximately another 170 miles, right?
I guess.
Well, you did drive that, though. You
Yes,
did
I
tell
did.
us that, right?
Yes.
And you told us that both of those times you filled up, right?
Yes.
And you filled that car up with 12 gallons of gas approximately every time, right?
Whatever it would have been, I filled up, I think.
Well, if you were running low, we've already seen the capacity, then it would be approximately 12 gallons, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Restate.
Ma'am, you said that you filled up in Winnemucca, right? And your car was low, ran out of gas, right?
It did not run out of gas. I was low.
Oh, so it didn't run out of gas, and yet you were able to put over 12 gallons worth of gas in Winnemucca, correct?
That's correct.
And so if you are running low on gas in Desert Center, that would mean that you would put approximately 12 gallons worth of gas, right?
Approximately.
And then from that point over to Buckeye, you said you put gas into the car again, right?
Yes, I did.
So that would mean that you would put another 12 gallons worth of gas in the car if it was running low, based on the previous computations.
Overall, you may have.
If you base it on those computations, but I stopped in Buckeye because the Shell station there always had cheap gas.
I'm not asking you whether or not it had cheap gas, right? Am I?
No.
You remember that on direct examination, the way you prefaced this was that, oh, this car used an inordinate or a lot of gas. Do you remember telling us that portion?
Yes.
And that as a consequence of that, do you remember telling us that you stopped at Desert Center, right? And
Yes,
put gas in it.
I did.
And then you also said, and because of this problem that it was running low on gas, you also stopped in Buckeye, right? You told us that,
Yes,
right?
I did.
So if this car is running low on gas, that means that it's close to empty, right?
Yes.
And so that would mean that if it's close to empty, it would be around 12 gallons that you put at Desert Center inside the car tank, right?
Approximately.
Approximately. And then it would be another 12 gallons worth of gas there at Buckeye, right?
Presumably, yes.
Well, given the computations that we have going. And then you made your way over to Mesa, right?
Yes, I did.
And how long did it take you to get to Mesa?
That hour of the morning, not long because there was no traffic.
And how much gas did you use?
I don't know.
And all the while you have these gas cans full of gas, right?
Yes, I did.
And because you filled up in Pasadena, correct?
Yes.
And where did you put these gas cans?
They were in my trunk.
And again, in the back part of the trunk?
Yes.
And you maintain that this third gas can, that you did not have a third gas can then, right?
No, not at that time.
When you keep saying that at that time, I'm asking after Salinas, you did not have that gas can, right?
That's correct.
Take a look at 237.008. Do you see that?
Um,
You see the receipt?
yes,
And at the very bottom, it says 5G. That actually means 5 gallons, right?
yes,
Ferrocarb is the type of gas can, correct?
yes,
And it's $12.96, right?
yes,
Ma'am, at the time that you bought it, one of the things that you were telling us was that you were very financially strapped, for lack of a better phrase, right?
that's right.
So if you want to save on gas, which is on the price of gas, which is what you say is your ultimate goal, right?
At the time that I wanted gas cans, that was my ultimate goal.
So that was your ultimate goal at the time that you talked to Mr. Brewer, right?
That's correct.
So if you want to save on gas, why is it then that you're willing to pay $13 for a gas can, which would increase, if you will, the price of travel
Well,
by $13?
that wasn't a calculation that I made when I bought it. That's why I returned it.
Do you have the receipt that you took it back?
I didn't get a receipt.
So Walmart did not give you any documentation whatsoever when you took that gas can back.
I don't think so.
Well, I'm asking you just I just want to be as clear as we can about this. You believe that when you took that gas can back, Walmart did not give you any written document evidencing that or showing that.
I don't recall having to fill anything out or any documents regarding that. No,
You weren't even given a printout or anything at all, right?
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying I don't remember.
And you would agree, though, that if you bought the gas can and it was approximately $13, it would not make any financial sense if you were looking to save for gas, correct?
I do agree with that.
And the other thing is, if you're looking to save for gas and you're trying to do this, wouldn't it have made more sense to have filled up in Pasadena than driven up to Nevada, if that's where you were going? And once you get to Nevada, fill up the gas cans. Wouldn't it have made more sense then?
Yes, it would have. That was my goal.
Well, your goal at that time when you were filling up was to travel up to Utah. Didn't you tell us that?
Yes,
So you didn't do that though, right?
I did not end up going directly to Utah.
I'm not saying whether or not you ended up going directly to Utah. At the time that you filled up these cans, your plans were to go to Utah, weren't they?
Yes,
Because of the time on there, correct?
yes,
Previously, you had told us that you didn't speak to Mr. Alexander until after that, right?
that's right.
In fact, you were at getting some coffee or something, right? At Starbucks, something like that, or some drink at Starbucks, correct?
Yeah, strawberry drink.
Right, at Starbucks, right?
Yes,
And so if you are going to go from Pasadena to Nevada, you can make it on a tank of gas, can't you? Overall.
I've never driven that freeway, so I mean, this is the USA, so I would guess yes, but I've never driven that road, especially not at night. So
You didn't think that perhaps all that way from Pasadena to Las Vegas, there wouldn't be a gas station? Did you believe that that was the case?
no, I didn't believe that was the case.
So if you really are trying to save on gas, you would have continued driving through California and filling up in California until you got to Nevada. And then you would have been able to purchase the cheaper gas, right?
That was a long question. I'm sorry, we say it again.
Well, it would have made more financial sense for you to keep driving from Pasadena northbound, northeastbound until you got closer to the border, right?
That's right.
And then when you got to Nevada, then it would have made more sense to fill the gas cans, right?
Financially, yes.
And that was your goal, correct?
At the time I got the gas cans, that was my goal.
Your goal changed apparently, is what you're saying, right?
I still wanted to save gas, but my priority changed.
And so with regard to exhibit number 237.012, this is the one that's approximately 10 gallons. And then 237.013, it's approximately 2.7 gallons. You see that?
Yes,
You were the person that actually put the gas into the gas cans, right?
that's right.
And you know that one of the gas cans was 5 gallons, right?
Yes.
The other was 5 gallons, right?
Well, I believe it was because that's what Daryl said.
They were the same size, weren't they?
They were the same size.
And so if that's the capacity, the most that each can carry is about 10 gallons, right?
Yes, I guess.
Yeah, you were able to put 10 gallons plus 2.774 gallons in containers, weren't you?
No, I think the other one, the 10 gallon, was probably the car.
Was what?
Probably the car, I would guess.
What did you, tard?
Car.
So you're saying that this one right here, 237.012, went to the car.
That's very possible.
And you're saying that this one right here, 237.001, went into the gas can. Is that what you're saying?
That sounds right.
Okay. why are you breaking it up in this purchase? If you're going to put 10 gallons in the gas can, what you're saying is you went to the pump, went to the gas cans, and you put 8.3 gallons worth of gas in it, right?
Yes,
Then you made that debit transaction, right?
yes,
And then you put gas in the car, according to you, right
yes.
here
Mhm.
at 8:46, right?
Right.
You went inside to do that, right?
I think so, yes.
Well, no, it says initial payment. You can't pay at the pump, right?
Sometimes you can, but I don't
Well,
know
you
about
think
a
you can pay at the
prepayment.
pump there, right?
If I remember correctly, I don't know about ARCO, so, I mean, I prepaid is what I know.
You did prepay, and you prepaid inside, didn't you?
Objection, ask and answer.
Listening.
Well, ma'am, let's just get to the bottom of this. You say that you don't know. It's 237.012. Do you see right here?
Oh, yes.
Well, let me just ask the question.
Yes,
And that was around 9 o'clock in the evening, right?
somewhere that sounds right.
Well, that's what you told us. Can you give us a closer approximation?
No.
So you go there, and one of the things that you said is that you got a strawberry drink, something like that?
Yeah, strawberry frappuccino.
And while you were there, you call Mr. Burns, right?
I don't know if I called him from Starbucks, but I know we talked a few times that night.
And the plan was still for you to go up to Utah, right?
Yes,
And if you were to leave Pasadena at about the time that you said that you were going to leave, you would have arrived up in the West Jordan area at about maybe 10, 11 o'clock the next morning, right?
if I drove straight through, I think that's right.
It's about a 12-hour drive, I think is what you testified to, right?
That sounds right, yes.
But in talking to Mr. Burns, you never told him that you were not going to go straight to Utah, did you?
Judge, I have a question about that.
No, because I was going to go.
So the answer is no, you didn't, right?
No, I didn't tell him that.
In any conversations prior to arriving in Mesa that night or the next morning, you never communicated to Mr. Burns that you were going to take a detour, did you?
No, I didn't.
And you never contacted Matthew McCartney to tell him that you were going to take a detour, right?
I attempted to contact him before I decided to drive out to Mesa, I think.
Answer is you didn't let him know, though, right?
No, he didn't answer.
The bottom line is he didn't know either, right?
That's right.
And Mr. Brewer, you didn't call to let him know that either, right?
I think I called him too. I called both of them because I couldn't find my car charger or my phone charger. It was a phone charger.
You called both of them, but you didn't let either of them know of the change of plans, correct?
Say that again.
You called both of them at whatever time, but you never informed either of them of the change in plans, your supposed change in plans, right?
Yes, that's correct.
One of the things that you took on this trip, of course, was the gas cans, right?
Yes, I did.
Right. The other thing that you took when you took this trip was that you also brought a gun, didn't you?
Absolutely not.
Well, do you remember having a conversation on June 10th of 2008 with Detective Flores of the Mesa Police Department?
Yes, I do.
You initiated that call by calling him first, right?
Yes, I did.
And after you called him, he called you back, right?
Yes.
And I think previously you said, well, I called him to sort of find out what was going on with the investigation, right?
Yes.
That was one of the reasons, right?
Yes.
You wanted to know what was going on, right?
Yes.
And during that conversation, you and he discussed a number of things, right?
Yes.
And during that time that you were talking to him, part of the purpose was, at that time, again, not only to get information, but the way you put it was to also sort of cast suspicion away from you, right?
Yes, for the time being. That was
Well, that phone call, one of your objectives was to get the detective to look somewhere else, right? Not you.
yes.
And we know the reasons, but some of the reasons was that you didn't want to be incarcerated or be involved in the prosecution for this particular killing, right?
That would be accurate.
And so what you were doing, part of this telephone call, was in your best interest. In other words, you were trying to do things that benefited you, right?
I wouldn't put it like that.
Well, you were doing things so that he wouldn't see you as a suspect, right?
Yes.
So if he didn't see you as a suspect, that would benefit you, right?
I guess it depends on how you look at it.
Well, no, I'm asking how you would look at it. If you don't want him to think of you as a suspect, that's the goal. That's part of the goal, right?
That was part of the goal for the call.
Right.
Yes.
That was part of the goal for the call. And so you wouldn't say anything, at least in a planned way, you wouldn't say anything that would make it look like you were a suspect, right?
I would attempt to not say anything.
Right. And that's, it would be based on the world of knowledge that you had at that time, right?
I I guess.
Well, no, you wouldn't call up and say, oh, I was the person that killed Mr. Alexander. You're not calling to say that, right?
No, I wasn't ready to say that.
No. And you're not calling to say, you know, you really should look at this part of the desert because that's where I threw the gun, right?
No.
No, what you were trying to do is you were trying to say, look, I'm giving you all the information that I know so that you can look at somebody else, right?
I wasn't thinking of somebody else, just I was thinking not me.
All right, I'm giving you this information so that you don't look towards me, right?
Yes.
So when you are doing that, you wouldn't purposely say things to hurt you, would you? Hurt your case.
I don't know.
You think that you would purposely say things to hurt your case?
Probably not. That wasn't really my goal.
No, that wasn't your goal, so you really wouldn't, would you? But you, right?
I didn't consider it my case, but no, I wouldn't say things intentionally to hurt myself.
Okay, but you and he did talk about whether or not Mr. Alexander owned the gun, right?
Yes, I did.
And at that time, you did not know that you were being tape recorded, do you?
I assumed it was.
You assumed it was, but you didn't know, right?
I was told it was.
Who told you that it was? Did the detective tell you in advance?
An attorney told me.
In advance of you making the call?
Yes.
So you knew before you made the call that your conversation with the detective was going to be taped, right?
They said they are, yes.
So all the more reason then, knowing that it's going to be taped, it's all the more reason for you to be on the lookout, if you will, or be careful to not say anything to, incriminate you,
Yes.
right? And so knowing that, you still made a statement about a gun, didn't you?
Yes, I didn't follow the attorney's counsel.
I'm not asking you whether or not you followed anybody's counsel. I'm just asking you, ma'am, whether or not you made a statement involving a gun.
Yes, I did.
And it isn't like Detective Flores came looking for you, right?
You mean physically?
No, called you. He never called you first, right?
First, no, he didn't.
No, you were the one that actually sought him out, right?
Yes.
And he returned your call, right?
Yes.
At that point, for all you knew, he didn't even know that you even existed, for all you knew, right?
No, I already knew that he knew.
Well, how could you possibly know what he knows, ma'am?
I was going off of hearsay.
Well, but you don't really, it's what people tell you, but you don't know what he really knows, do you?
Do I know what he knows inside his head? No, I don't. But I knew that he knew about my name.
No, that's what you believe, but you don't know that, right?
That's what I had a strong belief.
All right, and so you made a statement, and that statement is Exhibit 273. Let's listen to it.
All right. Can I call you again if I need more information or if I have another question? Do you have any questions I can answer for you?
Yeah, do you know when all this happened? I mean, I got a call last night, but is there any word on?
Sometime between Thursday and last night. We're not sure yet. We haven't pinpointed yet.
And you said that maybe multiple people, because he's a big guy. Maybe you can't talk about this, but was there like any kind of weapons used, or was there a gun? Was there?
I can't say what type of weapon was used, but yeah, I'm guessing there was a weapon used by the type of injuries that were left behind. Do you know of him having any weapons at all in the house?
His two fists.
That's it?
Really?
No.
Yeah.
No handguns or rifles or.
No, he wasn't one to keep any of that I know.
Fighting knives or anything like that.
No, he was more into like wrestling and UFC, and he had, he said he had just bought a punching bag, and he's like, I love the crap out of my punching bag,
Yeah. So
That was you on that recording, correct?
Correct.
And that was you talking to the detective about whether or not Mr. Alexander had any handguns, right?
That's right.
And that was you saying at that time, the day after you were notified that his body was discovered, that's you saying, no, he doesn't have any guns, right?
Yes, that's right.
And that was the truth, wasn't it?
No, that wasn't the truth.
Are you saying that you lied to him again?
Yes.
So whenever it doesn't suit you, it's a lie, right?
That's not true.
Well, let's review. When you spoke to him back then in June 10th of 2008, you talked about a lot of other things, right? You talked about what was going on with the case, right?
What little he could tell me, yes.
And what little you could tell him, right?
Yes.
You talked about your relationship with Mr. Alexander, right?
Somewhat, yes.
Right.
We didn't get into a lot of detail.
Right. You talked about potentially when his body was found, right? Or when it happened, right?
Yes.
And it's clear from what the detective was saying that at that point, he didn't even know when the killing had occurred, right?
He gave a time range.
Actually, he said it Thursday. Do you remember him saying Thursday?
Yes,
It wasn't Thursday that it happened, right?
that's correct.
So when he said Thursday, you knew he was wrong, right?
I thought he was lying, but yeah,
Well, but you knew that was wrong,
I
correct?
knew that was not true.
You had all the cards when you called, or you had all the information when you called the detective. Isn't that true?
Barring my memory gaps, what I knew, yeah, I had information.
You knew that you had been the person that had killed him. You knew that, right?
Yeah.
You know that you had been there on June 4th, right?
Yes.
You know what had happened when you arrived there, right?
Yes.
So the point being that back then, you didn't know what your defense was going to be back on June 10th of 2008 when you made that comment.
I don't really know what you mean by that.
Well, you didn't know it was going to be important back then in 2008, this issue involving the gun, and that's why when he asked you about it, you said, no, he doesn't have any guns, because it wasn't important at that point because you couldn't foresee the future.
That's not why I said that.
Well, you said it though, right?
Yes, I did.
And there was no indication that, for example, that it was a lack of sophistication on your part in saying that.
It was a calculated statement.
It was a calculated statement, wasn't it?
Yes.
And it wasn't a situation where it was a technique by the police officer, was it?
Sustained.
Well, one of the things that were you here when Detective Flores testified?
Yes.
And the issue of techniques was discussed, correct?
Yes.
At that time, when you called him, you were the person that was actually, for lack of a better term, running the conversation.
I wouldn't.
Speculation again regarding techniques.
I wouldn't say I was running the conversation.
You could have stopped that at any time, right?
Yes.
If we compare it to July 15th, on July 15th, you couldn't have walked out, right?
I could have stopped the conversation, but not walked out.
Right, you could have stopped it, but you could have, whereas in this case, not only could you have stopped the conversation, but you could have walked and done whatever it is that you wanted, right?
That day, yes.
Right, and that's the day that we're talking about, right?
Yes.
And if you would have wanted to ask him more questions, it's clear that he would have talked to you more, right?
Yes.
And on that date, on June 10th of 2008, if you would have wanted to tell him that you knew more about it, he would have listened to you, wouldn't he?
Yes.
Sustained.
Do you think, ma'am, that if, in your opinion, that you, based on what you feel about the conversation, do you feel that if you were going to tell Officer Flores about what you knew had happened on June 4th, do you think that you would have been stopped from talking?
No, I don't think so.
Right, he would have listened to you, right?
Yes.
Yeah, you made that particular statement on that date, right?
Yes.
And it's because it is the truth, right?
No, it's not the truth.
You and Mr. Alexander never went shooting any guns, right?
No.
And you never saw Mr. Alexander with that gun in his hand, ever, did you? Any gun in his hand, right?
That's not true.
So you did see him with guns in his hand when you were with him.
At one time I did, yes.
And were the guns his?
It was not guns plural, it was one gun and it was his.
So he had a gun back then?
Yes.
When was this?
I discovered it in the fall 2007.
No. I'm asking in terms of Mr. Alexander being the owner of a gun. When do you say that you knew he was the owner of a gun?
The fall 2007.
Is this the gun that we're talking about that you claim was used in the shooting?
It is the one.
That's what you claim, right?
Yes.
And with regard to that particular gun, you said that you supposedly found it somewhere. Where was the ammunition for it?
Inside the gun.
Inside where?
I guess it was inside the gun.
Do you even know if it was loaded?
He told me it was not loaded. But
So you don't even know if it was loaded, and you claim that he told you it wasn't loaded, right?
in the fall when I found it, he said it was not loaded.
Okay, so you believe it's not loaded, and you haven't received any statements to the contrary, right?
No, he took it one night when he was,
So you haven't received any statements to the contrary, right?
from him, I did receive statements to the contrary.
But knowing that then, according to you, now you say that he had a gun in 2007, you got on the phone and you said, no, Mr. Alexander didn't have any weapons, or no, any guns. You said that specifically, right?
Yes,
And now you come in and you tell us that, yes, he does have guns, or at least one gun, right?
at least one that yeah.
Your grandfather also had guns, didn't he?
Yes, he had rifles and shotguns.
And he also had smaller guns too, didn't he?
I don't think so, not
You-
plural.
Okay, he had a small gun then, right?
I don't know what it was.
Well,
I
do
don't
you
know how
remember?
small it was.
Pardon?
I don't know how small it was.
Well, was it one of those big long ones with a big long barrel?
Those are the only kinds I'd ever seen.
Right, so when you spoke to the detective about the gun that could have possibly been taken in the burglary, you indicated that it was a toy gun. Do you remember telling him that it looked like a toy gun?
No, I indicated that's what my grandfather said.
Right, and do you have any reason to doubt your grandfather's word?
No.
So the gun that was taken, there was a burglary of the house you were staying at back on May 28th of 2008, wasn't there?
Yes.
And during that burglary, there were certain things that were taken from your room, right?
I think only, yes, that's
What
right.
was taken from your room? What is it that you reported that was taken?
$10 and $20 bill.
So there was a total of $30 that were taken, right?
Yes. Yes.
It wasn't, your laptop wasn't taken, right?
No, my laptop was with me.
Well, I thought, do you remember that you actually told the police officers that you were pretty lucky because your laptop was in a hamper sort of thing and the clothes were covering it and it had not been stolen? Do you remember telling that to the officers?
No, I remember there was a discussion regarding the laptop, and I told him I was lucky that I had it with me because normally I keep it in this hamper.
You were here when the officer that went out there testified, right?
Yes.
And you looked at the photographs, right?
Yes.
And so you're saying that you actually had the laptop with you, right?
Yes.
And you were driving around with this laptop, according
Yes.
to you,
It
right?
goes everywhere with me. Yes.
So you took it everywhere, you didn't leave it behind, right?
That's correct.
And nothing else was taken from your room, right?
That I noticed. Yes.
Well, the officers gave you plenty of time to look around, right?
After they were done, like what they're doing, what they do. Yeah, I looked around.
You're saying that they didn't give you an opportunity to go into your room to see what was missing in order to report it? Is that what you're saying?
That's not what I'm saying.
So they did allow you to go into the rooms then, into the room?
Yes.
And you were there until approximately 1 o'clock in the afternoon, right?
No.
So you were there later?
What do you mean by that?
I mean, were you there later than 1 o'clock?
No,
So you were there at 1 o'clock then, right?
I was there at 1 o'clock, but I wasn't there like all day the way you asked.
Right. You were there approximately at 1 o'clock, right?
Yes, my sister and
And before, but when the detective or the officer testified, was there ever a mention of your sister while you were here?
I. I don't remember if he asked me or not. If he.
No. When the officer from Wairika testified, was there ever a mention of your sister?
Oh. When he testified, no, I don't think so.
Not at all, right?
No.
In fact, what happened was that you were out of the house and you were called to respond there, right?
I think I was. There was a voicemail left. Yes.
But you were called in any event, right?
Yes.
And you indicated to the police that you had been there, the last one to be there at 1 o'clock, right?
Yes.
And you actually came back sometime after 3 o'clock, right?
I don't remember what time I came back. I just came back as soon as my sister checked her voicemail.
And I know that, so if he said 3 o'clock, then you would have no quibble with it, right?
Sure. No problem.
Right. And you heard what items were taken, including a 25 caliber handgun. You heard that, right?
Yes, I heard that.
And you also indicated to the detective that the 25 caliber handgun that your grandfather had, according to him, was like a toy gun, right?
Yes.
And at that time, you had a purse, right?
Yes, I did.
And in fact, this is what you carried your items in, right?
Yes.
And this purse, this toy gun purse, could have fit in your purse, right?
I don't know. I've never seen it.
So how about the gun that you used to kill Mr. Alexander? How big was that gun?
It wasn't very big.
Looked like a toy gun, right?
It looked like a real gun to me.
Well, and it could fit in your purse, couldn't it?
If I removed some other items, it would fit.
So the answer is yes, it could fit in your purse, right?
Yes.
So this occurred on May 28th of 2008, shortly before you left on your trip, right?
The burglary, yes.
And this is during the time, 10 days after you've had this telephone conversation with Mr. Alexander, right?
10 days after what conversation?
The sex conversation that you had on the telephone, which was on the
It would have been
18 days, I'm sorry.
Yes.
So it's 18 days later, right?
Yes.
And so you are still having conversations with Mr. Alexander, correct?
Yes.
And you indicate that, well, I really wasn't going to go visit him, right?
That was not the plan when I hit the road.
Right, that's what you said. That was not the plan to go down there. Yet, when you get to Southern California, you're now at the Starbucks, right?
Yes.
And you're at the Starbucks and you are sitting around drinking your strawberry frappuccino, right?
No, I just went in and then came out.
Okay, and in the time that it took for you to go in and come out, something happened to your car, according to you, right?
Yes.
There was another series of coincidences here,
Well, I
right?
think it was that time that happened.
Well, no, that's what you sort of indicated on direct examination, that that's when you think it happened, right?
Yes.
How long were you inside of Starbucks?
I'd say 5 to 10 minutes. I used the restroom. There was a long line, and then after I got my drink, I waited for it to be made, and then I went back out to my car
Right.
to get on the road.
And according to you, then you came out to your car, right?
Yes.
And when you came out to your car, you indicated that there were some skaters there, right?
Yes.
And about what time of the day was that?
It was at night.
So what time at night?
I don't know. It
Was
was,
this-
I don't know, sometime between 9 and 10. I don't know. It wasn't too late, but it was at night.
And while you're there, when you come out, you see that there are these skaters laughing near your car, correct?
Not like laughing loud, just kind of snickering
So they were snickering near your car, right?
as they were skating away from my car.
Right. And there were other cars in the parking lot, right?
Yes,
And it was a pavement kind of parking lot, right?
yes,
It wasn't dirt or anything like that. And one of the things that you notice when you get into your car is that you see something in front of you, right?
yes,
And you decide to investigate, right?
yes.
And were you pulled in, ma'am?
Yes, I was pulled in forward.
You were pulled in forward and there was a sidewalk in front of you?
The sidewalk wasn't directly in front of me, but there was a curb.
So there was a curb and your bumper's right next or in front of that, right?
That's right.
And you're coming out from the Starbucks, which is presumably on the sidewalk, which is what you're calling the curb, right?
No, but the Starbucks would have been behind and to the right of the vehicle.
Okay. So there was this curb there and you see these individuals. How many were they?
I think there were 3.
And you then, is it well lit? This area, is it well lit?
There are lights in the parking lot.
And you go and you get in your car and you turn the car on, you're getting ready to leave, right?
That's right.
And as you get ready to leave, you turn your lights on, right?
Yes.
And as you turn your lights on, something catches your eye, right?
Not till I began to back out.
Okay, so you begin to back out and something catches your eye, right?
Yes.
Why do you care that something's out in front of you if you don't know anything about your license plate? Why would you even care?
Because it was a reflector, it was reflective, and I just kind of put the two together, like, maybe I should check what that is real quick before I hit the road.
And when you're saying it's a reflector, are you talking about the registration tags that they put on the back of, or on the license plates?
No,
What kind of reflector are you talking about?
it was kind of like, it just lit up more, like it reflected a lot more than anything else around it. The pavement was dull, it was lit, but like by my headlights, but not like this thing that was bright.
And it was flat though, right?
It was just a flash, so
No. The object was flat, correct?
I didn't see until I got out that it was a flat license plate.
So when you're in your car, you don't even know it's a license plate, right?
No, not till I get out to investigate.
So that means that as you're backing up, you see there's something that catches your eye, right?
Yes,
And it's about 9 or 10 o'clock at night, right?
yes,
And you decide to go look at it, right?
yes,
And so you look at it and you decide it's a license plate, right?
yes.
Well, ma'am, why take it?
Because I looked right at, well, I pulled back in, turned my car off, and then I looked at my license plate, had bugs all over the front, minus where the license plate was, and I just driven some 500-600 miles from Wairika, or
Right.
Reading, and then the license plate that I was holding had a
Right.
ton of bugs of the same kind of like
Sure,
amount. So
Right.
I just kind of threw it in my car and left.
right. But you never thought to compare it to the one in the back, did you?
No,
In other words, you're taking a license plate that you have no idea whether or not it belongs to you, right?
no, I have an idea.
Well, wait a minute. You didn't check it with the one in the back?
No.
And license plates have numbers and letters on them, right?
Yes,
This one had numbers and letters on it, right?
yes,
It could be that it belonged to somebody else, right?
that's possible.
Sure it was, because you didn't take the time, according to you, to go to the back to see whether or not it matched, right?
No,
And so what you do is, potentially, without knowing what it's about, you grab it, right?
I had an idea of what it's about, so I can't say that I didn't know.
Well, you grab it, right?
Yes,
You take it without checking.
yes,
And then you put it in the car, right?
yes.
You put it in the back seat of the car, right?
No, I think it was in the front floorboard,
So you put it in the front seat of the car, right?
the floorboard.
The floorboard.
Yes.
This dirty license plate that has all these bugs on it, right?
Yes,
You decide to go ahead and take it anyway, right?
yes.
And did it ever occur to you to investigate the license plate in the back to see whether or not it matched?
Not right then. I was more concerned about getting in my car and locking the doors.
Pardon?
I was more concerned about getting in my car and locking the doors.
Because you were concerned for your safety, right?
Somewhat, yes.
Well, if you're concerned for your safety, why are you getting out to go check on something that is just shining there?
Well, because I wasn't concerned until I realized that that had happened. So
Well, no, but if you're concerned for your safety, why are you getting out and exposing yourself?
I didn't get out after the concern arose.
Overruled. Objection, stop speaking until overruled.
Okay.
You may continue.
I didn't
If
get
you-
out until the concern
Let me
arose.
ask it again. If you are afraid for, you told us that you were afraid.
Answer the question before he interjects.
Restate your question.
You indicated that you were afraid for your safety. That's why you didn't check the front license plate, the license plate that you found with the one in the back, right?
No, I indicated that getting in the car and locking the doors was what was on my mind. Checking it at the back didn't occur to me.
But I asked you about it, and just now you said, well, I got in the car, I locked the doors, and I was sort of in a hurry to do that because you were worried about your safety. You said that, right?
It was a concern. I wasn't
Right.
like scared or anything, but it was a concern.
Right. It was such a concern that you did it quickly, right?
I locked the doors quickly, yes.
Yeah. And you turned the car on quickly. That's what you just told us, right?
Yes.
But you were not so concerned about your safety that when you saw something that you didn't even know what it was, you got out to investigate, right?
Not initially, that's correct.
Well, you didn't know it was initially, right?
I didn't know it was a license plate, so. no.
Right. You just said that you thought it was something shiny, right?
Yeah, reflective.
You see something shiny, you're concerned for your safety, and you're backing out, and you're in a place of safety already, aren't you?
You said I'm concerned for my safety, but as I was doing that, I wasn't concerned for my safety.
Man, when you're in the car and you're backing out, and you see this reflective thing, or thing that's reflecting, you are in a place of safety at that point, aren't you?
Parking lot at night, public place, it's pretty safe, I guess.
No, I'm talking inside of the car with the doors locked. You're in a place of safety then, right?
Yes,
So that if anybody's coming at you, if you're concerned, you could just gun it and drive away, right?
I'd have to keep backing out, but yes, I could drive away.
Sure, you're in a position of, if you will, of power at that point because you can back up, right?
Yes,
And you can move forward, correct?
no, I couldn't move forward, but,
After-
after backing up,
Yeah,
yes.
sure. And you could leave if you wanted to, right?
Yes,
But instead of doing that, even though you're concerned for your safety, you see something that you can't identify,
I
right?
was not concerned for my safety at that point. That's the distinction.
Well, you still see something that's really just something that reflects, correct?
That's correct.
And you said that it was flat, right?
I just saw a bright flash when my headlights hit it.
Run over this 3 or 4 times.
Sustained.
How can you tell us that you saw anything reflective, ma'am, if the reflective materials on the license plate are on the top of it and you said it was flat? How could you have seen it?
Because it was angled on the curb. It's still flat, but it's still reflected on the lights.
Didn't you tell us when we started this talk that it was flat? Didn't you just tell us that a little bit earlier?
Yes, it's still
And so
flat.
if it's flat, the reflective material on the license plate, would you agree, is on the top?
Only-
Asking for the end argumentative.
Overruled.
Only if it would have been laying flat, but that wasn't the case.
But isn't that what you told us to start with?
No,
You told us something, according to you, you told us something else.
I didn't tell you that.
Well, let me do this. The front of the car, where you looked to see where your license plate was,
Yes,
you saw that, right?
yes.
It was flat, wasn't it?
On the front of my car?
Yes.
Yes, it
Where it
was.
would go, so that if there was a license plate that was there, it would also be flat, correct?
Yes, the license plate was flat.
And if a license plate is taken off and thrown or done something to, if that license plate is put on the ground, it would either, if it's flat, would either lay face down, flat, or face up, flat, correct?
If it was in that position, that is correct.
You're saying that, you told me previously that you saw it laying down on the sidewalk. Do you remember that?
No, I remember saying there was no sidewalk there, just a curb.
Okay, that it was laying on the curb, right?
It was leaning on the curb.
So it was leaning on the curb. You're saying now that the reflective part was leaning on the curb?
Yes, well, there's a curb, but there's a little bumper, so your car doesn't drive forward. It was on that, against that bumper thing.
So it's like a cinder block, is that what you're
Yeah,
saying?
I think that's what it would be called.
And this is the cinder block that you told us that you parked the wheels of your car up against, right?
I don't know that I touched the cinder block with the wheels, but I pulled into that space.
Well, yeah, you told us that the front of the car came up to the sidewalk area. Do you remember just telling us that?
There was no sidewalk there.
Or it came up to the area where the cinder block was. Do you remember telling us that?
Yes,
Overruled.
So if you came up to the cinder block with the front of your car, which is what you told us, right?
yes,
And this is the cinder block right here, and this is your car. What you are now telling us is that that license plate, as you backed up, is now leaning, standing up on the inside portion of the cinder block so that when you back away, it flashes, right?
that's where it was.
So what you're telling us is that whoever did this took the time to not only take the license plate off, but also took the time to crawl underneath the car, because you now have the bumper there, and put it down inside the cinder block.
Objection calls for speculation as to what somebody did when they removed their license plate.
Rephrase. Sustained.
The car, you told us, was pulled up against the cinder block. Do you remember when we started this, that's what you told me?
I said it was pulled into that space.
No, you told us that it was up against the cinder block. Do you remember telling us that?
I remember,
Objection is characterized as your testimony, Your Honor.
Sustained. Rephrase.
And when you were pulled in, right?
yes,
And then you said that you went into this Starbucks, right?
yes,
And the car, as we're talking about it, there were some people around it when you came out, right?
when I came out, there were some kids, yes.
They were not near the front of your car, right?
I don't know. I didn't see them like in the front crouched down or anything
Right.
like that.
You said they were already kind of gone, right?
They were snickering and starting to skate away from my car.
And you didn't think anything of it, right?
I didn't give it any deep thought.
and the front of the car was next to the cinder block, right?
Well, yeah, next to would be accurate.
Right. And the license plate, as you describe it, was standing towards the driver of the cinder block, right?
It was leaning, so yes. That
So it was leaning,
on the-
right?
Yeah, on my side.
And so as you're backing up, right?
Yes.
It flashes, right?
That's correct.
And you said, oh, you just told us. I didn't know what it was. You remember telling us that?
Yes.
How can you tell us that you didn't know what it was if it's standing up, leaning, and it's got numbers and it's reflective? How can you tell us you don't know what it is?
I'm nearsighted and I didn't get glasses until 2010.
So now you're saying that you're driving and your perception is so bad that you can't see that it's a license plate?
I didn't really see what it was. That's why I got out to investigate.
It was square. Couldn't you see that?
It was rectangular.
Okay, it was rectangular. And it was flashing. Couldn't you see that?
Yeah, I made a reflection.
So that's how you know that it was, that's what caught your attention, right?
The bright flash caught me.
Right. And so as you're backing out, we know, or you've driven in California before, right?
Yes.
You know that license plates are reflective, right?
Yes, I do.
And in fact, on one side, they have numbers and letters, right?
Yes.
And the numbers are different colors than the background, right? Or the numbers and letters are different colors than the background, right?
Yes, the back is technically white, usually.
Right, exactly. And so you're familiar with that, and you're saying that as you're backing up, the lights are on this rectangular object that's got numbers or letters, whatever they are, and it's got bugs on it, and you're backing up and your headlights are on it, and you say you don't know what it is?
Objection. Ask an answer. She said she got out to investigate. She did 3 times now.
Sustained. We are going to take the afternoon recess, ladies and gentlemen. Please be back in the jury room at 3:25, and we will start promptly at that time. Please remember the admonition. You are excused. Ms. Arias, you may step down. We are at recess.
Hoo-wee, y'all. Hoo-wee. Good grief, this woman. Oh! Huh. She's so exasperating. Thank y'all so much for being here. Will you do me a favor and hit the thumbs up, the like, just double tap your screen. Magic will happen. At least for me, it will. And I appreciate you guys so much for being here. Let's get to it. This is part 3. After this part's over, you guys, we're getting to the good stuff, because then they're going to talk about, he's going to cross-examine her about that day, the day it all happened. All right, let's go.
The rope sort of went behind.
I don't know why it did that, but it's done it twice
Mr.
now.
Martinez, you may continue.
When you were at this Starbucks, had you already called Mr. Alexander or not?
I don't think so.
So you called him after the Starbucks, and that's when you gave him the news that you were going to come out to Mesa, correct?
I called him twice. I think, can't remember, because I called him and I texted him. So it was around that time, but it was after I left Starbucks and the gas station, I believe.
And so it was after that that you then tell him the news that you are going to go, right? Come to Mesa, right?
Yes.
And one of the things that you told us, that the reason that you came out here was that he had an ability to, according to you, to just basically guilt you into doing things, right?
Yeah, but in a sweet way.
Well, guilt is guilt, whether it's sweet or bittersweet. Wouldn't you agree?
Yes.
And so it's not a very positive thing to be guilted into something, right?
I don't know.
Pardon?
I kind of felt good when he was doing it.
So was it something that your voluntary will was overcome by just him asking?
No, it wasn't. My voluntary will was not overcome.
And in fact, he was sweet about it, right?
Yes.
It wasn't like he was mean about it, right?
No.
And you called him. Why call him after you've already gassed up and everything and you're on your way to Utah? Why call him if you've already made the decision to go to Utah? Why give him a call?
Why? Because as I was calling him prior to the trip, he kept, guilting me would be the term. And to be honest, it was flattering and I enjoyed hearing it.
So prior to you ever initiating the trip, you and he talk about this trip, right?
Prior to initiating the whole road trip or just
Right.
part to
Prior to initiating the trip, you told us that he called you and you told him about it.
Yes.
And you indicated that he was guilting you into coming to Mesa, right?
Yes.
And you also indicated that, well, because of that, That's the reason why you changed your mind, right?
Yes.
So it took approximately 2 days for you to change your mind after he talked to you, right?
No, he found out about a week before.
So in other words, it was a week before that he laid the guilt trip on you.
The first time, yes.
So he laid the guilt trip on you more than once.
Yes.
And the last time was before you left on the trip, right?
Yes.
And so it isn't like while you were on the trip that he's calling you and saying, come out to Mesa, right? He's not doing that according to your testimony.
We talked, but he wasn't calling me.
Right. But you talk, but it's not like he's telling you when you talk, hey, come see me, is he?
When I'm on the road?
Right.
Yes, absolutely he is.
Oh, so he's also guilting you then, right?
Yes.
And it's something that you keep saying that he keeps guilting you. That's the phrase that you're using, right?
Yes.
And you smiled there like it was something pleasant.
Yeah, he was very sweet about it.
Right. And so did he guilt you before getting to Pasadena?
Every time we talked, he did. I don't remember all the times. I was bored on the road and I called a lot of people.
And so the last time that you talked to him before the Starbucks was when?
Sometime on the road, I don't remember.
And would it be between Salinas and Pasadena?
I think so.
And during that time, he guilted you, right?
Yes.
If he keeps guilting you from the beginning, well, and you're going on this trip to see an individual by the name of Ryan Burns, right?
Yes.
You have a romantic interest in Mr. Burns, right?
Potential romantic interest.
All right, potential romantic interest in Mr. Burns, right?
Yes.
And so you're on this trip to do the PPL thing, right?
Yes.
And you're doing the Ryan Burns thing, right?
Yes.
And you have Mr. Alexander guilting you, right?
Yes.
If he's guilting you and you already have another beau or another person out there, why do you keep exposing yourself to it?
Well, Travis had that effect on me, I guess
Well,
you could say.
It was because you liked it, isn't it?
I did like it.
And because you liked it, then it wasn't guilting you. If you liked it,
Well, it's the way he couched the terms. That's why I say guilt.
well, guilt implies that it's something unpleasant, right?
That's not
Yes,
what I meant
yes,
to imply. But
Our FTR is down again. We have technical difficulties. It will take about 3 minutes. We may continue.
We were talking about your indication that Mr. Alexander guilted you into coming to Mesa, Arizona back on June 3rd or June 4th of 2008. That's what we were talking about, correct?
yes.
Now, the way you describe it, though, you're using the word guilt, but what you're actually telling us is that you were flattered that he wanted to see you.
That's true.
And if he's flattered that he wants to see you, then it really isn't a guilt thing, is it?
It kind of was a thing in our relationship, so I would still call it guilt.
You called it guilt, but actually you were flattered by it, right?
Yes.
And so you decided that instead of going to see Mr. Burns, you were going to instead come to see Mr. Alexander, correct?
Yes.
And it was your decision solely, right?
Yes.
And one of the things that we know is that now in your car you have at least 12 extra gallons worth of gas, right?
Well, I have the 2 5s.
Well, let's do this. You have a car full of gas, correct? A tank full of gas. Right?
Yes. Mhm.
You have 2 5-gallon tanks, 2 5-gallon cans full of gas, correct?
That's correct.
And then you have an extra 2 gallons, right?
Yes, somewhere.
And these cans are in the trunk of the car, correct?
Yes.
And you're driving along, and even though you have this gas in the back of your car, you decided you're going to stop at Desert Center and put gas in the car, right?
That's right.
And again, the purpose of you bringing the gas cans is financial, isn't it?
Initially, that was the purpose.
And so gas is supposedly cheaper here in Arizona than it is in California, right?
That's been my experience.
So you could have used the gas in the cans, but you decided not to, right?
Yes.
You also indicated when you stopped at Desert Center, well, is there a receipt for that, or did you pay cash for that?
I paid cash, and I believe there was a receipt.
So the receipt you just didn't keep, right?
I can't say I didn't keep it, but
Well, if you were going to deduct it as a business expense, you by necessity need to have it, right?
yes, but trip to Travis's was not a business expense.
Well, he also was with PPL, right?
Yes.
He also conducted trainings, right?
Yes.
And it could have been, if you went to dinner or something, and the two of you talked about PPL, it could be considered a business expense, couldn't it?
There's speculation as to business deductions.
Overall.
If I wanted to cheat on my taxes, I could have used it as a business expense.
So you're saying it's okay to lie to police, but not okay to cheat on your taxes, right?
Here's an argument.
So did you say you didn't want to cheat on your taxes, right?
I didn't say that.
When was the last time that you filed your taxes? Before 2008?
Objection as to relevance.
Have you paid your tax deductions prior to 2008 on your income taxes?
Yes.
And so, but there's no receipt that you know of right now of your stop in Desert Center, correct?
Well, there was a receipt. I don't know where it is, if it still exists.
All right. And then but do you know whether or not you paid with cash or MasterCard?
I'm pretty sure that I paid cash, but I don't remember.
All right, so you paid cash there. And then you came to California, and if we're talking about the amount of money that it takes to fill up a car, if we go with Winnemucca indication, that was approximately $40, wasn't it?
I believe it was. I don't remember. It was somewhere in that range.
It was 12 gallons though, wasn't it?
Yes.
You then came to Arizona and you stopped in Buckeye, right?
Yes.
And you filled up again, right?
Yes, I think I filled it.
And again, it would be approximately or over 12 gallons, correct?
Objection, foundation. There's no evidence to that effect.
Oh, you may answer.
I think.
And given the prices that we've been seeing here, for example, in exhibit number 237, it's bad exposure. So you see the price of gas, there's $4.169 per gallon, right?
Yes.
If we round that down, what we're talking about, for example, at Desert Center, if you're putting in 12, well, here in Buckeye, did you use your MasterCard or your debit card, or did you use cash?
I'm pretty sure that I used cash, but I'm not positive.
All right, let's say that you used cash. If we're then talking about 12 gallons in Desert Center at $4, that's approximately.
Objection, Your Honor, foundation. There's no evidence of how much the gas costs in Buckeye or Desert Center. He's using Pasadena numbers.
Is this a hypothetical?
Pardon?
Is this a hypothetical or
It
yes?
is a hypothetical.
All right, overruled.
Hypothetically speaking, man, if the gallon of gas is $4 at Desert Center and you put 12 gallons of gas in it, that's $48, correct?
$4 and how many gallons? 12? Yes.
And if you do the same thing in Buckeye, that's another $48, right?
Yes.
And if we're doing the math, that's $96 total, right?
Yes.
If we add the $96 to the $85 that you've already put in California, that's approximately $181, right?
96 plus how much?
85,
How much did you say with total?
181.
Yeah, I guess.
Assuming the math is correct, it's
Assuming the math is
$181, right?
Yes.
You told us when you left on this trip that the most you had was $200, right?
I wasn't sure, but I was guessing that was probably it.
Right? So now you're out of money, right?
Not necessarily.
Well, if you took $200 and you spent $185, you're now out of money, right?
Under this hypothesis, yes.
Okay. And you're in Arizona. You haven't even arrived at Mr. Alexander's yet, correct?
Not yet. I'm in Buckeye, I think is where we left off.
And so then you get to Mr. Alexander's house and you indicate to us that he is there and you see him, you want some videos, right?
Yes.
This issue of him guilting you, you were free to say no, correct?
Yes.
And you were free to walk away from him and his request at any time, right?
At that point in time, yes.
This was a choice that you made to go over, correct?
Yes.
And it was a choice because, what, you loved him?
I still loved him, yes.
Were you in love with him? I think you make that decision sometimes.
It wasn't the same kind. I don't really know. I wouldn't say in love in the sense that I've been in love in the past where I want to be with him forever or, you know, have a life with him, but I still had strong feelings for him.
And so from what I hear you saying, the purpose of you going there was sex then?
She's talking about not sex.
Rephrase, distinct.
Well, you said that you weren't in love with him anymore. You just told us that, right?
Not in the same way.
Right, exactly. You did love him, right?
Yes.
And we heard on the May 10th, 2008 conversation between the two of you, right?
May 10th, yes. That's right.
And in which you and he talked heatedly about sex, right?
Yes.
And so it appears that if you weren't in love with him and you just loved him and you were going there, and based on that conversation, was one of the purposes for going there on your part was to have sex with him.
That was one of the purposes.
So it wasn't like he foisted it. In other words, he forced you into anything, right?
No, nothing was forced.
And so you get there and you go to sleep, right?
Not immediately, but yes.
Shortly thereafter, correct?
Yes.
He doesn't force himself upon you, does he?
No.
And in fact, what ends up happening is that you guys sleep most of the next day away, correct?
Yes.
And you get up around sometime around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, right?
That's when we were both awake, yes.
And presumably you eat breakfast, is that correct or not?
I don't remember eating yet.
Do you eat it when you get up at all?
After the sex, I think I had a banana and he had oatmeal or something.
So you had sex before having breakfast, correct?
Yes.
And during this time is when you indicate that the rope is used, right?
Yes.
And the length of the rope that we're talking about is approximately 20 feet, right?
Overall.
I would say it was from me to maybe Flores, maybe slightly shorter or slightly longer.
Do you remember speaking with Mr. Samuels, Dr. Samuels, Richard Samuels?
Yes.
And in fact, you talked to him about this particular rope, right?
Yes.
You told him it was 20 feet, right?
It was a guess. I don't know how long 20 feet is.
Ma'am, you did tell him it was 20 feet, right?
I think I approximated it, but I didn't say it was exactly 20 feet.
So if he has 20 feet written down, that's not what you said.
I may have said 20 feet, but I was still guessing.
All right, so did you indicate to Richard Samuels that you were guessing when you said 20 feet?
I might have. We didn't measure the rope.
Pardon?
We didn't measure the rope.
All right, but it was a very long rope then, right?
Yes.
Did you also tell Richard Samuels that you and Mr. Alexander took photographs of each other?
Yes.
And did you tell him that the photographs that Mr. Alexander took of you while he was penetrating you and you were on top of him? Did you tell him that?
No.
So if that's his understanding, that's incorrect.
No, that was the video.
No, I'm asking you about whether or not you told him that.
I told him that, but not photographs, just the video.
So if he says the photographs show that, he is incorrect.
I would believe so because I don't think we took any photos in that manner. I couldn't figure out the timer.
So my question to you is, did you ever tell him that the photographs were taken while you were on top of him in that fashion as I previously described? Did you tell him that, yes or no? That's all I need.
I think I said video, so probably not photos.
So is the answer no?
The answer is photos? No. The
No.
answer is no.
No, all right. And so you said that you engaged in whatever activity you were engaging in, and at some point, you were tied up, right?
Yes.
And when you're tied up, it's loose enough so that you can get out at any time, correct?
Yes.
And you say that at some point, it's not going well, or it's not as pleasant as thought, and the ropes are cut, right? For the knife.
No, the ropes were cut prior to being tied up so that we could measure out for the nooses.
So in terms of when you're done using the ropes, didn't you indicate previously that they were cut off of you?
No, I could slip my wrists in and out.
So you slipped your wrists out.
Yes.
And so in other words, the rope is there, you guys are using it. Where the piece that you didn't use, where did it go?
It was there at the time.
I know it was there at the time. Where there?
Either in the bedroom or bathroom. I can't remember.
Pardon?
Either in the bedroom or bathroom.
So you don't know where it was, is what you're telling me, right?
Are you talking about the portion we did not use?
That's the portion that I'm talking about.
It was thrown aside somewhere. I don't know.
So when you said bathroom, why were you saying bathroom?
Because he went all the way to the bathroom and I was all the way near the bed. We were just seeing how long it was.
So did he go down the hallway or did he go through the closet?
Down the hallway.
And he made it all the way back to the bed with it, right?
Wouldn't he? What do you mean?
Well, with the rope in his hand, when you guys were measuring, it appears that one of you held one end and he held the other, right?
Yes. First he cut it and then he came back to the bed.
Was there any holding of it such that you were able to see the length of the rope? That's what it appears
Yes.
that you told us.
Yes.
Okay. Which end did you hold? The end in the bedroom or the end in the bathroom?
The end in the bedroom.
And he was in the bathroom, right?
Yes.
And so you're saying that even though he's in the bathroom, when you guys are checking to see the length of this particular rope, that he cuts it in the bathroom, right?
Yes, he did.
What's the purpose? What is the necessity of cutting it in the bathroom? Why would you even need to cut this rope?
Because it was too long to make nooses on the ends.
So you're saying that the only way to make a noose at the end of this rope is if you get it the exact size of the bed, if you will, all the way around so that it comes to whatever part of your anatomy is going to be tied up so that the ends meet exactly there. That's the only way that this is going to work. And that's why you guys needed to cut it, right?
That's not what I'm saying.
Mr. Alexander's plan.
Saying.
You were there, right?
Yes.
And you were part of this plan, right?
Yes.
You were helping, right?
Yes.
So you knew what was going on, right?
I knew I was going to be tied up.
Pardon?
I knew I was going to be
Right.
tied up.
And so you knew that's why the rope was being cut, right?
Yes.
According to you, right? And so the way you're describing it is that the rope had to be a certain perfect length in order for the tying up to take place.
Same objection, Your Honor. On Mr. Alexander's plan in terms of the length.
Overruled.
I don't know. What was the question? I'm sorry.
Mike, could you please read it back?
So you're saying that the rope had to be a certain length for it to be perfectly the same length for this to take place?
I guess it had to be a certain length, but I don't know where perfect comes in.
Well, couldn't it be, ma'am, that the rope, whether it was 20, 15 feet, if it was going to be wrapped around something, you didn't have to have the ends where your hands or wrists were going to be. It could be a little longer and you could just tie it up and there would be some left over. You could do that, couldn't you?
I don't know how to make nooses, so I don't know the answer to that.
I'm not talking, this wasn't a case where he was going to hog tie you, right?
No.
This wasn't a case where he wanted you immobile, right?
Objection calls for speculation. I don't know what he wanted.
Stay and rephrase.
Well, you said that you're free to move there, right? Get your hands out, right?
Yes. if I
And those
need
were
to.
the only things that were tied, right?
Yes.
So the purpose of this rope is purely decorative for the fantasy of it, right?
Yes.
So it's not a situation where you have to know an exact tie. In other words, you don't have to have an exact noose or to go around the wrist. You could just put it on there, right?
Objection. This argumentative calls for speculation.
Oh, really?
I don't really know what kind of knot was required. I just call them nooses. 'cause
You've
they
tied
kind of
shoes before,
adjust.
haven't you?
Yes.
And you put two ends of string together and tied them together, haven't you?
Yes.
And the previous time that he tied you up, it was the same sort of thing. He just tied you up, right?
Same sort of thing as shoelaces? No.
I'm not saying it was with shoelaces. I'm saying there was a knot. That's all
Yes.
that's required, right?
Yes.
And so to make a knot, there is no exact ending to the rope that needs to be there. The rope can be whatever length you want it to be. And then you just, in this case, put your wrist through it, you tie it loose, and you don't need to be cutting it, do you?
Objection. Asked and answered, and it's argumentative.
Well, I didn't cut it, so I don't know.
Well, you were a participant in this and you were holding one end, right?
Yes.
And you were going to have your wrist tied, right?
Yes.
And so and the rope was soft, right?
Yes.
And so you knew that that was possible, right?
That was possible.
Sure, and that could be done, right?
I guess it could be, yes.
And there would be no need for a knife at that point, would there?
No, I guess not.
And so in this case, you have this rope. Take a look at exhibit number 63. Recognize this?
Yes.
This is Mr. Alexander's bedroom, correct?
Yes.
And this is the bed that you indicated that the sexual activity took place, correct?
Yes.
And you're indicating that the rope, from what you testified on direct examination, went behind here, right?
Yes.
And then it came around,
Yes.
and then you were sort of spread eagle there, correct?
Yes.
So that your left hand would have been up here,
That's correct.
and your right hand would have been up here, right?
Yes.
And that the rope sort of went behind there, right?
Yes.
Was it looped once or was it looped twice?
You mean around the back?
Yeah.
Just once.
And so it wasn't attached to anything at all then, right?
No, just my wrists.
And so that it was loosely fitting, if you will, around the back here, right?
Yes.
And this activity did not take very long, right?
No, it didn't.
And you then slipped out of the rope, right?
Yes.
And then you continued with the activity, right?
Yes.
There wasn't, at that point, both of you were interested in whatever the object is in sexual activity, right? Whatever it was for you, right?
Yes.
Both of you were interested in that at that point, right?
Yes.
You weren't taking the bed linens off the bed or anything like that at that point, right?
No.
You weren't doing anything other than weren't doing anything other than being into each other, correct?
That's correct.
And so at that point, when you're doing that, the rope is still there, isn't it?
I don't remember if we left it there and got it afterward, or if he pulled it out and threw it on the side with the rest of the rope.
Well, no, because what you said is, remember, you just told me that. What you did is you just pulled your hand out of the rope, right?
Yes.
And your hand, you told me, was right here,
Well, my right hand would be there.
right? And then your left hand would be over here, right?
Yes.
And so you just pulled your hands out,
Right.
and then you continued with whatever activity you were involved in, right?
Yes.
Because previous to that, he had been engaging in an activity that was uncomfortable for you, right?
Yes, it was a little uncomfortable.
And you asked him to stop, and he did, right?
Yeah.
What activity did you engage in, without regaling us with the details, what did you engage in afterwards? What position did you take?
I think that was when the photos began.
Okay, so then you started to take the photographs, right?
Yes.
Now take a look at exhibits numbers 166, 165 through 169. Go ahead and take a look. Those are the photographs that were taken, that you just told us were taken after you slipped your hands out of the noose, right?
Yes, not directly, but after that. Yes.
Well, you said what you told us just now was that you slipped your hands out of the noose, you continued the sexual activity and started to take photographs. Do you remember you just told us that?
Yes.
You've looked at those photographs, right?
Yes.
There's 2 photographs of Mr. Alexander, and there's how many of you? 4? Take a look, just count them out.
Yes, 4.
And there is some KY there, right? KY personal lubricant, correct?
That's correct.
And that's the same type of, that is what you introduced him to according to the May 10, 2008 conversation, right?
Yes.
And nowhere there do you see any rope, do you?
No.
So there, even though you just told us that you continued with the sexual activity immediately after you took your hands out of the rope is nowhere to be pictured, is it?
Objection, this characterizes as a testimony. She did not say immediately.
Restate your question.
Ma'am, you told us that you pulled your hands out of the rope, right?
Yes,
And you told us that it was long enough to go all the way around the back here, right?
yes.
Presumably, there's nothing in the back to hold it up, right?
No, no.
It went straight all the way to the ground because of gravity, right?
When I slipped my wrist out, yes.
The rope that was back there, it went all the way down to the ground because of gravity, because there's nothing holding it up, right?
Yeah, after I took my wrist out.
Not after, before.
No, it wasn't that long. I don't
Well, let me just ask the questions, please, all right? The rope is looped behind here, behind the headboard, correct?
That's correct.
There's nothing holding it up back there, correct?
Back there, no,
No, it's not the ideal headboard for tying people up, right?
it's not.
It's just standing there, right?
What, the headboard?
Yes.
Yes,
And then you said that it came around this way like this
yes,
to your right hand, correct?
yes,
And it came around here like this to your right hand, correct?
yes,
And then you said that your legs were in this portion of the bed, correct?
right.
If we want, we can take a look at another photograph of that area. Exhibit number 64. Recognize that?
Yes,
This is the arm wall that you told us that you were leaning up against when the man and the woman came in, right?
yes.
But if you could take a look at it, this is the back of it right here, correct?
The back of what? The bed?
Well, what do you think I'm pointing at, man?
We were just talking about the armoire, so
Okay, but what am I pointing at right now?
the bed,
And your left arm would have been right here, correct?
yes,
In this area. Your feet would have been down here, correct?
yes.
And there was a sheet or something on top of it, right?
The blankets and sheets.
The
for bed.
blanket and sheets, right? And you said that, well, I slipped my hands or my wrists out of the rope, right?
That's correct.
If gravity has the rope already down here on the ground, you agree that it's already down on the ground, the rope, right?
I don't think so. I think it was
Oh,
too
no.
short.
Pardon?
It was too short to hit the ground. It was more like, I mean, it was kind of pulled taut.
So what you're saying now is that when you told me before that the rope was back here, now you're saying that that's not true.
It's still back there, but I don't know what I don't think I can visualize what you're talking about.
I'm
Maybe we're talking
asking-
about different things.
I'm asking about this rope that you claim was used to tie you up. Do you remember that?
Yes,
All right. There is nothing behind this headboard. Exhibit number 66. It's not mission style furniture, is it?
I don't know what mission style furniture is.
Slats, it doesn't have any slats.
No, it doesn't.
It's more like a sleigh, correct?
Yes, it's a sleep bed.
And as a sleigh bed, it doesn't have anything in the back that would hold a rope if it was draped around it.
I guess not. If it was
Well,
just,
no, you were there, you were the person that was tied up, right?
yes,
And so if the rope is already all the way down on the ground, when you get your arm out here, which would be your right arm, and your left arm here, then the rope would just remain there, wouldn't it?
if that were the case, but it wasn't.
Well, that's how you described it to start with, didn't you?
I never talked about the rope touching the ground behind the bed. No,
You did what?
I never talked about the rope touching the ground behind the bed.
So you think now that the rope never touched the bottom of the ground then, right?
Well, it was pulled taut, so I guess I'd be speculating because I don't have X-ray vision and I didn't look behind the bed, but the rope was tight.
So the rope was tight. But if the rope is tight, then that means you can't get your wrists out, right? Because then you have to hold on. It has to hold on to your wrist. It's now tight, right?
No,
Sustained.
You said that your wrists are tight, correct?
the rope was tight.
Okay, the rope was tight on your wrist, correct?
No, the rope was pulled tight.
Okay, the rope was pulled tight. Your wrists were covered or circled by this rope, correct?
Yes,
And they were pulled tight, correct?
the nooses were loose enough to slip out of.
Pardon?
The nooses were loose enough to slip out of.
Right, but you're saying that it was tight, correct?
Yes, I was putting pressure on the,
So if it's tight on your wrist, if it's pulled taut, I think that's the term that you may have used,
yes.
correct? If it's pulled taut, how is it then that if you can just slip your hand out, that it's still in place?
What, the rope is still in place?
Right.
Well, I don't know what you mean.
Well, the point is either loose or it's tight. Which one was it? Is it tight around your wrist so that it creates a situation where it doesn't go down to the ground? Or is it loose around your wrists so that the rope is down on the ground? Which one is it?
It was pulled taut, and the nooses were wide enough to slip my hands in and out of. That's all I can really say about it. I don't know about ropes and things.
And while you were, and this is why you were tied up, right?
Yes.
And so where's the rest of the rope?
Wherever he left it.
Okay.
Somewhere in that room or the bathroom, I guess.
Okay. So you don't know where he left the other rope, right?
Not offhand.
Most people don't have a knife in their bedrooms, do they? Well, he didn't usually have a knife in his bedroom, correct?
He actually caused some speculation.
Oh, world.
To my knowledge, that's correct. He never did.
Right. And this would be the first time that you ever saw that he had a knife in his bedroom, right?
That I saw, yes.
And so where did he cut the rope? Not what on the rope, not where on the rope, but where in the
He cut
house?
it in the bathroom.
So he did it in the bathroom. Did he come into the bedroom with the knife, or did he leave it in the bathroom?
I don't remember. I don't remember where he put the knife when he was done.
Do you remember telling Richard Samuels that he actually brought the knife back and left it on the nightstand so that he could cut the rope off of your wrists?
I remember speculating about where the knife was left, but he didn't need to cut the rope.
You didn't tell Mr. Richard Samuels that the knife was used to cut the rope from your wrists?
Not from my wrist, but to cut the rope, yes.
And you don't remember that it was on the nightstand, right?
I came back to this really quick, you guys. I'm just going to shout this out. Now I understand the whole rope thing that I couldn't understand before. The rope thing is about the knife. Remember, she stabbed him 27 to 29 times, cut him ear to ear, and shot him in the head. So we've already gotten to the point where we understand where the gun came from. Juan Martinez is saying that she is the one that robbed her grandfather of the gun and brought it with her to prove premeditation. Now they're talking about this whole rope thing, which I would have used duct tape, but whatevs. And that he's the one that brought the knife to the room so he could cut the rope. And that's how the knife ended up in the bedroom. And that's where she got the knife to kill him. Okay, there. Now that we're all on the same page, let me move on.
I don't remember exactly where it was.
Do you remember telling Richard Samuels that when this attack was going on, that you remembered that the knife was near the nightstand and because it had been used to cut the rope? Do you remember anything like that?
I remember speculating about that.
Well, are you sure that you said, I'm speculating that the knife was used to cut the rope?
I'm sure I did not say speculating when I was speculating.
Well, let me ask it directly then. Are you saying that the knife was used to cut the rope from your wrist or not?
Not from my wrist, but to cut it, yes.
I understand to cut it. I asked wrist. From your wrist, was the knife used to cut the rope from your wrist?
No.
You remember somebody by the name of Cheryl Karp?
Yes.
And you discussed the same incident with her, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
So, again, are you sure that the knife was not necessary to cut the rope from your wrist?
I'm sure it wasn't necessary to cut it off of me.
And not only was it not necessary, that's not what was done, correct?
Cut off?
Right.
That's correct.
You slipped your hands out, correct?
Yes.
And then you continued with the activities of the day, correct?
Yes.
Whatever it was that you guys were going to do, correct?
Yes.
You keep talking about a movie, and there's an indication perhaps that there's a movie that was made, but it wasn't made, if there was one, with Mr. Alexander's camera, correct?
I don't remember which camera we used because mine did movies too. And his was kind of new to me, so it was a little bit hard to figure out all of the features on it.
Do you remember testifying on direct examination about this issue then?
Yes.
Do you remember that you specifically told us that you could not use Mr. Alexander's camera to take this video? Do you remember telling us that?
I don't remember saying I couldn't.
Do you remember that you said that it couldn't be done for whatever reason you guys couldn't do it?
Objection, this characterizes her testimony.
Oh,
No, I think I was talking about the timer.
ma'am, do you remember, let's just take a look at Exhibit 167. Remember talking about this particular photograph and saying, I was trying to set up the camera so that we could take a video, but it didn't work because you didn't know how to do it. Do you remember telling us that?
Yes, I remember that.
So now you remember, right?
Yes. Well, you said couldn't. Doesn't mean I couldn't. I just couldn't figure it out. Doesn't mean I couldn't take a video if I didn't sit and try to figure it out. But we were in the mood and didn't want to sit and tinker with it.
what are you saying in terms of the camera? Did or you use Mr. Alexander's, did you attempt to use Mr. Alexander's camera to videotape the sexual activity? Yes or no?
Yes.
Remember just now you told me that you didn't or that you couldn't remember?
That I couldn't.
Use his camera.
I couldn't remember which camera we ultimately used.
So, but do you remember that previously in this hearing, in this trial, you told us that you could remember?
Could remember what?
What are we talking about again here? We're talking about videotaping the sexual activity in which camera is involved. Do you have any problem understanding that?
No.
So, do you remember on direct examination that you told us something different than what you're telling us now?
This is her testimony, Judge.
Overall. I'm just answering the questions to the best of my memory, so.
I'm not asking you if you're answering the questions to the best of your memory, am I?
No.
I'm asking you whether you have changed your story from testifying earlier to now. That's what I'm asking you.
The answer is no.
Well, then, do you remember testifying that you and Mr. Alexander, when this photograph was taken, were attempting to use his camera to videotape the activity? Do you remember telling us that?
I don't remember specifically saying that, but that would be accurate.
And that's something that you didn't tell us previously now. You've now changed that from what you told us a couple minutes ago, right?
Testimony, Judge.
Overall. I don't think so. I think it's all consistent. You're just asking different questions.
Okay. And then after doing that, there was a situation where you got up and you got your camera, right?
Yes.
And you say that this camera was used to videotape the activity, correct?
Correct.
So where's the rope?
At this point, I guess it would be somewhere on the floor.
Why would it be on the floor if it was already on the floor to start with?
The part that was not used went on the floor to start with, I think.
Don't mean to be exploitive about this, but we'll start with this photograph here of Mr. Alexander, 166. Do you see where this is, ma'am?
Yes.
This is the corner of the bed. Do you see that?
Yes.
You said that your arms or hands were tied down here. Do you remember telling us that?
They were in that general area.
Sure. And if the rope is down on the ground, you take your hands out, that rope is still going to remain there, right?
No.
Well, let's take another view. 168. This is where your hands were, right?
Yes.
And this is where the rope was, right?
Yes.
It isn't there, is it?
Not anymore.
Well, you keep saying that anymore. It isn't there at all, is it?
It wasn't there when that photo was taken.
After this activity, you and Mr. Alexander, according to you, had something to eat, right?
Yes.
And after that, there was sort of a lull in the day's activities, right?
Yes.
Why didn't you just go home at that point? You said part of the reason was just to have sex. That's been accomplished. Why not go home there? Why
Wasn't
stick
the only
around?
reason?
Pardon?
Because going there to have sex was not the only reason for going there.
What was the other reason?
To spend time together.
And so you guys are continuing to spend time together, right?
Yes.
And you want to spend time with somebody that you've described over and over as a bully, right?
Never said that once.
Judge, may we approach? Did you indicate at all during cross-examination and any part of direct examination that he was a bully?
Yes.
And so why is it that you want to spend time with somebody that you describe as a bully?
He wasn't just a bully. He was many good things also.
Or it could be that he wasn't ever a bully, right?
That's not the case. So, no.
It could be that that's just what you're saying, right?
There's an argumentative.
That's how I felt.
And the fact that you felt bullied is your perception of what was going on, right?
Yes.
So for example, when in August of 2007, when he's banging his head up against the closet door and then sort of comes after you and grabs your wrist and hugs you, that's bullying, right?
I didn't consider that bullying.
So, but again, it's your perception as to what he's doing that constitutes your definition of what bullying is, correct?
Yes, when I feel bullied.
After that, you tell us something about going downstairs and you're looking at some CDs or something like that, correct?
Yes.
And with regard to your camera, where did you keep the camera?
My Olympus, the one we used?
I don't know which one it was. You're the one that was there. You had a camera, correct?
Yes, I had 2 cameras with me.
Okay. Which camera was used to attempt to videotape the sexual activity?
The Olympus.
And was it successful?
Yes, I knew how to use video on that.
Pardon?
camera. Yes,
And did you guys view it afterwards?
yes,
Did you delete it afterwards?
yes,
Immediately?
yes.
How about the photographs that were taken from his camera? Were they deleted immediately afterwards?
To my knowledge, we deleted them afterward, yes.
The way you say that, to my knowledge, it means that you're not sure, right?
I'm not sure because he did the deleting, I think.
So it could be that they weren't deleted right afterwards, right?
Could be.
And you wouldn't know because you weren't watching what he was doing, right? You were watching what he was doing, but you weren't engaged in the transaction yourself, correct?
That's correct.
With regard to that camera and deleting pictures, this was the first exposure that you've had to that camera, right?
Yes,
You hadn't seen it before, right?
that's right.
In fact, although you indicated to Detective Flores that you helped them buy this camera, right?
Yes,
You helped them buy it telephonically, right?
yes,
And so the camera that he had before that day, before the sexual activity, you had never deleted any images from that camera, right?
prior to June 4th, no.
And after the sexual activity, there was photographs that were taken during the activity, correct?
Yes,
And according to you, after the sexual activity is when he was involved in what you thought was deleting photographs, right?
I guess. I mean, I don't really recall at what point they were deleted. I just know they got deleted.
What you do know is that you didn't do the deleting, right?
I did some deleting on that phone that day with the shower pictures, so I don't,
Well, I'm not asking about the shower pictures, am I?
no.
I'm
You just asked
asking
about
about,
deleting, so I answered.
I'm asking about, let's restrict ourselves to the sexual activity for right now, all right?
Yes,
Involving the sexual activity, you don't know whether or not he deleted those photographs, right?
not 100% if he did or I did. I'm pretty sure he did.
But you don't know, right?
That's correct.
And up until that time, that after the sexual activity, you had not deleted any images from his camera, ever, right?
Up until that time, no.
You went downstairs, right?
Yeah. Well, I don't know if the photos were deleted before or after, but we did go
I'm not
downstairs.
asking you when the phones were deleted, or the photos were deleted. I'm asking you after you were upstairs, and you just said that you, up to that point, you hadn't deleted anything. After that, you went downstairs, right?
Well, you make it sound like without deleting anything, we went downstairs. But I don't know if that was the case, if we deleted them before we went downstairs or afterward.
But you didn't do any of the deletion, right? You just said you don't know when he deleted them, right?
That's right.
So you don't know if they were deleted before you went downstairs or at some later time, right?
That's correct.
And so you then go downstairs because we don't know if the images were deleted yet, right?
That's correct.
Is that when you took your shower?
I don't know if I ate the banana first or if I took a shower first.
All right, but at some point, before or after the banana, you took a shower.
Yes,
And was he in the bathroom, Mr. Alexander, when you were taking your shower?
at one point, yes, and then afterward, no.
Okay, and that's the only shower that you took that day, correct?
I don't know because I have a lot of memory gaps that day. That's the only one I remember taking.
So now the memory gaps start, correct?
Well,
Is that
when
what
you talk in
said?
terms of the whole day, you said that day. I can't
Well,
answer
I'm
that.
asking that day after 1:45 in the afternoon, you said you took a shower, right?
I don't know what time it was, but we took a shower after sex. I did.
Right. Take a look at photograph number 165. Recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It's my stuff down there.
Is that a picture of your rear end, right?
Yes,
And it does have a time on there, doesn't it?
yes,
What's the time on there?
1:44 p.m.
So my question to you was, after 1:45 in the afternoon, did you take a shower?
Yes, after that point, yes. Not
Okay.
immediately after necessarily.
All right. And you told us that it was perhaps before or after you ate the banana, right?
Yes,
And while you were taking a shower, Mr. Alexander was there for a little bit of time and then he was somewhere else, right?
he was in the bathroom at first and then he left.
And you took a shower in the same place where you placed his body after you killed him, right?
Yes,
And after you took the shower, you got dressed in the pants that you were wearing at the time that you killed him, right?
I believe so.
When you say you believe so, was there a costume change throughout this whole event?
Not that I recall.
And after the shower, Where was he?
After my shower, he was downstairs in his office.
Okay, and then you went down there, right?
Yes, I did.
The only reason that you know he was downstairs is because you went down there, right?
Yes.
Where was your camera?
Um, I don't know at that point if I put it in the car or afterward or what. I don't know.
This was June 4th of 2008, right?
Yes.
And this was after 1:45 in the afternoon, right?
Yes.
Why would you put a camera in a very hot car in the Mesa area where temperatures can go over 105, 110 degrees?
I didn't say I
Outside.
did. I didn't say I did. I said I didn't remember.
No, you said that you don't remember, but you thought you put it in the car, right?
I said I don't remember if it was still in the house or in the car at that
All
point.
right. So at some point, you said that you also took your luggage out, right?
Yes.
And your luggage included toiletries and that sort of thing, right?
Yes, and clothing.
Right? So when did you take your items out to the car?
I don't remember the exact moment or sequence.
I'm not asking the exact moment. Give me an hour period.
I don't know.
Well, what is it after 1:45?
It was after that.
Was it before 5:30?
Probably. I don't recall.
Well, the photographs in the shower at 5:30. Had you already taken your items downstairs?
I'm not sure. I think, but I'm not 100%.
Do you remember when you testified on direct examination regarding this issue?
Yes.
Remember that you told us that by the time the shower was taken, you had already put the luggage, those items in the car.
The luggage, yes. I'm not sure about the camera.
Okay, so the luggage did go into the car, then, right?
Yes.
But didn't you also tell us that the other bag also went into the car before you were taking these photographs? Do you
The
remember telling us
backpack?
that?
Yes.
How many bags did you have that day?
I had my backpack, my carry-on suitcase, my purse, and my camera case, and my laptop.
Okay, so your laptop, is that going out at the same time that your suitcase is going out or not?
No, because, well, I had the laptop in the office when I pulled the CDs out. I don't really remember. I know I had it at that point, but I don't remember when it went in the car.
Well, it was obviously before 5:30 though, right?
The laptop, I don't know, I guess.
Well, that's when he was in the shower at 5:30, right?
Yes.
Okay, and didn't you tell us on direct examination that by that time you had already taken all of your stuff down into the car? Do you remember telling us that then?
I remember saying the luggage and things, yes.
So you don't remember that you told us that the rest of the items were also taken down and put in the car?
Well, I don't know about the camera or the.
I'm not asking about the camera. I'm asking about all the other items. Because the camera, you told me you don't know. And then we talked about the laptop, remember?
Yes.
And so I'm asking you, when did the other items go down? Let's keep the camera out of this equation. When did the other items go down into the car?
I don't know.
Why is it that you don't know, ma'am?
They're just details I don't remember. I remember some things and like major things and not, I don't know, they're details.
Why is it that you don't remember the details today, but when you were talking about them within the last couple of weeks, you did remember them? Why is that? That's my point.
Well, I was uncertain about those too. I just was, obviously it went in the car at one point. I just don't know exactly which point.
But do you remember telling us last week that the luggage and the other items all went down into the car before 5:30? Do you remember telling us that?
Not that specifically.
And you don't remember telling us that the camera was included and that it also went down before 5:30? Do you remember telling us that at all?
I don't know.
Judge? Okay, give me
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take the evening recess. Please be back in a designated area. We can start at 10:15 tomorrow. Is everyone available? All right, we'll see you then. Please remember the admonition, you are excused. Record will show the jury has left the courtroom. Ms. Arias, you may step down, counsel.
Judge, yesterday I neglected to move into evidence exhibit number 470. I know to do it in front of the jury, but that's the first thing I'm going to do tomorrow. It's one of the excerpts from the 48 hours, and it's actually excerpt number 15. So I'm going to move it in. It's already been played for the jury.
Mistakenly played?
No. I don't know what it says. You want me to play it right now? But
Why don't you put it in since the jury isn't present? We'll just make sure.
what's that? My 15.
And you did play this before, right?
Yeah, I think I'm sure.
Yeah, that's fine.
That's right. Yeah.
We don't need to replay it, Judge. I just want to know what it was. Now that I've got the note, that's fine.
We can put it into evidence tomorrow, and I will admit it without objection. Yeah, tomorrow, not today. All right, we're in recess. Thank you.
6 o'clock in the evening. It was after 2, specifically it was around 2 o'clock when you actually put the luggage in the car, right?
It was after 2 o'clock. I don't know how close to 2 o'clock.
Okay, so it could have been between 2 and, so you're telling us it was shortly after 2 o'clock based on that statement, right?
I just know it would have been after we did what we were doing.
And was it shortly after you did what you were doing?
Well, maybe, maybe not. I guess it's relative. I just know that it was after what we were doing. I don't
So-
remember the exact time.
I just want to know how much time after you and he got done doing what you were doing, you said 2 o'clock, what time in terms of hour or minute, how much time elapsed after that that you took your items down to the car?
I'm not sure.
And so when you say you're not sure, you were a little bit more sure on direct examination, weren't you?
Not on exact time, no.
But you were more sure about the time. Do you want me to read it back to you?
Objection, ask and answer.
Overruled.
I was more, wait, you asked me 2 questions.
Well, answer the first one then. You were ready to answer that.
I was sure that it happened after we were done having sex.
And you mentioned 2 o'clock, didn't you?
That would have been after 2 o'clock, yes.
So then you were asked, so after your car's packed and ready to go, you said you were dressed, right? You were being asked about that?
I was dressed, yes. Unless we were engaging in other things, I was always dressed.
And it was after you packed your car that you and he then went downstairs to the study, right? Or the office, however you want to call it.
We did go downstairs after the bedroom stuff, but I don't know about packing the stuff in the car.
Well, when did you pack your stuff then? You seem to have a hard time telling us when you packed your stuff.
Yes, the precise moment. I don't remember when I put
Am
things
I
in the
asking
car.
you for the precise moment then?
You said when?
Right. When means, if I wanted the precise moment, I'll ask you for the precise moment. When, in the sequence of events, did you pack your stuff and put it in the car?
As far as sequence of events, the most precise I can tell you is after 2 o'clock and before leaving.
And you can't get any clearer than that.
It's not there, like maybe it's somewhere there, but I don't remember.
So again, it's an issue with your memory as to when it was that you actually put the stuff in the car, correct?
That's correct.
And when you put the items in the car, did you do it alone or did Mr. Alexander help you?
I did it alone.
Do you remember telling us that perhaps Mr. Alexander helped you?
Yes, it's possible to help me with it downstairs, but usually he let me get my own luggage.
So it usually means that you're telling us that you don't remember whether or not he helped you on this occasion, right?
I don't know. I'm pretty sure that he helped me bring it downstairs, but I don't remember him walking me out to the car to put my own luggage in.
So you went outside and you put it in your car, right? And your car was parked out front in the driveway, correct?
It was parked in the driveway, yes.
And would it be fair to say that if your car didn't have a license plate affixed to the back, that it would make it more difficult for people to know who was driving that car?
If that were true, I guess so.
That would be the case though, right?
If there were no license plate, that would be true.
And we know that you hadn't put back at least the front license plate, you hadn't put that back, correct?
That's correct. I drove from Pasadena to Mesa with it in the floorboard.
So the answer is that's correct. It was still in the car, correct?
Yes.
And so you're inside and you're in the study and you're looking at some CDs or something, correct?
Correct.
How long does that take in terms of time?
That one took a while because it took him some time to bring up some of the images or find the disk drive on his computer. I don't remember the exact time, but it seemed to take forever.
So how long is a while to you?
I don't know. It just seemed like it dragged and dragged while he went looking for the disk drive and I was just laying on the floor with Napoleon.
Are we talking hours? What are we talking about here?
I wouldn't say hours. It just felt like a lot longer than it should take to pop a CD into the computer and bring up some photographs that are on the CD.
So it was just one CD that was popped into the computer, right?
There were 2 CDs.
And there was this issue involving the 2 CDs, and then you and he had some sort of intimacy after that, correct?
Yes,
And the intimacy that you had after that, it was not a situation that it was unwanted by you, correct?
that's correct.
It was something that you participated in willingly, correct?
Yes.
And then after that, at some point, Mr. Alexander goes to take a shower, correct?
Yes.
What did he do after the intimacy was done? Did he go anywhere? Did he do anything before he went up to the shower?
I'm not sure what he did because I left the room to go to the bathroom across the hallway.
And so you went to the bathroom across the hallway, and after using that bathroom, you came back out, right?
Yes.
And when you came back out, was Mr. Alexander in the office?
Yes.
And how long was he in the office before the 2 of you went somewhere else?
A few minutes. We went upstairs
And you went upstairs to do what?
to take photographs.
And so you're telling us that he agreed with you to take photographs, right? Do
Yes.
you remember that you had a conversation with the detective and that you told a different story?
No.
Well, let's listen then. Okay. Move for the admission exhibit 503.
503 is admitted.
Afternoon. I just, he had been cleaning his house. So I wasn't sitting on the couch. Usually I would just chill on the couch downstairs, if no one was home. But he had like chairs and all that stuff all over the couch. He was cleaning the floors. And Napoleon, I don't know if he made phone calls or not, or what he was doing on the internet, but at one point he was going to go up and take a shower, and it took a lot of convincing prior when he was shaving. I was like, I got some ideas, and they didn't turn out good at all, not like I wanted to. But I thought that I could get some cool pictures of him shaving. It's because he does the whole old-fashioned thing with like this little, I don't know how it works. He liked it though, apparently, because he used it for his profile picture on MySpace. So those didn't turn out as good. I was going to do that again later, but I asked him if I could do pictures of him in the shower, and he's like, no. And I was like, I just have an idea. I have a couple ideas. And he's like, well, what do you mean? And I said, I saw this thing in a Calvin Klein ad once that looked really good. And so he was, you're right, he wasn't very comfortable at first. He's standing there and he's all, I feel gay.
And so it took a lot of convincing for you to get him to take those photographs, right?
Yes, I was talking about a prior incident.
Ma'am, it does indicate that it took a lot of convincing for you to take those photographs of him, correct?
Yes, but not on June 4th.
Ma'am, the photographs that I was asking you about in the shower were the ones involving, or that you were asked about on direct examination, involved him taking a shower on June 4th. Do you remember that?
Yes.
That's the same thing that we're talking about here on June 4th, isn't it?
No, that's the distinction. We had discussed the shower photos long before this.
So you're saying that when you told that to the detective, you're talking about something totally different other than June 4th?
A conversation that occurred before June 4th.
Ma'am,
Yes.
I'm asking you if the conversation that you're having there with the detective, is it in reference to the June 4th, 2008 photographs? Yes or no?
Yes, in an indirect way, it obviously is, because the photos
Ma'am,
exist
yes or no?
because he agreed to do
Ma'am,
it.
yes or no?
I said yes.
So it does refer to the photographs on June 4th, 2008 then, right?
Yes, but not the
And
conversation.
ma'am, my question is, after that, it does say that it took a lot of convincing to get him to have those photographs, right? Yes or no?
That's correct.
And it also indicates that at the time he was shaving, right?
No.
It doesn't indicate that he was shaving before he took the photographs?
No, that was another incident.
Well, let's take a look at what it says again, all right?
Afternoon, I just, he had been cleaning his house. So I wasn't sitting on the couch. Usually I would just chill on the couch downstairs, if no one was home. But he had like chairs and all that stuff all over the couch. He was cleaning the floors. And Napoleon, I don't know if he made phone calls or not, or what he was doing on the internet, but at one point he was going to go up and take a shower, and it took a lot of convincing prior when he was shaving. I was like, I got some ideas, and they didn't turn out good at all, not like I wanted to. But I thought that I could get some cool pictures of him shaving. It's because he does the whole old-fashioned thing with like this little, I don't know how it works. He liked it though, apparently, because he used it for his profile picture on MySpace. So those didn't turn out as good. I was going to do that again later, but I asked him if I could do pictures of him in the shower, and he's like, no. And I was like, I just have an idea. I have a couple ideas. And he's like, well, what do you mean? And I said, I saw this thing in a Calvin Klein ad once that looked really good. And so he was, you're right, he wasn't very comfortable at first. He's standing there and he's all, I feel gay.
And ma'am, you heard the conversation in which you said that it took convincing, correct?
Yes.
And you indicated that he was shaving prior to these photographs being taken, right?
Yes, months prior.
Ma'am, did you hear on that tape that it said he was shaving, right?
Yes.
And ma'am, one of the things that we know from what you told us previously was that, do you remember the situation of you being tied up to the bed with this rope? Do you remember telling us that?
Yes.
And do you remember that you told us that he was engaging in performing oral sex on you? Do you remember that?
Yes.
And do you remember that you said it was stopped because it was uncomfortable? Do you remember saying that?
Yes.
And the reason that it was uncomfortable that you said was because he hadn't shaved that day. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And so he hadn't shaved that day, had he?
No, he didn't.
On the day that he killed him, he hadn't shaved yet, right?
I don't think he shaved it all that day.
You don't think? Well, then let's take a look at Exhibit 159. So is there any way we could get the one back there? All right, take a look at the Exhibit 159 that's behind you. You see that?
Yes.
Looks like he's shaved, doesn't it?
It appears that way, yes.
Yeah, and it looks like he's recently shaved, doesn't it?
It does look that way.
And you were talking to Detective Flores about him shaving prior to the photographs being taken, weren't you?
Yes, but not this day.
Ma'am, you did indicate in this excerpt of your conversation with the detective that it involved that there was this shaving before these photographs were taken. Do you remember talking about it on the excerpt?
The shaving photo shoot, yes.
Do you want me to play it for you again so you can hear what you say about the shaving previously?
No, thanks. I know what I said.
Well, it appears that you're having trouble acknowledging what you said. In it, you talk about him having to be convinced, correct?
Yes.
And one of the things that you said was that you convinced him while he was shaving, correct?
No, that's not correct.
Well, let's listen to it again, okay?
Afternoon, I just, he had been cleaning his house. So I wasn't sitting on the couch. Usually I would just chill on the couch downstairs, if no one was home. But he had like chairs and all that stuff all over the couch. He was cleaning the floor or something. Fed Napoleon. I don't know if he made phone calls or not, or what he was doing on the internet, but at one point he was going to go up and take a shower. It took a lot of convincing prior when he was shaving.
Did you hear that? It took a lot of convincing prior when he was shaving. Did you hear yourself say that?
Yes, but that's not what
Yes
I'm
or no,
referring to.
ma'am? Am I asking you to expound on it? I just asked you whether or not you heard that you said it took a lot of convincing prior when he was shaving. That's what you said, right?
Yes.
And previous to that, we have you on the bed when you're making or having this intimate moment where you complained that it's not comfortable to you because he hadn't shaved yet, right?
Yes.
So then we take a look at exhibit number 159. And he is recently shaved, correct?
It appears that way.
That's because he just shaved afterwards, right? After you.
I didn't see him shave that day.
Pardon?
I didn't see him shave that day.
You did say, though, to this detective in that interview on July 16th of 2008, that it took a lot of convincing while he was shaving. You did say that,
I
right?
said when, not while, and it was actually a run-on sentence because I was referring to another day.
So you're saying that you had a rattle-on sentence. You did hear yourself saying that it took a lot of convincing when he was shaving then, right?
It sounds that way, but when is the new sentence?
Let's hear it again then, okay? So we can really understand what it said, all right?
Afternoon, I just, he had been cleaning his house. So I wasn't sitting on the couch. Usually I would just chill on the couch downstairs, if no one was home. But he had like chairs and all that stuff all over the couch. He was cleaning the floor or something. Fed Napoleon. I don't know if he made phone calls or not, or what he was doing on the internet, but at one point he was going to go up and take a shower. It took a lot of convincing prior when he was shaving. I was like, I got some ideas.
Did you hear that? That according to you, he was going to go out and take a shower, and it took a lot of convincing prior when he was shaving. Isn't that what you said? Yes or no? That's all I'm
Yeah,
asking.
but you stopped it before the sentence was over.
Ma'am, isn't that what you said?
Yes, part of what I said.
Isn't that what you said?
Yes, that's part of the sentence.
Well, then let's hear it then, all right?
Afternoon, I just, he had been cleaning his house. So I wasn't sitting on the couch. Usually I would just chill on the couch downstairs, if no one was home. But he had like chairs and all that stuff all over the couch. He was cleaning the floor or something. Fed Napoleon. I don't know if he made phone calls or not, or what he was doing on the internet, but at one point he was going to go up and take a shower. And it took a lot of convincing prior when he was shaving. I was like, I got some ideas, and they didn't turn out good at all, not like I wanted to. But I thought that I could get some cool pictures of him shaving. It's because he does the whole old-fashioned thing with like this little, I don't know how it works. He liked it though, apparently, because he used it for his profile picture on MySpace. So those are drugs good. I was going to do that again later, but I asked him if I could do pictures of him in the shower, and he's like, no. And I was like, I just have an idea. I have a couple ideas. And he's like, well, what do you mean? And I said, I saw this thing in a Calvin Klein ad once that looked really good. And so he was, you're right, he wasn't very comfortable at first. He's standing there and he's all, I feel gay.
That's your whole statement, right? Involving that issue. And part of that statement says he was going to go up and take a shower, and it took a lot of convincing prior when he was shaving, correct? That's what it says. Yes or no?
Yes, part of it.
Yes or no?
Yes, part of it.
Yes or no?
Yes, part of it.
You keep saying part of it.
Because you're not finishing the sentence. Maybe the
Ma'am.
transcriber put a period there, but that's not the whole sentence.
You heard it over and over again, and we've heard it, and that's what it says, right?
Yes.
Those words were uttered by your mouth back on July 16th of 2008. Yes or no?
That's correct.
About half dozen times.
Sustained.
No, you were standing there taking some pictures. And how long were you standing there taking some pictures before something happened?
I don't know.
You did have his camera, right?
Yes, I wasn't standing.
It was a relatively new camera for you, right?
Yes.
It's the first time you'd ever seen it, right?
First time I ever saw it physically and held it. I can't remember if I looked it up on the internet when we were shopping for it.
So the answer is yes, that's the first time you've ever seen that specific camera, correct?
That I recall, yes.
Well, ma'am, had you been to Mr. Alexander's home between April when you left and June 4th of 2008?
No.
And wasn't it true that it was during that time, between April of 2008 and June 4th of 2008, when you killed him, that he bought the camera, right?
Yes.
So it's fair to say, based on that set of circumstances, that you had never seen his camera before, correct?
Based on that solely, that's correct.
Well, are you saying that you saw his camera, previous to that date?
Yes.
And where did you see his camera if you haven't seen him before, between April when you left and June of 2008 when you saw him?
He posted a picture of himself in the mirror, taking a picture of his whole self in the bathroom on Facebook, and his camera is clearly in the photograph.
So how about if we do it this way? When was the first time you actually got to touch his camera? Was it on June 4th of 2008?
Yes.
And it's fair to say that you had never physically manipulated or worked with his camera prior to June 4th of 2008, correct?
Yes.
And June 4th of 2008, in terms of getting familiar with that camera, that was the first opportunity that you had, correct?
Correct.
You did have an opportunity when you were taking pictures of him to at least see how it worked to take photographs, right?
Yes.
You were unsuccessful in working the camera to take a video, correct?
Correct.
And that was partly because you were unfamiliar with the camera, right?
Yes.
You hadn't read the instructions, right?
I had not.
And so then, with regard to that particular camera, you start using it later on in the afternoon. About what time do you start taking these photographs in the shower, ma'am?
Off the top of my head, I don't remember the time. I guess they're timed on the photos, but I can't tell you the time.
Ma'am, I'm not asking what's on here. I'm asking what you remember, what you are cognizant of.
It was
You know?
sometime
Yes or
in the
no?
afternoon.
Do you know a time? Yes or no?
No.
And so, but you, with regard to this particular camera, previously you have also told us that you have not deleted any photographs from that camera, correct?
Previously, I believe
Right.
that's correct. About the pictures of me, I said.
Ma'am, I'm asking, do you remember that we talked about this yesterday, about the photographs that were taken of you and him on the bed? Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you remember that you told us that it was he who had actually deleted the photographs from the camera. Do you remember telling us that?
She said they both did.
Earl, you may answer.
I believe they were deleted, but I don't remember how that happened. I think he deleted them after we took them.
You don't remember how it happens. If you don't remember how it happens, it's fair to say that you didn't do it, right?
Objection argument.
Distinct rephrase.
Well, you didn't delete the photographs, did you? The sex photographs, did you?
I might have deleted them.
Well, I thought you said that just now, that it was he, meaning Mr. Alexander, that deleted the photographs.
I believe it was him, but I can't be sure, so it could have been me, but I believe it was him.
Let's go with your belief. If it is your belief that he's the person that deleted the photographs, then that excludes you from deleting the photographs, right? Based on that belief.
Only if you base it on belief, but that doesn't mean it's actually the reality.
Ma'am, everything that you tell us from the witness stand is your belief, isn't it?
I'm just saying they got
Yeah, yes or
deleted.
no? Everything that you're telling us is what you believe, right? If we're going to use the word believe.
It's the truth to the best
I'm
of
not
my
asking you if it's the truth. Am I asking you if it's the truth?
Yes.
I am asking you that? I thought the word was believe. Isn't it true that I'm asking you what you believe? And you told us that you believe it was Mr. Alexander who deleted the photographs of you and he having sex.
What was the question?
The question is, isn't it true, man, that you just told us that you believe it was Mr. Alexander who deleted the photographs of you and he having sex on the bed?
I believe it was him, yes, but I'm not sure.
But you believe that, right?
It's likely, but I'm not sure. I believe it was probably him.
And if he's the one, assuming that we adopt your belief, if he's the one that deleted the photographs, then up to that point, when you're taking photographs of him in the shower, you haven't deleted any photographs from his camera yet, correct?
Not necessarily, no, that's not correct.
Well, the only photographs that are on that camera that were taken that day when you got there are the ones involving the sex. You're aware of that, right?
No, that's not true.
Well, you took other photographs that day?
Yes, in the shower.
Well, we're not there, are we?
I don't know, you go all over the place.
Well, you keep trying to be critical, but not answering the questions. Are you having problems following? If you are, let me know. But we're talking about the deletion of photographs. Do you have any problem understanding that that's the topic?
No.
And do you have any problem, first of all, understanding that you believe that it was Mr. Alexander who deleted the sexual photographs? You told us that you believe that.
He usually deleted those,
Yes
so I'm not
or
sure.
no? I'm not asking you what he did. Isn't it true that you just told us that?
Oh yeah, I did just say that.
And based on that, the next time that his camera was used was when you were taking photographs of him in the shower, right?
That's correct.
And if that's the next time that you are using the photograph, or that the two of you are using the camera, then before that time, when you are taking photographs of him in the shower, you, based on your belief, have never deleted any items from his camera, right?
No,
You think that you deleted something else even though there were no other photographs taken?
I believe it's possible, and I can't say definitively.
There were only 2 instances of voluntary photograph taking with his camera that day, correct?
Correct.
There was the one involving the sex, right?
Yes.
There was the one of him in the shower, right?
Yes.
There were the involuntary photographs, right?
Yes.
And you just told us that between the sex pictures and the shower pictures, you did not delete any photographs from his camera, correct?
I'm not entirely sure.
But you said that's what you believe. Do you remember just telling that just minutes ago?
Yes, I believe that, but that doesn't mean it's concrete. I may have deleted
Ma'am,
photos.
I'm just asking you whether or not you told us that that's what you believe. That's all I'm asking you. In other words, did you just tell us minutes ago that that's what you believe? Yes or no?
Overruled. You may answer.
Yes, I think I said that.
So if that's the truth and we're going on your belief, when he was in the shower, you began to snap photographs of him, correct?
Yes.
And you wanted to get the Calvin Klein look, right?
Yes.
And before this time that you were taking photographs of him in the shower, you had not, based on your belief, ever deleted any images from that photograph, from that camera, correct?
No,
That's not correct?
that's not correct.
All right. Tell me when you deleted any images from that photograph between the time that he deleted the sex pictures and after he deleted the sex pictures and you began to take the photographs of him in the shower. Between that period of time, when did you delete photographs from that camera?
I can't say definitively when, or even if, but I can't say whether Travis did either.
No, I'm going from the time that from your belief, just from your belief, man. Immediately, seconds after, he's deleted those images, according to your belief, seconds after, and to the time when you first started taking the photographs. When did you delete anything from that camera?
Either of us could have deleted it.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Either of us could have deleted the pictures.
I'm not asking that. You keep avoiding the question, ma'am. The question is when. Give me the circumstances when you, starting at the point that I just mentioned to the time of taking the photographs in the shower, when did you do anything to delete photographs from his camera?
Sometime after they were taken. That's all I can say.
So sometime after what was taken?
The photographs that were deleted.
So you didn't delete the sex photographs. Now we have the photographs that you're taking in the shower. Are you saying now that you deleted some other photographs in between?
No, I'm not saying that.
That's what I want. So then you're not familiar with the camera in terms of how to delete photographs, are you?
At what point? Because I did
At the
become
point
familiar.
before you had deleted any photographs.
That's correct.
And so that if you needed to delete it, go through the process of deleting a photograph, it would then be a first time for you, wouldn't it?
Yes.
And so you then tell us that you take this photograph, 160, and that this is at 5:30 and 30 seconds, and that's on June 4th, 2008, right?
Yes.
You were the person that was handling the camera when this photograph was taken, right?
Yes.
The door was open, right?
Yes.
And Mr. Alexander was seated there, right?
Yes.
And what you told us on direct examination is that that's also an inadvertent photograph, correct?
It is.
What you're saying is that the camera was twirling and coming down at the time that this photograph was taken, right?
No,
Overruled. You may answer.
that's not correct.
Well, what was the camera doing when this photograph was taken?
I have no idea.
Well, you were there, right?
We were looking at him, so I must have moved it because I kept showing him and then moving it back and showing him, moving it back, and then we would delete the ones he didn't like.
Do you remember on direct examination indicating that there was a fumble sort of movement with regard to this photograph, and that's why this is also an inadvertent photograph?
Not this photo.
This is the last in the sequence. This is at 5:30 before the other shot. This is the last in the sequence. Isn't this the last in the sequence before there is the other shot of the ceiling, which is at exhibit number 161 of the ceiling?
That's correct.
So, are you saying now that this was not an inadvertent photograph?
No, I'm not saying that.
So it is an inadvertent photograph, right?
Yes, it is.
What were the circumstances that made this an inadvertent photograph?
Overruled.
The only way that would be an inadvertent photograph is if my finger inadvertently hit the shutter release button.
Is that what you did, inadvertently hit the shutter?
Obviously, yes.
No, there's nothing obvious about it, ma'am. It's a photograph. It's in focus, isn't it?
Yes.
And if we compare it to the other photograph, which is exhibit number 161, this is not in focus, is it?
No.
The previous 160 is, though, right?
Yes.
How can you tell us just by looking at this that this is an inadvertent photograph if it is well in focus and the subject is sitting there aimed at this individual? Why is it that you tell us that this is an accidental or inadvertent photograph?
Because all of those photos were intended to be waist-up shots.
So all the photos are intended to be waist-up shots. That doesn't tell us that this is an inadvertent photograph, does it?
It's certainly not intentional, so it is inadvertent.
You were holding the camera securely when this photograph was taken, correct?
I don't know what you mean by securely. I was just holding it to the best of my ability.
Right, the same as you were with regard to the other photographs, right?
Yes.
You were holding it as securely with this photograph as you were with the other photographs, right?
Yes.
And this photograph then is taken when you applied pressure to the button that takes the photograph, correct?
That's how it works.
And that's how it works for the other photographs too, right?
Yes.
And in this particular case, this photograph is not out of focus, so there's really nothing that tells us from the photograph itself that this was inadvertent, right?
From the photo itself, yes, it's inadvertent because I wouldn't take a picture of that.
But it's your word that you wouldn't take that shot, right? That's what you're saying. And it's because it shows his buttock area that you say it's inadvertent, right?
That's correct.
Did he get mad when you took a picture of his buttocks?
No, we just deleted it.
No, I'm not asking you anything about deleting it. I'm asking you whether or not he was angry at the time.
Not at that point, he wasn't angry.
Was he angry at the time that you took this photograph on June 4th, 2008 at 5:30 and 30 seconds, ma'am?
Not at that point.
That's the point I'm asking you about. I'm not asking you about any other time. Was he angry at that point? Yes or no?
No.
And so you then still had the camera in your hand and had not, according to you, dropped it, right?
That's correct.
Were you and he talking when these photographs were being taken?
Yes.
And were you asking him how to pose?
I don't recall asking him any specific poses, just whatever.
Wasn't this for you? Isn't this something that you wanted?
It was for him. That's why it was on his camera.
I thought the conversation that you had with this detective was that, quote, it took a lot of convincing, whether it was then or another time. If it takes a lot of convincing, it means it's your idea, not his, right?
Initially, it was my idea.
So you're agreeing then that it was your idea to have this photography session.
Yes.
And exhibit 159, he's now sitting down, right?
Yes.
And when he's sitting there, it was you who was directing this photograph because you liked the way the water was coming on his face, didn't you?
Yes.
So you were the person that was directing him on where to be and how to sit, right?
Yes. I guess. He
Pardon?
was sitting, so I just told him to look at the camera.
Pardon?
I mean, he was sitting and he was standing at one point.
Ma'am, he's standing through some of these photographs, correct?
Yes.
And then at some point toward the end, he's sitting down, right?
Yes.
Right before this attack happened, he's sitting down, right?
Yes.
And you're the one that's directing the taking of these photographs because you want to get the Calvin Klein look, right?
Well, that was with the water, so I didn't have to direct him. The water didn't work on that.
Ma'am, I'm not asking you about what the water is doing. I'm not asking you about that. I'm asking you about this man's physical positioning inside of that shower. In some of these photographs in the beginning, he's standing, isn't he?
Yes.
Let's take a look at one of them so that we know what we're talking about. (141). Exhibit 141, he's standing there, right?
Yes.
And you're the one taking these photographs, right?
Yes.
Then if we go to the exhibit that we've been talking about, which is exhibit 159, he's now seated, right?
Yes.
You're the one that's telling him what position to get in so you can get this Calvin Klein effect that you want, right?
No, that's not right.
Well, isn't this what this photographic session is about? Isn't that what you told us it was about?
The Calvin Klein?
Yeah, the Calvin Klein look, right?
Something to that effect.
That's what what we heard you say, right?
Yes.
So if you're the person that's taking the photographs, you're also the person that's telling him, stand this way, stand that way, or sit down, aren't you?
It was mutual.
I know no one's asking whether or not he consented to sit down. I'm asking who was directing him in these poses. It was you, wasn't it?
Yes, and him, both of us.
Well, it was you who was behind the lens, and it was you who wanted to get a certain look, right?
Yes, with the water.
And it was all about this Calvin Klein thing that you wanted, right?
Yes.
I thought on direct examination you told us something about him wanting pictures because he was going to go to Cancun. Which one is it, ma'am?
Not because he was going to Cancun, when his body was cut the way it was in this photo.
So which one is it? The Calvin Klein sort of ambience, or is it he wants these pictures for Cancun? Pick one.
It's not for Cancun.
And didn't you indicate on direct examination that he was going to go to Cancun, he was proud of his body, and he wanted to pose for you because he wanted those sort of as a memento of how good he looked before he went to Cancun? Do you remember telling us that?
Yes,
So which one is it?
it's both.
Even though you told Detective Flores nothing about that, right?
About what?
Well, what is it that we're talking about?
We're talking about a few different things right now.
Well, the last one that we were talking about. The Cancun issue, ma'am. You never told the detective about the Cancun issue, did you?
What Cancun issue?
Do you remember that we're talking about Travis Alexander? Let's start with that.
Yes, I remember that.
That's why we're here, because you killed him, right?
Yes,
And with regard to Mr. Alexander, he was going to Cancun, right?
yes,
And you testified about him going to Cancun on direct examination, right?
yes,
And you told us that the purpose of these pictures was because he was proud of his body because he'd been working out. Do you remember telling us that?
yes, that's correct.
And that he now, when he went to Cancun, would be able to wear whatever swimwear, whatever it is that they wear out on the beach, right?
Yes,
And that he wanted to memorialize that through a picture so that he could keep it. Do you remember telling us that on direct examination?
it wasn't worded that way, but that's more or less correct.
Sure. And in fact, though, what you told the detective back on June 16th of 2008 is something entirely different about these photographs, right?
Just another aspect of the same thing.
Pardon?
It was another aspect of the same thing.
Well, you do tell the detective that it takes a lot of convincing, right?
Yeah, in January it did.
Sure, it took a lot of convincing. If it takes a lot of convincing, then why are you telling us that he really wanted the photographs? On the one hand, can you see that you're telling us he wanted the photographs, and on the other hand, you're telling us, no, he didn't want the photographs. Which one is it? Pick one.
Objection, comment, question. We're talking about two different incidents, one in January, one in June.
State your question.
Ma'am, with regard to this photography session on June 4th of 2008, you made two statements about it. Yes, he did want the photographs taken, or no, he needed convincing. Either one. Just tell me either one.
Well, he did need convincing when we initially discussed it. And on June 4th, he was ready for it because his body was more toned.
So you're saying he wanted it on June 4th of 2008. That's what you're saying, right?
Yes,
And you did not say that to this detective back on July 16th of 2008, right?
I didn't specify.
No, you didn't say it, did you?
Say what?
What
That
we're
he wanted
talking
it.
about. Why is it that you have a hard time understanding these questions when they are in conflict with what you're telling us?
Objection, argumentative.
Sustained.
With regard to the detective, you did not tell him that Mr. Alexander wanted his picture taken in the shower, correct?
That's correct.
Let's take a look at Exhibit 249. Do you recognize what's here?
Yes,
And this is a schematic diagram of Mr. Alexander's bathroom, correct?
that's correct.
And it also includes the closet, correct?
Yes,
It also includes the bedroom, right?
yes,
And the rope that we talked about was behind here, behind the bed, right?
that's right.
All right, ma'am. These photographs that you were taken at some point, take a look at exhibit number 161. And the time is 5:31 and 14 seconds. That photograph is snapped, correct?
Correct.
And this is the door to the shower, right?
Yes,
This is the light above the shower, right?
yes,
And Mr. Alexander is seated down here, isn't he?
yes,
And we saw a picture of him seated, correct? He hadn't moved from that position, right?
yes.
You were standing, right?
I was kneeling at that point.
And this right here is the door to the closet, correct?
Yes,
We go back to exhibit number 249. Where were you when that photograph was snapped? And I'm talking about, you can be specific if you want to look at it, 161. Where were you when this photograph was snapped?
I was somewhere maybe slightly to the left of the circle number 4.
Why don't you point to it?
It was somewhere in this area.
So you were immediately right in front of the shower, right?
A few feet back, so there was no water on the camera.
And Mr. Alexander was still seated, correct?
Yes,
And the you said that you were kneeling, right?
Yes,
So that the distance between you and the floor was not that great, correct?
no, that's correct.
And this photograph here, 160, the last one before that, were you also kneeling on this one?
Yes,
You were?
yes.
And this would show the distance between, obviously, the lens and the subject. Are you saying that that's 2 feet?
It's not necessarily the distance because the lens had a zoom.
Right, so I'm asking you how far away you were you?
I was a few feet, not two, maybe a little bit farther so the water didn't splash on the camera.
You hadn't moved from this position when you took this photograph, when the other photograph was snapped, right?
No, that's not right. We were looking at photos.
You what?
We were looking at the pictures, reviewing them.
So when you took this photograph, which is the one of him at 5:30:30, and then there was this other photograph of 161, were you in the same position? I'm not asking if there was any deletion of photographs in between. I'm just asking if you were in the same area when these two photographs were snapped. That's all I'm asking.
I was in the same general spot, but there was some adjusting.
All right? And you pointed to that general spot for us, correct?
Yes,
And you said that that was a couple of feet away, right?
yes,
And that was right around there, right?
around there, yes.
And so you say you dropped the camera, right?
I did.
Where did the camera go?
I dropped it when I was facing this way. It landed on the mat right about here and sort of did a little double bounce onto the tile right there.
Well, you said you dropped the camera right around here, correct?
Yes,
And the camera then came
it rolled a little bit.
south then, right?
Yeah. Yes.
In this direction, correct? How far did the camera roll?
It was right sort of against, it didn't touch, but it was sort of against the bathtub.
So the bathtub's over here.
Right.
This right here is the dividing wall between the shower and the bathtub. Do you understand that or not?
Yes,
So the camera then came this way, right?
it was right sort of up against the bathtub, but it didn't hit the porcelain part of the bathtub.
And there was a bath mat that was here, wasn't there?
I don't recall a bath mat being there. I just know the shower mat was there.
So there was a shower mat there? Is that what
Right
you-
outside of the shower. That's the only mat that I can remember being there.
And the camera is then right about here, right?
In that vicinity.
Right? And what happens when the camera comes to rest in this position? What happens next?
Travis snapped.
When you say Travis snapped, he manifested something. What did he do?
He got very angry. He stood up, stepped out of the shower, all the while calling me an effing
Screaming
idiot.
at you, bad stuff, right? Cursing at you, right?
I remember the F word. I don't know how much cursing there was.
And
I
the
think
F
there
word
was-
being what? You can say it. You said it in text messages. Go ahead.
He said fucking,
He said fucking what?
that I'm a fucking idiot.
Okay, he said you were a fucking idiot. And he's standing up when he says this, right?
As he was standing up or whatever. I don't know the exact position he was in when those words were uttered.
So he was either standing or moving up to stand when he started cursing, right?
Yes, that's
And he's within about 2 feet of you, right?
somewhere like that.
That's what you told us you were standing or kneeling when you took this photograph, right? Or this photograph was snapped, right?
Yeah, I was a few feet so that the water wouldn't splash.
Right. And at that point, he gets very upset. He does what you said that he told us. And is this when he gets this mean look in his face that you talked about?
When he picked me up, I looked in his face.
And you saw this mean look on his face, right?
Yes.
Is this the same mean look that you told us that you remember back from August of 2007?
It's a look I've seen more than a few times.
I'm asking about
So-
August 2007. That's the one I'm asking about. You remember telling us that in August 2007, you saw that same mean look that you saw back on June 4th of 2008?
I remember saying it was very similar.
Similar means it's about the same, right?
Yes.
And so you see the same look on his face, but in August of 2007, all he did was grab your wrist, say, I'm sorry, and held you, right?
Objection, mischaracterized the testimony. She didn't say it was the same. She said it was similar.
Overruled.
Can you please repeat that?
And so you see the same look on his face, but in August of 2007, all he did was grab your wrists, say, I'm sorry, and held you, right?
Back in August, yes.
So you're in similar, it appears to be in a similar circumstance. Now something else happens, right?
Yes, many somethings later, this something is now happening.
Well, something happens now where you claim that he grabbed you and threw you down, right?
Yeah, he body slammed me.
He body slammed you down, right?
Yes.
In a very forceful way. Where did he body slam you down, ma'am?
Right in the same area on the tile.
Pardon?
In the same area on the tile, my head would be facing south.
So in other words, right here in this area where you were taking the photographs, right?
Kind of more like
Pardon?
that.
Right around there?
Whole area, I'd say.
And you said your head was facing south, right?
Yes.
So you, even though he slammed you really, really hard, you were still cognizant enough to know that your head was facing south, which would be in this direction, right?
That's where I whacked my head on the tile.
Yeah, and so your head then is facing south, and you're remembering all this, even though he slammed you down really, really hard, right?
I wasn't thinking south when it happened, but here it is.
But you remember the direction of your head, whether it was whatever the direction you're giving us now, you remember that your head was in this direction, right?
Yes, I do.
It wasn't a circumstance that you hit your head so hard that it made you lose at least any memory at that point of what had happened, right?
I don't think so.
Well, no, you were there when you say you don't think so. It sounds like you did. You remember your head being this way, right?
I do.
She can't testify to memories that she lost. How would she know that?
Overall, to me, answer.
Yeah, I just don't know about head injuries, but I just remember being in that direction.
I'm asking whether or not whatever happened, you remember enough to know that your head was facing in this direction, south, which is south, right?
More or less, yes. My body was somewhat parallel with that area.
I'm asking about your head. I'm not asking about your body. Your body is, your head is facing this way, right?
Yes.
And so that happens, and is the camera still down here next to the tub?
I would assume. I don't remember the camera at that point anymore.
You don't remember the camera anymore. You were focused on Mr. Alexander. And now he's standing over you, right?
Yes.
And he's standing over you, and you're down. Tell me what happens next.
I roll to my left.
You roll to your left, which would be in this direction,
Yes.
and Mr. Alexander would be in front of you, correct?
He was somewhat to my right a little bit, but just outside the shower. And I ran down the hallway.
Well, I'm not asking you anything about that. Mr. Alexander is out of the shower, correct?
Yes, he is. Or he stepped out. I don't know if he has 1 foot in, 1 foot out, but he stepped out.
Well, he needed to have been out of the shower in order for him to grab you and body slam you, didn't he?
Not necessarily.
Oh, so
He
you're
had-
saying that he was in the shower, and from the shower he kind of reached over and grabbed you and body slammed you sideways, even though he wasn't out of the shower?
No, I said he definitely stepped out, but I don't know if he had both feet out or 1 foot out.
So when he is in the shower, he at least takes one step out, and you're far enough away so that the water's not going to be getting on the camera, right? Right?
Yes.
And in this position where his legs are open, potentially, right? Right?
Yes.
You're saying that he reaches over with one leg still in the shower, and he body slams you. That's what you said, right?
No, that's not what I said.
Objection is noted, overruled. You may answer the question.
That's not what I said.
Well, when he body slammed you, isn't it true that he was out of the shower?
Well, yeah.
Okay, then why did you tell us that he was still in the shower? Why did you just minutes ago tell us that?
I didn't say that.
You said he had 1 foot in the shower. Did you say that?
No, I didn't say he had 1 foot in the shower. I said I don't know if he stepped all the way out or if the 1 foot was still in the shower.
Okay, so it could be that 1 foot was still in the shower, you're telling us, when he body slammed you, right?
It could be or it couldn't be. I don't know. All I know is getting body
Right.
slammed again.
But you're saying it's a possibility that the 1 foot is still in the shower, right?
I don't know.
Well,
I
you
don't
were
know
there,
what
right?
they were.
And so far, you remember very well so far, because you were scared, right? That's what you told us.
I was terrified.
Terrified. It's the same sort of thing, only escalated, right? Scared is the same thing as terrified, only terrified is worse, right?
I would say that, yes.
And so even though he may have had 1 foot in the shower, he does step outside, right?
He comes toward me enough to lift me up, whatever that took. He lifts me up and body slams me.
So he actually picks you up physically and body slams you, right?
Yes.
So what I think you're now telling us is that the body slam takes place with both of his feet out of the shower, right?
I wasn't focused on his feet, so I can't really answer that question.
All right. So then you go down, right?
Yes.
He's standing up, right?
Yes.
And he's standing up, according to you, right about here, right?
Not where you pointed to number 3. It wasn't there.
How
It was
about
just
number 4?
somewhere closer in that area. It's all the same general.
Right in here?
Somewhere in that area. He
All
was
right.
just standing over me.
Standing over you. Were his feet straddling you?
No.
Were his feet at your feet?
More like my legs, maybe my knees.
So he was with his legs open and your knees were between his legs? Is that what we're talking about?
He wasn't straddling me.
So he was standing next to your knees, right?
He was over me, but not with both legs on each side of me.
Right. But he was standing next to your knees, right? That's what you said.
Knees or shins. It was.
All right, let's go with knees or shins. That part of your leg, right? Knees or shins, right?
Yes.
And you were you were close to this area. Remember you told us that you were close to the tub. Do you remember telling us that?
Yes.
And so if he was standing, he would have had to have been standing on the, if we look at this diagram, on the left side, which would be, I understand that this is a direction that you haven't given, but to the west of you, right?
He was not on the left. He was on the right.
So he was on the right, so he would be on this side then, near your shins.
Yes.
That would mean that your feet were in front of the shower then, right?
That's about the general area where they were.
All right. And do you know how close your feet were to the door that was open?
No.
So he's standing there and you're down, right?
Yes.
And you're terrified, right?
Yes.
What happens next?
Well, I got the wind knocked out of me and I hit my head, but
All right, you hit your head, but you remember everything. Based on what you're telling us, you still have a good memory of what happened, right?
up to that point,
You got the wind knocked out of you, right?
yes.
But even though you got the wind knocked out of you, you still have a good memory of what happened, right?
I don't know how good it is, but I remember it.
You remember it, right?
Yes.
Use your word. And when you got the wind knocked out of you, that means that you were having difficulty breathing, right?
It hurt. I don't remember not being able to breathe. It just hurt my rib cage and my torso. It hurt.
So when you say that you had the wind knocked out of you, that may not be accurate because what you're really describing is a pain to your midsection, whether it be the ribs or whatever, right?
Yes, it was painful.
It was painful. That's not the question. The question is when you said that you had the wind knocked out of you, that may not be accurate, correct?
I'm not sure because I've had the wind knocked out of me before, only a lot worse than that. So
you
it
had-
felt that way, but it just more it was painful.
So you've had the wind knocked out of you before, right?
Yes.
You know what that feels like, right?
Yes.
You can't breathe. That's why they call it knocking the wind out of you, right?
Yes.
So you're telling us then, since you are familiar with having the wind knocked out of you, that you hit your head, you're down, and you can't breathe, right?
I'm not saying that.
You did say that you had the wind knocked out of you, right?
Worse than this. Yes.
No. I'm talking about here. You're telling us that you had the wind knocked out of you here, right?
I think it was to a degree, yes.
So you're having difficulty breathing then at that point, right?
Breathing wasn't going through my mind at that point. I just remember the pain.
I'm not asking you what was going through your head. I'm asking you that whether or not you are telling us that you had difficulty breathing. That's all I'm asking. I'm not asking what was going through your head.
I don't remember that as being a priority in my mind at that moment.
I'm not asking you to prioritize your pain. You understand that, right? I'm asking you whether or not, because you tell us you had the wind knocked out of you, you were having difficulty breathing. That's all I'm asking you.
I don't remember.
If you don't remember that you were having difficulty breathing, and based on your previous experiences with having the wind knocked out of you, you didn't have the wind knocked out of you, right?
I think the wind was knocked out of me partially, or somewhat, because that's the sensation that I felt.
All right, but it didn't involve breathing, though, is what you're saying.
Did you say did or didn't?
Did not involve a breathing difficulty.
I can't say for sure because that wasn't the immediate problem that I was worried about in that moment.
And so you're down. What happens next?
I rolled and ran down the hallway.
Well, you rode. Rolling's a little bit different than running, wouldn't you agree?
Yes.
So even though you're having this wind knocked out of you, and you've, according to you, have had your head smacked on the floor, you are able to roll to your left, right?
Yes.
I'm sorry, to the left, correct?
Yes.
And you are clothed at this time, right?
Yes.
He does not have any clothing on, right?
No, he doesn't.
He's angry though, right?
Very angry.
Extremely angry, right?
I would say that, yes.
And you turn to your left to get up, right?
Yes.
And you turn to your left to get up so you can get away, right?
Yes.
You have absolutely no problem moving to your left and getting up, do you?
I don't know.
Well, you were there.
I just know I did it, and I did it as fast as I could.
And he didn't stop you from doing that, did he?
I perceived that he was trying to get on top of me.
So you thought that he was trying to get on top of you. You say you perceived, which means that it may or may not be something that actually happened. So did he get on top of you at that point?
I rolled away before that could happen.
So you rolled away before that could happen means that you're saying that he then tried to go down to grab you. Is that what you're saying?
I don't remember him getting down, but I remember him just coming at me and coming at me and coming at me.
I understand that he's coming at you, but you're down on the ground, right?
Yes.
So if you're down on the ground, isn't he going to have to, by necessity, stoop over?
If he were to get on top of me, yes.
And so was he stooping over? Did you see that?
I don't know. I just know that he was coming after me and I rolled.
Well, you're telling us that you have these ideas, but I'm asking you what he actually did. Did he stoop over to get you?
I can only say what was going through my head, not what he actually did.
Well, you weren't looking at what he was doing?
Not after I got my head smacked on the tile, no.
So you weren't looking at him at that point, right?
Not at that very moment, no.
So it could be then at that point that what he was trying to do, because you weren't looking at him, that when he was trying to stoop down, it could be that he was trying to help you, pick you up and apologize, right? Based on the fact that you told us you weren't looking at his face. It could be, right?
Overall, give me an answer.
I can't say he was stooping down, so I don't even know how to answer that.
Well, you said he was trying to get on top of you.
I perceived that.
Yes. And perception is your eyes. You're looking, hearing, right?
Part of that is perception.
Sure. And you're telling us that hearing and looking, you believe, or you think, whatever term you want to use, that he was going to get on top of you, right?
I'm not saying hearing or looking, I'm just saying that was my perception.
So the way you keep backing away from it, it appears that what you're telling us, it could be that he's stooping down to help you to get up, right?
Rephrase your question.
You tell us that he was going down at some point, so that causing you to move away, right?
No, I'm telling you that after I got body slammed, I perceived that he was going to try to get on top of me, and I wanted to roll away from the situation and run.
So that was your perception, but it wasn't caused by anything he was doing. It was caused by what he had done before then. That's what you're saying.
Certainly by what he'd done before, but I don't know exactly what he was doing right after he slammed me.
You weren't even looking at him, right?
Not at that point.
You get up, right?
Yes, after rolling, I got up and ran.
Right. And when you get up, point to me. Are you here? You're here. Where are you?
I'm not sure because I didn't do a full turn. I just rolled and got up and ran.
Were you in front of the closet?
Not directly, but
Were you right there? Where were you?
I don't know. I just rolled and I got up and booked it down the hallway.
And well, this is not the hallway where you went down, right?
No, that's not where I ran.
Right. And in fact, are you saying that you rolled all the way down till you got to the entrance of the hallway?
Overruled.
I did not make a full rotation. I just rolled to my side and got up and started running.
So if you are here and you make a half rotation, then isn't it true that you would be standing right about here? You would be standing right about here when you took off running.
Rephrase the question.
Were you standing right about here when you took off running?
Overruled.
I really am not sure. I just got up and started running after I rolled to the side. That's all I can
And
say.
you were still angry at that time, right?
Yes, he was still angry.
And he was still screaming at you, right?
Yes.
And this is the individual that on occasion had been telling you what great shape he got in, right?
Yes.
He's this individual that you told us was a wrestler, right?
Yes.
In high school. And he's the same individual that part of the reason that you were taking these photographs in the shower was because he was in pretty good shape, right?
Yes.
So you take off running and you take off running down the hallway, right?
Yes.
And you go in this direction here, is what you're telling us, right?
Yes.
And then you pivot and take a right in here, which is the closet, right?
Yes.
And you're telling us that this individual that's standing and you're down, that's in really good shape, that's in really angry, and you're running down this hallway, you're telling us he can't catch you because you're way faster, right?
That's not what I'm saying.
Well, you're saying he didn't catch you. You're telling us he didn't catch you here, right?
No.
He didn't catch you here, right?
No.
He didn't catch you here, right?
No.
He's running after you, though, is what you did tell us, right?
I didn't look behind me, but I assumed.
Well, if you didn't look behind you, does that mean he wasn't coming after you?
No, ultimately that doesn't mean that because that's not what the reality ended up being.
So this individual that's in this great, or in the shape that you've described, you get here before he does, right?
Yes, I do.
And he doesn't catch up to you here. When you're here, he hasn't caught up to you, right?
That's correct.
And there's a door there, right?
Yes.
According to you, you're able to close that door, right?
I slammed it.
But that door doesn't have a lock to it, right?
Not that I recall.
Well, you were there, though, right?
Yes.
Let's take a look at exhibit number 78. Take a look at it, please. Where were you taking the photographs when this happened? I want to see it on this exhibit.
Outside the shower?
Pardon?
Outside the shower.
Well, why don't you put a mark on there? Ma'am, were you crying when you were shooting him?
I don't remember.
Were you crying when you were stabbing him?
I don't remember.
How about when you cut his throat? Were you crying then?
I don't know.
So take a look then. And you're the one that did this, right?
Yes.
And you're the same individual that lied about all this, right?
Yes.
So then take a look at it.
All right, we're going to take a noon recess at this time. Ladies and gentlemen, be back in the designated area at 1:25. Please remember the admonition, you are excused. We are in recess.
Yep. Yep. And the award goes to, that is correct. We are now going to examination day 5, part 2.
Please be seated. The record will show the presence of the jury, the defendant, and all
Is
counsel.
still on the
Mr. Martinez,
stand.
you may continue with cross-examination.
Ma'am, take a look at Exhibit 78. And
Look at
you
it.
indicated that
Just look at it.
you were in this vicinity here with your head in this direction.
Y'all, I don't normally give trigger warnings out because I'm an adult channel. Everybody should be over 18 here. But I will give you guys a little bit of a, this is very graphic. I'm sure they won't show some of the really, really bad pictures, but you may see, as in the picture that I have got on the screen, parts of Travis Alexander's body. If that's not something you can handle, I totally understand. Please exit stage right and come back in a few minutes, and hopefully this part will be over. Welcome everybody that's here that I haven't said hi to. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it so much. If you just hit the thumbs up for me, this is your only warning, you guys. This part's going to be graphic. It's going to be graphic. Thank you so much. Yeah, okay, Detour. We believe you, honey.
When Mr. Alexander was in this vicinity, sort of next to you, correct?
Yes.
And you indicated that you were able to get up, right?
Yes.
He was within a foot of you, wasn't he?
That sounds right. I don't know. Sounds about right.
Well, he was within an arm's length. He could have touched you if he wanted to, right?
I think so. He would have to reach down, I guess.
Pardon?
He would
I
have
can't
to-
hear you. Either pull the microphone up.
He would have to reach down because I was on the ground, but within arm's length, I guess so, yeah.
Or he could have kicked you if he wanted to. That's how close he was, right?
Yes, he was that close.
And you were able to get up, right?
After rolling, I got up, yes.
So you rolled then, right?
Yes,
You were able to get up, right?
yes.
And he was standing right there, correct?
In the same place, but I
Right.
rolled away, yes.
And then you began to run, correct?
Yes,
And he began to run after you, right?
I heard his footsteps. I didn't look.
You didn't tell us about, in fact, when you testified prior to trial, you told us that you didn't know if he was coming after you, right?
Prior to trial?
Prior this morning, when you testified. Do you remember testifying this morning?
Yeah, I didn't know for certain because I didn't look back.
Ma'am, my question to you is, do you remember testifying this morning?
Yes,
And do you remember we discussed this issue about going down the hallway? Do you remember that?
yes,
And do you remember that you told us that you had no idea where he was?
Overruled, you may answer.
I didn't say that.
You said that you didn't know if he was following you because you weren't paying attention. Do you remember that?
No, I don't remember saying I didn't know. I just remember saying that I wasn't sure.
And that you didn't know, you said that you didn't hear him, right? You didn't say anything about hearing him, did you?
I didn't say that I heard him. I didn't say that I didn't hear him.
So you're now saying that you did hear him coming after you, right?
I'm saying that I thought I heard footsteps
Well-
running after me.
When you say you think, it implies that you're not sure. Did you or did you not hear footsteps as you're going down the hallway?
I think I did.
Okay, so you heard footsteps. That means he's running after you, right?
That's what I believed.
Well, all we care about is what you believe in. So you say that you hear his footsteps, right?
Yes,
So he is coming after you, right?
yes, he is.
Makes you scared, right?
Very.
And you're saying that this individual who's in shape is not able to catch you before you turn the corner to go into the closet, right?
He did not.
That's what you're saying, that he wasn't fast enough to do it, right?
That's right.
And you slammed the door, right?
I did.
You can't see through the door, right?
That's correct.
So how do you know he's still mad?
Because Travis never calmed down that quickly.
Man, you couldn't see through the door at his expression on his face, could you?
That's correct.
You couldn't see his eyes, correct?
Correct.
And so you're inside this closet, right?
Yes,
And you don't know what he's doing outside, according to you, right?
that's right.
And so even though you don't know what he's doing outside, you claim you go for a weapon, right?
Not immediately. My thought was to run through the other door first.
So then you sat around and waited? There was a period of time here that you waited then?
No, it all happened very quickly, this whole
Okay,
thing.
well then I thought you said that you thought, or that you took some time to think this out.
It was like instantaneous. I just thought as soon as I slammed the door, I was going to run through the other door. And then in a split second, I realized where the gun was and I went to grab it so that I could point it at him and protect myself.
So you're inside this closet, right?
Yes.
And you're ahead of him, aren't you? In other words, he's on the other side of the door, right?
That was my thought. I also
Man, I'm
feared.
not asking you what your thinking was. I'm asking you, isn't it true that he was outside of the door?
Well, I don't know where he was. I just know that I shut the door.
Then he was somewhere in the bedroom then, right?
I don't know. He could have been in the bedroom or running down the hallway to meet me at the other end of the door.
Bottom line, he wasn't in the closet with you, is what you're telling us, right?
Yes, that's right.
And you don't know what he's doing during this period of time that he's out there, right? Yes or no? Do you know what he's doing while he's out there?
Specify which period of time you're referring to.
The period of time when you're not seeing him. You don't know what he's doing.
That's correct.
And this is a period of time that allows you for contemplation or to think, right?
If I was in my right mind, yes.
Well, I'm not asking you whether or not you were in your right mind, was I?
No.
I was asking you whether or not you had time to think, right?
You actually asked and answered.
I may have had time, but
Well, didn't you just tell us just now that you that you thought about what you were going to do next, right?
yes, I thought of getting away.
And so the answer is yes, you did think, right?
Yes.
And in fact, when you were doing this thinking, he wasn't in the closet, right?
No, he was opening the door at that
Ma'am,
point.
he wasn't in the closet, was he?
He was opening the door and entering.
I'm
the
not
closet.
asking you if he was opening the door. I'm at you. The way you told the story just now was that you slammed the door. Didn't you just say that?
Yes, I did.
And when you slammed the door, you didn't get his foot, right? You didn't have his foot in the door, right?
No,
He didn't have his hand somewhere so that the door didn't close, right?
that's right.
The door closed, right?
Yes,
And for whatever period of time, he was outside, right?
I guess because it opened pretty much right away.
Ma'am, during this time, you were ahead of him inside of that closet, according to you, right?
That's right.
You had enough time to grab the door, right?
No, I slammed it.
You touched the door, right?
Yes,
And you slammed the door, right?
yes,
It shut, right?
yes.
At that point, he wasn't in that enclosed area with you, correct?
In that very second, no, he was
Right.
not.
You could have continued running out of this door here, couldn't you?
Yes.
You chose not to because you thought about it, right?
I don't remember really thinking. I just remember being scared and trying to put distance. And
You could have, though, run out and put distance between, to use your term, between you and him by running out this door, right?
that's right.
And if you would have run out this door, you could have then run down the hallway, right? Again, right?
That's possible.
Well, it's something you could have done, right?
If he hadn't stopped me, possibly,
Well,
yes.
wait a minute. You said that you were alone in the closet after you slammed the door for a period of time, a brief period of time, whatever it was, right?
Yes.
And then, so during that brief period of time, when this person who obviously is in shape cannot catch you, you could have just run around and gone down the hallway, correct?
Not if I'm trying to keep him away from me.
Ma'am, you could have done that, couldn't you? You
Then
were
I-
alone in the closet, right?
Yes, it was.
And so if you're alone in the closet, nothing is stopping you from heading in this exit door. I know it's a door. Let's just call it a door.
Okay.
You could have then taken another right. You were familiar with his house, right?
Yes.
You were familiar with the fact that you could have gone down the hallway, right?
Yes.
And then you could have taken a quick left and you would have been down the stairs, right?
No, I probably would have been dead.
Well, ma'am, you could have done that, couldn't you?
Not unless I was suicidal.
Well, you're saying that all of a sudden, between the door to the closet, the one that's in the bedroom, and the door to the closet that's in the bathroom, he somehow got a lot faster than he did from this area here going all the way around. You're saying he all of a sudden got a lot faster, right?
Mischaracterizes her testimony.
You say your question.
Ma'am, the distance from here all the way around to the door is further than the distance from where you were standing inside of the closet to this door here, isn't it?
Yes.
So you could have continued running through here, couldn't you?
Yes.
He wasn't in the closet at that time, was he?
He was by that point, yes.
Well, and so he's now in the closet, and you're saying that if he's in the closet and yet he allows you, according to you, because now he's in the closet, he allows you to get up and get the gun. That's what you're saying, because he's now in the closet, right?
He entered the closet at the point that I was jumping up on the shelf.
So So then the door is opening then, not when you told us before, but when you're going up towards the shelf, right?
Yes, when I told you before, which was almost immediately after.
Ma'am, my question to you is, when you went in, you were able to have time to go towards the shelves, right?
Yes,
And you just told us now that during that period of time, whatever it was, he was not in the closet, right?
at that very moment, he had not opened the door.
Right. So then you just said that you were going over to the closet an area to get the gun, right?
The corner.
The corner, right? And as you are in that corner, he's coming in through the door, right?
Yes, as I'm beginning to step up onto the shelf.
Right. You're beginning to step up. And you're saying now that this person who's coming after you and that is angry has now given you more time, and you now have more time to get the gun from up in the closet, right?
Yes, that's correct.
But man, this is a very small closet, isn't it?
No, it's bigger than the cell that I live in.
It's bigger than what?
It's bigger than the cell that I live in. It's not a small closet.
Ma'am, we don't want to know where you live in. Do you understand that?
I'm just using that as reference. It's
Ma'am,
not small.
Do you understand? Did I ask you where you were living?
No,
We're clear, right? We do not want to know where you're living right now. Do you understand that?
okay, sorry.
No need to take that attitude that. Is there an issue with you with answering the questions as they're posed?
Sometimes, but I'm trying to answer them the best I can.
So is it an attitude issue with you then?
Objection, argumentative, Your Honor, move to strike.
Overruled. You may answer.
I don't think it is.
So this closet here is a small closet, isn't it?
No,
Objection, ask and answer.
Overruled.
not in my opinion.
It's actually about 11 and a half feet, isn't it? From the door over there to this door here, isn't it?
I don't know, but that sounds somewhat accurate. I would have said
It sounds
12.
what? I can't hear you.
It sounds somewhat accurate, but I don't really know as far as distance, how long 11 and a half feet is.
Well, then let's take a look at exhibit number 249. See the measurement of the line from here to there. Do you see what the measurement is?
Yes,
It's 11 feet 4 inches, right?
yes.
So it's approximately a little bit over 11 and a half feet long then, right?
Around that, yes.
So you're in this closet, and when you're in this closet, you reach out to get this gun, right?
Yes,
And on direct examination, you remember looking at this photograph, which is exhibit number 70.
yes,
And you indicated that the gun was up in this corner here, right?
yes.
That's a pretty high shelf there, isn't it?
No,
How tall are you, ma'am?
I believe I'm 5'5.5" last time I checked.
And this shelving, do you see that there?
Yes,
It goes almost to the roof. You see that?
yes,
And you see the thing to the right here, the door?
yes,
It is higher than the door, isn't it?
yes.
You're saying that standing there in front of that shelf, you could, at 5'6", you can reach up and grab that top there?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
In fact, you have to get up on the shelves to do it, don't you?
Yes, I just got up on one.
Yes or no?
Yes,
And when you get up on these shelves, it isn't a situation that you can just get up with one hand, is it?
I did it.
So you were able to somehow put 1 foot on one of these shelves, right?
Yes,
And without putting your hand, the other hand, which hand did you grab it with?
I don't remember.
All right, with the hand that was free that you did not use to grab, that you were able to just put 1 foot out there, grab the gun, even though you said it was way in the back.
It's just sitting right in the corner, not way in the back. There is no back, 'cause that's the wall.
Well, this is the back part right here. That's the term that you used.
Yes,
And so you're saying that it's in that corner, you can, according to you, put your foot on one of these shelves without disturbing anything else and reach out and grab the gun, right?
that's what I did.
And you didn't disturb anything else in that closet, right? Nothing was disturbed, right?
No, my foot went right on the edge.
Pardon?
My foot went right on the edge.
And you didn't disturb any of the shoes, right?
No,
Didn't disturb any of the pants there, right?
that's correct.
Didn't disturb any of the ties that are there. Nothing was disturbed, right?
No, yes, that's right. Nothing was disturbed.
We take a look at exhibit number 69. This gives us a further out view, doesn't it?
Yes,
And it also includes the bench seat, right?
yes,
nothing is disturbed there, right?
That's right.
And yet you're saying that this very angry man is coming through here, coming after you, right?
Yes.
And that he is very upset about his camera and that you're able to get the gun up here, right?
That's right.
Is this the same gun that you told the detective that he didn't own?
That's right.
Can't have it both ways, ma'am. Back then on June 10th of 2008, you did say he did not own a gun, correct?
Yes, I did.
And no one was even consulting you about the investigation. You initiated that contact, right?
That's right.
You agree that what you are telling us today is, to be more than fair, inconsistent with that statement, right?
That's right.
And this thing, or the statement about the gun, this didn't come, that you said that it involved the gun, didn't come for years until after you had been arrested, correct?
Yes, years it took me to admit it.
So the answer is yes, it came years later, right?
Yes.
We've reviewed a lot of text messages, we've reviewed a lot of email or some email correspondence and even your journal. And the text messages, there was some exchanges between you and Mr. Alexander that could be defined as heated, correct?
Yes.
You guys were fighting at some of these points, right?
I would say arguing, yes.
Okay, arguing then, right? And nowhere in those text messages does he ever threaten you physically, does he?
No, he doesn't.
He doesn't, does he?
That's correct.
And there's no email correspondence in which he's threatening you, correct?
Trying to think. I know we talk about it, but there aren't any threats made.
There are no threats, correct? And
Yes.
there's no police report because you never called the police, right?
That's right.
There are no individuals that have come in to say that they saw him mistreat you, correct?
Physically, that's right.
Well, no. You're saying that there are individuals that came in here that say that he mistreated you some other way?
Objection, burden shifting.
Overruled.
Yeah, I do.
Okay, so Dan Freeman testified, right?
Yes,
He indicated that he treated you appropriately. Didn't he say that?
he did say that. He
And
also
in
said the
fact,
opposite.
there was only one fight that he was present, right?
Yes,
This is the trip to have a soup fight. Do you remember that?
yes, I was mortified about it.
Pardon?
Yes, I remember that.
And do you remember that the reason that there was a fight was that he was trying to make sure that the trip was an enjoyable one, right?
I don't remember Dan saying that.
Well, do you remember he said that it needed to be enjoyable and that you needed to take out whatever heavy products were in your backpack? Do you remember that?
I remember that's what started the argument.
Right. And you got mad at him, right?
No, he got mad at me.
Oh, so Dan Freeman got mad at you?
Oh, I thought you were talking about Travis.
No, I'm asking about Dan Freeman.
No, I've never been mad at Dan Freeman.
I'm not asking if you're mad at Dan Freeman. Dan Freeman did not get mad at you then, did he?
No, he didn't.
And in fact, he indicated he was just trying to make the trip enjoyable because these backpacks can get heavy, right?
Yes, something to that effect.
And somehow, given what Dan Freeman did, it became a fight between you and Mr. Alexander, right?
It sparked a fight, yes.
And the way you phrased it, it was Mr. Alexander's fault, right?
That time, yes, it was.
Even though you're the person who was upset at having to conform to what somebody else wanted you to do, right?
I wasn't that upset.
Well, you started the fight, not Mr. Alexander, like you're saying, right?
No, I took the backpack upstairs and he came in and started screaming at me.
So you your actions in no way, shape, or form, ma'am, contributed to the problems that happened that morning before you went to have a soup fight.
No, they definitely contributed.
And they started it, didn't they?
I didn't think we were arguing, so
Well,
I don't know.
Your actions were the ones that started this whole fracas, weren't they?
I guess.
No, don't say that you guessed, ma'am. You were there, right?
Yes, I was there.
And you know how the fight started, right?
I do.
Yeah, and it was because you had an attitude because Daniel Freeman had gone into your stuff and removed items, right?
Overruled, you may answer.
That's not when I would consider the argument beginning.
All right, you don't consider that. In fact, though, we've looked at these text messages and we've been talking about whether or not there's any indication that Mr. Alexander ever threatened physical harm to you, and you said no, right?
Yes.
But you did. You threatened physical harm to him, didn't you?
As a joke, I think I did.
No, yes or no? Didn't you threaten him with physical harm? Yes or no?
I don't remember ever threatening Travis with physical harm, ever.
Okay, let's take a look at one of the exhibits that you entered, Exhibit 443. Start at the top. He says to you, It gets old when you dramatize everything. You stress me out on a regular basis. You have 27 hours and you're moaning about not making PC. You shouldn't hang up on someone trying to help you. Now you are on your own. That's what it says, right?
Yes.
That is not a happy text message, is it?
No, it isn't.
That is not a joking text message, right?
Yes.
And then you say, nor should you have to. That's your response, right?
No, that's
incoming. That's you.
Nor should I have to. Yes.
And then he responds. Then you say after that, within seconds, I wanted to tell you something about today. It's important and time is of the essence, right? That's what you
Yes.
tell him.
Yes.
He responds to you, too bad. You shouldn't have hung up on me, right?
Yes.
Still not a joking conversation, right?
Yes.
Still a fight or an argument by a text message, right?
Yes.
And then you say, it was for your own benefit, not mine. I only wanted to tell you because I care about you, right?
Yes.
Now the mood is changing. You only did this because you cared for him, right?
Yes.
And so hanging up on him is because you really love him, right?
I guess indirectly it could be that way.
Okay, so you show love by, in this circumstance, hanging up on him, right?
If I didn't love him, his swearing wouldn't hurt as bad, so I wouldn't hang up on him, so
Ma'am,
yes.
You hung up on him, right?
Yes, I did.
And you hung up on him because you love him, right? That's what you're saying.
I'm saying in an indirect way it could be construed that
So
way.
the answer is yes, correct?
That's not the direct reason.
But you hung up on him and you're saying that you hung up on him because you love him. Yes or no?
Put plainly like that, I would have to say no.
Okay. And then he says, whatever, Jody, doesn't he?
Yes.
He's upset at that point, right?
I don't know.
You think he's happy there?
Overruled, you may answer.
No, I don't think that.
Pardon?
I don't think that.
Well, the first text message was at 16:53, and we understand that that's 7 hours ahead. The text message where he says, whatever, Jody, is 16:57. Do you see that?
Yes.
It's roughly about 4 minutes later, right?
Right.
And you told us that you guys were fighting in this conversation, right?
Yes, we were arguing.
Right, during these 4 minutes that it takes to text message back and forth, right? So it's not a joking conversation, right?
Not at this point.
No. And then you answer almost immediately, whatever, you in the nose, Travis.
Yes.
You think that's funny, right? That's a joke.
That was his joke that he used to say.
Pardon?
That was his joke
You think
that he
that's
used to
funny?
say.
I'm asking you if you think that's funny. If that's a joke.
I was hoping he would think it's funny.
Ma'am, I'm asking you if you think that's the joke.
The whatever you in the nose?
Whatever you in the nose, Travis, right.
Well, that was my goal, so at the time, yeah.
So you thought it was a joke, right?
Yes.
Even though you're in the middle of a fight.
Yeah, I'm trying to diffuse his anger.
But that's not what it indicates there. Travis, I'm trying to diffuse the anger. I'm going to punch you in the nose.
She's already said what it indicates.
Overruled, you may answer.
Well, not if you know Travis. That
Yeah,
would be
yes
a
or
joke.
no?
You're wrong. So that
Well, all
would be
right, then let's take a look at the next message. It says, I was just trying to help you. You've hung up on me several times before, even after I've asked you not to. It's reasonable that I shouldn't tolerate swearing. But again, I'm very sorry. Have a great day. You're still fighting in between there, aren't you?
No, I'm trying to ameliorate the situation.
Fight isn't over. That's why you're apologizing, right?
I guess.
So it's not a joke, then, right?
No, it was a joke.
So you say that you grabbed the gun from this area here. This is exhibit number 70, up at the top, without disturbing anything, right?
That's correct.
And so then, what do?
Right as I'm reaching for it or getting up on the shelf, he's opening the door, so I run out the other door. And he follows me and I turn and point
Well,
the
let
gun
me
at
stop you there. What you're saying is that you were able to get the gun before he opens the door, right?
No, it's right. It's contemporaneous with that.
So he's opening the door and you're grabbing the gun.
Around that time, yes.
Okay.
Right around the same moment.
So if you're down here toward the end here, which is near the door, you agree with me that the gun was near the door, right?
When I grabbed it, yes.
Pardon?
When I grabbed it, yes.
No, when it's kept up here.
Oh.
This is near the door area, isn't it?
Yes.
And you're saying that that's the time that he's opening the door to get into the closet, right?
As I'm going for it, yes.
Yes. So you have at least a 11.5 to 12 foot head start at that point, don't you?
Yes.
And with that head start, which is the length of the closet, by the time he's opening the door, if you chose to, you could have been out this door, couldn't you?
Yes.
You chose to escalate this, didn't you? Even though you had that 12-foot head start, didn't you?
No, I didn't choose to escalate it. I was trying to de-escalate it.
And you chose to de-escalate the situation by, according to you, getting a handgun, right?
Yes.
Just like in this situation here, in Exhibit 443, you tried to de-escalate the fight by telling him, "I'll whatever you in the nose, Travis," right?
Yes, except that was a joke.
Yes, yes or no?
Yes.
So then that you've now grabbed the gun, let's take a look at Exhibit number 72. You see the closet door there?
Yes.
That's the one that you came out of, right?
Yes.
Where do you go?
Into the bathroom.
Pardon?
Into the bathroom.
This is the bathroom that we're looking at, right?
Yes.
And so you go in there, where do you stand?
In the center.
So this would be the center, right about here, right?
I don't know, it's a little farther than that.
So you're even further away than this picture shows into the bathroom, right?
I'm right about there.
And you run into the bathroom, don't you?
Yes.
You're in a hurry, right?
Yes.
You want to get away, right?
I want him to not get close to me.
Well, you want to get away. That's what's going on, right?
I want him to not get near me. That's what's going on.
And so you're going quickly, aren't you?
Yes, it was frantic.
You're not going leisurely, right?
Definitely not.
And so when you get inside here, you, run in here? Is that what you do?
I took a few steps and turned around.
All right. The few steps that you take, are they quick running steps or are they just leisurely steps?
They are quick steps.
Like running, right? Because you want to get away from the circumstances according to you, right?
Yes, but the floor was wet and it was kind of slippery.
But you had socks, right?
I don't remember.
Well, then let me help you refresh your recollection here. Take a look at Exhibit 162. See that photograph there?
Yes.
You see that foot there, right?
Yes.
That is your foot, right?
Yes.
There is some footwear on there, correct?
Yes.
That is a sock, right?
Yes.
Or are you saying it's a shoe? Which one is it?
It's a black sock.
So you run in here and you say it's wet, right?
Yes.
But if anybody is more wet, it's him, right?
Yes.
Because if you're talking about slipping, he's the one that's more apt to slip because he's the one that's wet, correct?
Correct.
Not you, because you are not wet, right?
Yes, that's right.
And the socks provide better traction, don't they?
Yes.
And so what you do then is, according to you, is you then go in here and then you pivot, right? Or turn around.
Yes.
Right?
That's correct.
You run in here, you don't run that way. It's easier to go to the right, isn't it? Than it is to come to the center of the bathroom, isn't it?
I don't know. I wasn't thinking of left or right or forward or what. Just kidding.
It's closer to go to the right down the hallway than it is to come into this area in the bathroom, isn't it?
I would say it's equal distance.
All right, so it's equal distance in this area that you go to. And then you turn around, right, which takes some time, right?
Yeah, half a
Right? It
second.
does take some time to pivot, doesn't it? You have the gun. Which hand do you have the gun in?
Both.
So you have it out like this with both hands outstretched,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
And so you have the gun outstretched, and he's still not there yet, right? He's still in the closet.
He's coming out the door as I turn.
So he's at the door now, right? How far away are you from the door?
I don't know. I'm somewhere in the middle of the bathroom.
You're in the middle of the bathroom, and he's standing at the door, right?
He's not standing, he's running toward me.
So he's running very fast, right?
Yes.
Almost without giving you a time to react, right? That's the way you describe it, right?
I don't know. He just was running at me as I turned around.
Right. And he was really close at the time you turned around, right?
I don't know. He was coming at me. He got down.
I understand he was coming at you. I'm talking about how close he was. He was close, right?
He was closer than I wanted him to be at that moment, but I don't know what you mean by close.
Well, how close is him being closer than you wanted him to be? How close is that?
I don't know. I just didn't want him.
I understand
to
that you
get
didn't
me.
want him near you, but how close is he to you? Was he as close as you and the court reporter?
Objection, asked the answer. She said she doesn't know how close he was.
Overruled.
At one point, yes, but that distance was closed.
Okay, and that distance was closed after, or the distance was closed, and then you shot him, though. In other words, you got closer before you shot him.
I think it was all simultaneous.
You think what?
It was all simultaneous.
You don't have any problem remembering this part of the event, do you?
When you break it down that much, yes.
I'm not, it's something that, according to you, you said on direct examination, I've never killed anyone before. Do you remember saying that?
Yes, I remember.
So it's kind of a highlight in your life, wouldn't you agree? Or a low light, however you want to look at it.
A defining moment.
Right. And as a defining moment, to use your term, it's something that'll stick with you, won't it?
Yes.
And so I'm asking about a defining moment in your life, how far away this individual was when you had the gun out. The gun that you brought from Wairika, didn't you?
Objection is characterized as testimony as a compound question.
Restate your question.
You brought the gun from Wairika, didn't you?
No.
So, how far away was he?
He was running toward me, so the distance varied.
Well, he couldn't have been running towards you very long, because if he's here in the breach of the door and you're right a little bit down here, that's within 4 feet, isn't it?
I guess. I don't know how long it was.
Well, then maybe if we take a look at the measurements here, it'll tell us a little bit, okay? You see that the door is 33 inches, right?
Yes.
And that's where he was standing, right?
He was never just standing, he was in motion.
That's where he went through in the breachway when you saw him coming at you, according to you, correct?
That's correct.
And the distance from here to here, and if you want, I'll show you, it's 36 inches. Do you see that?
No, where?
It's right here.
Okay.
So that's 3 feet, right?
Yes.
And if you just take that out and you stand right there, isn't that about where you told me you were? About 3 feet from the door?
No, I didn't say that. It was more in the center of the bathroom.
It was what?
In the center, more toward the center of the bathroom.
All right, if it was in the center, then you see how far this is here. Can you see if
Yes.
that's a 6 or not?
That looks like a 6.
All right, so if we go 6 and 3 feet, that's 9 feet, right?
Yes, but that's not accurate.
So you're saying whoever measured this didn't measure this accurately?
No, not the measurements.
Don't correlate to where she was. He's talking apples and oranges.
Objection to the speaking addiction nature of the objection.
I'm going to overrule the objection. You may restate your question.
The distance from here to here, you told us is 3 feet, right?
Yes.
The distance from here to there is about 9 feet, right?
Objection foundation, she just on the deal. She didn't make these measurements.
Sustained.
All right, this says 6 feet, right?
Yes.
This says 36 inches, right?
Yes.
So that's 9 feet total, right?
Yes.
And you were standing, you said, about the middle of this room, right? Right about here. That's what you said, right?
A little more, right around there somewhere, yes.
Right about the middle. And if we take it across, that would be where the 6 was. Do you see that?
It looks about to scale, yes.
Pardon?
It looks like it's to scale.
I'm going to object to the accuracy of the measurements, Judge, in terms of where he's asking her, the measurement of where she was standing.
Approach, please.
So you said that you were right here, correct?
Right about there,
And then he's coming through the door, right?
yes.
And you have your hands outstretched with the gun, right?
Yes.
So that in terms of how close he is to you, that brings in the length of your arms, that brings in that much closer to the muzzle of the weapon, doesn't it?
Yes.
And he's moving fast, isn't he?
Yes, he is moving very fast.
And you said it happened very, very quickly, right?
Yes.
He's not wearing any clothing, correct?
Correct.
And he comes at you, right?
Yes.
And according to you, he is on you when you shoot him, right?
Not quite on me. I think the gun went off and then he impacted me right shortly after that.
What I'm asking, ma'am, is you have your hands outstretched, right?
Yes.
And he's coming towards you because you've already told us that you're here, correct?
Right about there.
And that he is coming through the door, right?
Yes.
And you have your hands outstretched toward facing him, don't you?
Yes.
And that he keeps coming towards you and he's not stopping, is what you told us, right?
Yes.
And in fact, according to your testimony on direct, he falls on top of you, right?
He lunges at me like a linebacker.
He lunges at you, and that's when the gun goes off, right?
It went off prior to.
Prior to him lunging at you?
No, prior to impacting me.
So in other words, he's lunging at you and is almost on you, and then the weapon, according to you, goes off, right?
Something like that. He lunged. He went to lunge as the gun was going off, and then he impacted me.
So he's already moving sort of in the air towards you when the gun goes off, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, he was moving like for my waist.
And he comes towards you, right?
Yes.
And you keep saying like a linebacker. What does that mean?
Because linebackers kind of get down low and crouch, and then they attack, or whatever they do, and that's kind of what it reminded me of. He didn't get down with his hand on the ground, but he got down low and he impacted my torso. Like
No. I'm not asking where he impacted your torso. I want to know how he was standing such that you can define it as a linebacker stance?
Because it reminded me of a linebacker, the way he.
I understand that it
lunged.
reminded you of that. What was he doing?
Yes. Finish.
When he lunged at me, he crouched like a linebacker, kind of. That's why I say that, because that's what it reminded me of.
I understand that's what it reminded you of. How does a linebacker crouch, man? Explain that to me. You just keep defining a linebacker crouching by saying he crouches like a linebacker. How?
He got down kind of low.
Okay, does that mean that he was all the way down on the ground? Is that what you're saying?
No, it's almost like he dove, kind of like that.
So he dove at you and he's very close, correct?
Yeah, he was pretty close, I guess. Too close for my comfort.
And as he's diving towards you, that's when the gun goes off, right?
I think so, yes.
Well, now
It was contemporaneous. It all happened so fast.
And you do have your hands outstretched, right?
Yes.
And from then on, you say that you don't remember anything, right?
No, I remember a little bit after that.
Well, okay. What happened to the gun?
It got knocked out of my hand.
How did it get knocked out of your hand then?
The impact.
The impact from what?
From Travis hitting me.
So he actually fell on top. He was that close that he fell on top of you, right?
We both fell together, but he didn't fall on top of me. I was trying to prevent him from getting on top of me. He lunged at me and hit me and knocked the gun out of my hand, and we both fell backward toward the trash can.
I don't understand. You said that you're out here with the gun outstretched, right?
Yes.
And that he's lunging towards you, right?
That's correct.
And he's looking at you though, isn't he, when he's lunging?
I don't know where he's looking. I don't know where he was looking.
You could see his face, right?
I don't recall like looking in his eyes, seeing his face.
I'm not asking you if you're looking at his eyes. I'm asking you whether or not you could see his face.
Not really. Like he was kind of like.
Okay. So what you're saying then is that he is more like a bull rather than a linebacker because he's got his head down and he's charging like a bull with his head down. That's what you're saying, right?
Not quite down like that, maybe in between. That would be accurate.
All right, so he's in between here. If he's got his head down, as you tell us that he does, and you say you can't see his face, though. That's what you say, right?
No, I just don't remember whether I noticed his face or not. He was just this ball of fury coming at me, and that's what I remember.
And you said you couldn't see his eyes. That's what you just said, right?
I don't remember seeing his eyes.
So that means you didn't see his eyes, right?
That doesn't mean that. It just means I don't remember looking into his eyes.
So if he's down in this position that you're talking about with his head down like that, how could he possibly know to come after you if he's looking down? How is he going to do? Feel his way around?
Sustained.
He had his head down. That's what you said, right?
He was like I can just describe it as like a linebacker unless I get up and act it out, which I would like not do.
Then do it. Go ahead. Show us how he was standing immediately before, or how he was sitting or crouching immediately before this happened. You can do it just from there. No. Go ahead and do it. Just stand.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask that you go back to the jury room for approximately 5 minutes. We will call you back in approximately 5 minutes. Please remember the admonition. You are excused. Record will show the jury has left the courtroom. Please be seated. Counsel, you may approach. Mr. Martinez, you may proceed outside the presence of the jury.
Can you just step to the left and then come
Why
down
don't you
here?
come all the way around? You may. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask that you leave the courtroom for a few minutes, approximately 5 minutes, and then we will call you back. I'm going to ask that the cameras stop recording at this time.
Stand up, go to the left, and show me the posture of Mr. Alexander immediately before he rushed you according to you.
As he was
No,
running.
just show me. That's what I'm asking you to do, not talk. Show me. Show me the linebacker pose.
He got down and.
Well, show me the linebacker pose. That's what I'm asking for you to do.
Okay. He went like that and he turned his head and grabbed my waist.
Just like that, correct?
Pretty much.
And he grabbed your waist, right?
I can't say it's just like that, but that's what I
Well,
remember.
no, just I want, without talking, just show me the pose.
He got down like that.
Like that.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead and have a seat then. And then, and you said that this happened right about here, correct?
I don't know, somewhere in the center of the bathroom.
Right. So how is it, ma'am, that if you are shooting him, and that's the first thing that happens, how is it then, ma'am, that the shell casing, Exhibit 111, then landed in blood?
Objection, calls for speculation. She's a ballistics expert.
Overruled.
It didn't land in blood.
You see Exhibit 111, right?
Yes.
That's the casing that was involved in this case, wasn't it?
Yes.
There was a casing that was ejected, wasn't it?
Yes.
And when you say that this happened, there wasn't any blood on the floor, was there?
That's correct.
This was the first, if you will, blow, correct?
Yes.
And this is how the casing landed. You see it?
That's not how it landed from the blow.
Ma'am, you do see the casing there, don't you?
Yes.
After it came at you, ma'am, and that happened, did you go down?
We both went down.
You went down on your back, right?
Yes, I went on my back.
Did you strike your head?
I don't recall striking my head that time.
Okay. So the answer is no, you did not strike your head.
Objection, ask the answer.
Oh, the rules.
I don't know. I don't think I did, but I don't know.
And was he on top of you? How was he? How was it?
He landed to the side of me and was grabbing at my clothes.
Okay, so he landed to which side of you, the right or the left?
The right.
And so he landed to the right side, and now he's got this gunshot where?
I didn't know he had a gunshot.
I'm not asking you if you knew he had a gunshot. We know he did. I'm asking you, he's got this gunshot, and what's he doing?
He's very pissed off and he's trying to grab me.
And he's speaking to you, right?
He was screaming obscenities at me.
What's he saying to you after he was shot? Tell me what he was saying.
I don't remember the words.
You can't remember a single word that he screamed at you afterwards?
No, I don't.
And he's screaming this loudly. Screaming implies that he's doing it loudly, correct?
Yes.
And so he is to your left or to your right? You're facing up. So is he to your left or right?
My right.
That means he's toward the tub, correct?
He would be on that side, but not near the tub, I don't think.
But it would be on that side, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you're saying he wasn't bleeding at that time?
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, well, I don't know. You haven't asked me anything about that.
Pardon?
I don't think you've asked me anything about
I'm
that.
asking you right now. Are you saying that he wasn't bleeding?
No, I'm not saying that.
So he was bleeding at the time, right?
I don't remember seeing any blood at that moment.
So when he's down there, you don't see any blood, right?
No.
So that, for example, at that point, there can be no blood in the bathroom. We can agree on that, right?
No, I don't agree with that.
There was blood somewhere in the bathroom immediately after you shot him, other than around him?
I don't know.
Well, you were there, right?
Yes.
You said that you ran in this direction, right?
Yes.
When he was chasing you, did you happen to see the blood over here on the left side when you were running in that direction?
There was no blood there when I was running in that direction.
And was there any blood down here when you ran there the first time?
No.
How about any blood right here where it says number 5? That's right here.
No.
So there was no blood when you shot him then, right?
Not at the moment the gun went off.
How about immediately after he was struck? Was there any blood?
I don't remember.
Weren't you looking at him or anything?
I wasn't like examining him or looking.
But you
No.
weren't looking at him?
Right after the gun went off?
Yes, right after the gun went off.
I think I closed my eyes really tight. I
Well-
don't remember seeing him. I just remember getting hit really hard and we fell.
So you remember going down and you don't remember looking at his face or anything like that, right?
Not at that point.
Well, aren't you, according to you, you don't know if he's been shot. Isn't he still a threat?
Definitely.
Right, and you're not trying to get away at that point, right?
I was.
Well, no, you said you had your eyes closed and you were just laying there. Didn't you just say that?
No, I closed my eyes, I think, as the gun began to go off.
All right. You opened them up at some point, right?
Yes,
Did you open them up when he was lying right next to you on your right-hand side?
I believe I did.
And so then you see him bleeding, right?
I didn't look at him.
So you never looked at him, but he's cursing at you though, right?
Yes.
He's cursing at you just like he was before, right?
Maybe not the same words, but he was cursing at me.
He was cursing at you, which you say precipitated this killing, right?
Yeah.
And so then you say that you're down on the ground and he's still cursing, whatever the words may be, right?
Yes.
And you're not looking at him now, right?
No.
You're not rolling away from him now, right?
I'm attempting to get away at this point.
With your eyes closed, right?
No.
Your eyes are open now, right?
I believe they are open, yeah.
And you're not looking at the source of the danger then?
No.
You're not?
No.
Why not? If you were looking at him before, and this is the reason that this person you claim may want to be threatening you, why don't you look at whatever the source is so that you can try to get away again?
I don't need to because I already know what he's doing at that point.
You think he's what?
I didn't need to because I already knew what he was doing at that point.
You already knew what he was doing at that point.
Yes.
You knew he was cursing, right?
Yes.
You knew he was right next to you, right?
Yes.
You knew he was grabbing at you, right?
Yes.
And so you just got your eyes closed and you don't even know where you're going to go.
I believe I said my eyes weren't closed at this point.
Okay, so your eyes are closed for how long?
I don't know. I just blinked hard, I guess. I don't know.
So then you do open your eyes, right?
Yes.
Then do you see blood?
I don't remember seeing blood.
So you don't even see blood at that point then, right?
No,
And he's still not dead, right?
definitely not. He's very angry.
He's very angry, and this is seconds afterwards, right?
Yes.
Is he on all fours now?
He's on the side of me, grabbing at my clothes and grabbing at me.
So he's on your right side grabbing at you, right?
Yes.
Is he punching at you?
No,
Is he hitting you?
no.
Is he doing anything else?
He's just it seemed like he was trying to get control of me and I was trying to push him away and get out.
Throughout this whole thing where you are having this confrontation to him, do you ever tell him to stop? Do you ever tell him to do anything?
I think I screamed stop when I pointed the gun at him.
And when he's next to you on the right-hand side, did you say anything to him?
I don't remember.
Are you saying that you're having a hard time remembering things that are happening now that you've shot him?
Yes.
So it appears then that your memory becomes faulty immediately upon you shooting him.
Yeah, things get very foggy from there.
That's immediately, the shot takes him down and it creates a fog for you. Is that what you're saying?
It begins to create a fog.
So, but you weren't struck by the shot, were you?
No.
In fact, you don't have really any injuries as a result of killing him, do you? Other than the one to your left ring finger, correct?
That's the only visible injury.
Pardon?
That's the only visible injury.
I'm talking about visible injuries, right? That's the only visible injury that you have, the one to your left ring finger. Even though, according to you, he slammed you down, right, when he got out of the shower, and then he slammed you down again when he was coming at you and you had to pull the gun, according to you, right?
Yes.
And he's also grabbing at you while you're down on the ground, and he's not being gentle about it, right?
That's correct.
No bruising, no anything other than just a thing to the injury to the left ring finger, right?
I don't know if my skull was bruised.
Pardon?
I don't know if my skull was bruised.
Aside from that, do you get medical care for that?
No.
Do you seek medical care for your finger?
No, I did not. Not professional medical care.
Well, you do have an injury to that left ring finger, don't you?
Yes.
And so when you arrive out in West Jordan, Utah, and you see Mr. Burns, you did have an injury to your left finger.
We're
correct?
talking about two different injuries. No.
Well, ma'am, you just told me when we were talking about this killing that, yes, you injured your left ring finger. Do you remember just telling me that just now, no more than 2 minutes ago?
Yes, I was referring to this injury.
Ma'am, were we really talking about this particular injury at that time?
I didn't know. You were just talking about
you don't know we were talking about the killing, ma'am?
You talked about the injury to my
Ma'am,
left finger.
What have we been talking about the whole afternoon?
Objection, argumentative.
Overruled.
June 4th.
Pardon?
June 4th.
Right, we haven't mentioned any other date, right?
Not to my recollection.
You've been here throughout these proceedings and you've been answering or you've been asked questions, right?
Yes.
And as we were talking about it just now, I asked you, isn't it true that the only injury as a result of this incident was this injury to your left ring finger? And you said, yes. Do you remember saying that?
I might have, but that's not what I meant.
Well, ma'am, you did say it, didn't you?
I don't know.
And in fact, I followed it up by saying, and you didn't seek medical care. Do you remember me asking that?
I thought you meant about my
No, do you remember
skull.
me asking you that?
Yes, I remember.
And do you
asking.
remember that you said, well, not professional medical care? Do you remember that?
I was referring to the splint Travis made from my finger.
I know that that's what you're telling me now, but the line of questioning before involved the shooting. That's what we were talking about, right?
Yes, but then you
And
mentioned
Mr.
my
Ale-
left finger.
Mr. Alexander was dead after that, wasn't he?
Well, not immediately after that.
No, he grabbed the knife that you stabbed him with, right? So he wasn't dead immediately after that, right?
Objection calls for speculation. She says she hasn't remembered.
Restate your question.
And we're talking about Mr. Alexander, an individual that you just shot, right? So it's not like we're talking about him providing any medical care for you, are we?
That's right.
You're the person who has come in here, at least we know that you've indicated that you did kill Mr. Alexander, correct?
Yes.
The only incident where this could have happened was on June 4th of 2008, right?
Yes.
So this issue of him providing a splint or splinting your finger really doesn't have anything to do with June 4th of 2008, does it?
No.
And you did say that the only injury you received was to your left ring finger on June 4th of 2008, right?
I didn't say that.
Well, yes, you did. And in fact,
No, I
you
didn't.
used the word visible injuries. Do you remember using that term?
Yes, I do.
Objection, argumentative. She said that it's not what she said.
And do you remember that you also indicated, well, I may have had some injuries to my head, right?
Yes.
Those were the only injuries that you sustained on June 4th of 2008. And you remember I asked you about that and you said yes.
That's not how I understood your question.
So then he's down, ma'am. And he's to your right. What happens then?
I break away from him and he screams out, "Fucking kill you, bitch."
So then, even though you've already shot him, he's been grabbing at you, he does say, "I'll fucking kill you, bitch," right?
I don't think he said "I'll." I just remember those words are in my head. He may have said that, may have not. I
Okay,
just
what are the
remember "fucking kill
words?
you, bitch."
Let's hear the words one more time so we can get them right.
I heard him say, "Fucking kill you, bitch."
Aren't these the same words that you indicated that you heard when he was doing his pirouette outside of the shower? "Fucking kill you, bitches." Aren't they the same words?
I don't think they were the same. He was still screaming at me though when he was coming out.
So then just so that we're clear, what did he say as he's getting out of the shower?
As he's getting out of the shower, he called me a fucking idiot and said, "A fucking 5-year-old can hold a camera better than you."
But then when he's down after being shot, he says, "Fucking kill you, bitch," right?
After I broke away from him, right after, he screamed that out when he couldn't grab me anymore.
He's trying to grab you and he's still on the floor, but you're able to get away, right?
Yes.
I thought you said that he was this really, remember when you had the conversation with Detective Flores and you told him, well, he's a really strong guy. He's a wrestler in high school. Do you remember saying that?
Yes.
You're saying that you're able to get away from this man who's a wrestler in high school, who's very strong on the ground. That's what you're saying, right?
Yes.
And then what do you do?
I don't really remember. I just remember, I don't remember anything at that point, so I would be speculating.
So you don't remember a single solitary thing after that, right?
There are a few little pieces that have come back since, but not immediately after. I don't remember.
Okay, what is it that, the pieces that have come back? Tell me what you remember about this, whatever pieces you remember.
At one point, I remember dropping the knife and screaming.
But that's something that's come to you since, right?
Since, yes.
You don't remember that. All right, what else?
The others are more vague, so I'm not sure.
If they're vague, then we don't want to hear them.
Yeah.
Where were you standing when you have this recollection of dropping the knife and screaming?
I don't remember the exact position, but I was in the bathroom because it hit the tile.
And that's all that you remember with regard to this particular event, correct?
From that point to that point, yes.
Judge, may I approach?
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take the afternoon recess. Please be back in the designated area at 3:15, and we will start promptly at that time. Please remember the admonition. You are excused. We are in recess.
Stand up, go to the left, and show me the posture of Mr. Allen.
All right, guys, I'm going to stop it right there just a second. This one is only 43 minutes long, so I'm going to go ahead and let it play through. And I think this is the last part before, I think this is Juan's last part of it right here. Anyways, I've got it on 125 speed, so it'll take about 30 minutes. And then after that, we will shut this one down and come back. I'll be back here tomorrow night, same time, right about midnight Eastern Standard Time, my time. So we'll let this one play through so he can just finish this up. And I know it sounds silly the way that it looked like I was spamming my chat just now, but YouTube even blocks what I have to say as well. So I have to put them a certain way so it'll accept what I'm typing in there. Thank you guys so much for being here. I appreciate you so much. And if you hit the like for me, that will greatly help this channel. All right, let's listen to the rest of this day on the stand.
Alexander, immediately before he arrested you, according to you.
As he was
No,
running,
just show me. That's what I'm asking you to do, not talk. Show me. Show me the linebacker pose.
he got down and
Well, show me the linebacker pose. That's what I'm asking for you to do.
okay, he went like that and he turned his head and grabbed my waist.
Just like that, correct?
Pretty much.
And he grabbed your waist, right?
I can't say it's just like that, but that's what I
Well,
remember.
no, just, I want, without talking, just show me the pose.
He got down like that.
Like that.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead and have a seat then.
Sorry about that, y'all. I didn't realize that they were just showing the pose over again, so I got the time wrong. I want to finish up this day. I want to finish up the 25th day This is the third 3 of 3 where he's questioning her with this, and it is 1:08. So it's probably gonna, I've got it sped up a little bit. It's probably gonna be about 45 minutes of testimony, and then we'll close it down after that.
Please be seated. The record will show the presence of the jury, the defendant, and all counsel. You may continue with cross-examination.
Now, with regard to the killing on June 4th of 2008, it was you that committed that murder, that killed Travis Alexander, correct?
Yes,
Nobody else was involved, right?
that's correct.
And in terms of we don't need any more than the fingerprint evidence that we have. You're not disputing that the fingerprint evidence indicates that you were there, right?
That's right.
Same thing with the DNA evidence. It was you that was there, right?
Yes.
Ma'am, after this shot rang out, you said that you went into a fog, right?
Yes, I began to go, things get foggy after that point.
So with regard to the camera, can you tell us what happened to the camera?
I don't remember what I did with the camera.
You acknowledge, though, that immediately prior to what you describe as the killing, the camera was right here in this area next to the tub, correct?
That's the last place I saw it rolling. I don't know if it got kicked around or what. I don't know.
But you acknowledge, though, that, take a look at Exhibit 162. First, let's look at the date and time. You acknowledge that this was taken on June 4th, 2008 at 5:32:16, correct?
Yes.
What time was your understanding that the roommates got home?
I didn't know.
So did you even know if they?
Pardon me, y'all. I want to stop that picture and I want to show it on screen once again. I think this is probably this is the picture right here that pretty much just sealed her fate. And I want to go over it with you guys. So if you guys can see my cursor, I need to make sure that I have my thing on still. If you guys can see my cursor, this obviously is Travis Alexander laying right here. This is his shoulder. His arms are out. His head is up. You can actually see the blood dripping down his back. And this is where I think she is dragging him back from where he was trying to run out of the bathroom into the room. And you see a big pool of blood as soon as he gets in the room right there on the carpet. And that is where I believe that she slashed his throat, nearly decapitating him. This right here, you guys, is her foot. She's saying that it's just a black sock. I don't know if she has a shoe on or not. Doesn't matter. In her police interrogation, when she was trying to give, her stupid, she went through 3 different stories. The first 2 stories, before they let her know, hey, we've got the camera and we've got the pictures, so we know it's you. They asked her about these pants, and they asked her, do you own any like yoga type pants that have a stripe down? Because that's what this blue is. These are like yoga type pants with the stripe down. And she was like, oh yeah, I have like 2 of those. And, okay, yeah, well, we've got that on camera. So somehow, some way, either she sets the camera down or she drops the camera, and these pictures have been taken inadvertently. She didn't mean for these. I don't know if she set a timer and they're just going click, 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 click. I don't know, because we've got several pictures of him and things happening that wasn't being held by her and taken. So I think she accidentally, because this was Travis's brand new camera that she hasn't really worked with, I think she actually put the timer on. I don't know why. She's a dumb bitch, if you ask me. All right, so I just wanted to explain to you, but you could tell how brutal this killing is. There's plenty of blood around here. And listen, you guys, all of the pictures, even the ones that we won't be showing on here, they're easy to find. And this, to me, out of everything that I've ever seen and watched and viewed, these crime scene photos to me were the worst I have ever seen. And that's saying a lot because I'm morbidly curious. I really am. So let's get back to it.
16, correct?
Yes.
What time was your understanding that the roommates got home?
I didn't know.
So did you even know if they were there?
I don't remember if they were there or not at that time.
Well, do you remember that one of the things that you told us on direct examination was that when there were roommates, the two of you had to be careful in your sexual trysts so that as not to not awaken, but let the others know what was going on. Do you remember telling us that?
That's correct.
So if this was going on that day, it would be fair to say, based on what you believe, that they were not home, right?
This part of the day?
Yes, this part.
No, I don't think that would have made a difference.
What I'm saying, though, is when this happened, you believe that there were no roommates there, correct?
I don't know what time they got home. I don't know.
And you are wearing socks, right?
Yes.
And there is what appears to be a zipper on that foot, correct?
Yes.
If we look at this further, to orient ourselves, this is Mr. Alexander's head, correct?
Yes.
Blood right there, right?
Yes.
And that's his foot, correct?
Yes.
And given the way that the lights are in this particular photograph, the bathroom is in this direction, correct?
Yes.
And you would agree with me that if the camera, exhibit 249, was last seen here, do you see that?
Yes.
And things happen the way you say they happened, we now have this photograph that you were the one that moved that camera, right?
It could have been us both. I don't know, remember moving it.
Well, based on what you tell us, there's this gunshot that rings out, right?
Yes.
And then you don't remember anything, right?
I didn't say that. I said it got foggy after that point. The point where I can't remember anything is after he said, after he threatened my life.
What's that?
After he threatened my life.
Well, what is it that he said?
Fucking kill you, bitch.
So after that, after fucking kill you, bitch, you don't remember anything else, right?
No. Not except the one thing that I described.
Right. But you do remember, though, that as you ran down this hallway, you were not carrying the camera with you, right?
No, not the first time I ran down the hallway.
Of course not. You were concerned for your life, you told us, right?
Yes.
And you told us that the camera landed next to the tub, right?
Yes.
And so if this photograph was snapped at the time that we've agreed that it's snapped, and the camera, the last time you see it, is next to the tub, and then you describe what happens, that Mr. Alexander is down next to the tub, then it was you that moved that camera, right?
Sustained.
With regard to Mr. Alexander, ma'am, the last memory that you have of him is that he was down on the ground, correct?
Yes.
And the last memory that you have of him is after you shot him, right?
Yes.
You never saw him walking around, did you?
No, I didn't.
And so if you did, assuming he didn't get up and walk around, and assuming you did shoot him, and assuming that the camera is where you told us that it was, then this camera, to take this photograph, had to be moved, right?
Yeah, it had to be moved.
And you would acknowledge that you did the moving, right?
Objection. She said over and over again, she doesn't remember.
Overruled, you may answer.
Only under that theory. That would be right.
Well, you see him right there, ma'am, Mr. Alexander?
Yes.
No, take a look at it.
I've already seen it.
All right. Are you saying that in the condition that Mr. Alexander is in exhibit number 162, you were there, it's your opinion that he, in that condition, could move the camera?
I'm not saying that.
So you did move the camera, right?
Again, objection, Your Honor. Argumentative, she's already said she doesn't know what happened afterwards.
Overruled.
I don't know.
And that camera ended up, as we now know, in a washing machine, right? You know that, right?
Yes.
You have this horrible incident that happens upstairs, and the camera is being used to photograph Mr. Alexander, right?
In the shower, yes.
Right. And then the camera is dropped, and then we see the photographs here. You would acknowledge then, ma'am, that under those set of facts, it was you who put that camera in the washing machine.
Yes.
Because
Yes. I don't remember, but that would be logical.
Sure, because Mr. Alexander never left the upstairs bathroom, right?
I think that's right.
And you would acknowledge, ma'am, that if you did that, it would be an indication from you, at least you're saying that you're in a fog and that you don't remember, but it would be certainly an indication of your mental state back then that you picked up that camera and put it in the washing machine, wouldn't it?
Yes.
And it would be an indication, ma'am, that you knew what happened.
Yes, I guess.
And
I
it would
don't know
also,
why it went in the washing machine.
and ma'am, we know that this photograph was deleted from the camera, correct?
Correct.
We know that he's dead after this, right?
After this, yes.
And we know, as you just told us, that there was nobody else there, that no roommates were there, right?
Yes.
So if he's dead, no roommates are there, this photograph is snapped, and it's deleted, you're the one that deleted it, aren't you?
That would make sense. I don't remember deleting it.
I'm not asking you if you remember now. I'm not asking that at all. I'm asking you, given the circumstances that we have here, you're the one that deleted it, right?
I would have to say yes.
And in fact, deleting something is not a once, giving your expertise in cameras and photography, deleting something is not a one-step process, right?
That's correct.
And you were not familiar with this camera, were you?
Not prior to June 4th, correct.
And so what this required you to do is, and I understand that you're going to say that you don't remember, I'm not asking that, but wouldn't you acknowledge then that it took some mechanical movement and thinking, and mechanical movement, I mean fingers, and some thought process on your part in order to delete these images, right?
I would agree with that.
And you would agree that the deleting these items from the camera was not in any way necessary for you to do prior to leaving Mr. Alexander's home.
I don't understand what you mean.
Well, there is nothing, you acknowledge that there is nothing that was pressing about or threatening about the camera that required you to delete these images, right?
I don't know what you mean by
Well,
threatening.
in order for you to delete them, ma'am, you have to view them, don't you?
Yes.
And if you view them, then the decision is made. And I know you're going to say, I don't remember, but you acknowledge then that a decision is made by you to delete this photograph, right?
There must have been, yes.
And you would agree then that if the police don't find this photograph, that would be beneficial to you, wouldn't it, in terms of your culpability involving Mr. Alexander's death?
I would not agree with that.
Okay? Exhibit number 160. So you think this helps you in your case?
I don't agree with that either.
163. There are that's the floorboard. Would you agree?
Yes.
And this is the hallway that you claim that you ran down, correct?
Yes, that's the one.
And that would mean that this up here would be Mr. Alexander, correct?
Yes.
And that reddish substance would be blood, right?
Yes.
And again, if we apply the same analysis that we did before, you would acknowledge that the person who deleted this photograph was you.
Yeah, I guess.
There were other things that were done to the scene. Let's take a look at exhibit number 67, followed by exhibit 68. You see 67?
Yes.
There is blood there, isn't there, ma'am?
Yes.
That's not your blood, right?
I don't think my blood is there.
That would be Mr. Alexander's blood, right?
Yes.
And you would agree that to the right of that, it appears that there is a more, if you will, different pattern. In other words, the pattern on the right is not as dark as the one on the left, right?
Yes.
And ma'am, you would agree that if you had socks on, and which we know that you did, and you were walking through blood, that this would be the kind of pattern that your socks would leave, right?
I don't know.
Was wearing socks at that time.
Overall.
I'm not sure.
Take a look at exhibit 130. You see that?
Yes.
Would you agree then that we've seen the photograph, and that's exhibit number 162. And if we look at, this is exhibit 162. Do you see it?
Yes.
And you told us that to this end over here is the bathroom. Over here, do you see that?
Yes.
And if we look at this exhibit, which is 130, you would agree that the bathroom is in this direction, correct?
Yes.
So that if his foot that we were looking at would be right about where my pen is, or right in front of that door, right?
Yes.
And the door that's behind it is the door that you claim was the door that he was banging his head on back on August 7th of 2000, I'm sorry, in August of 2007, right?
Yes.
And you would agree, ma'am, that if this is the pattern that we have here, and his head is in this direction, as we see it in the picture, then because of the way the blood is flowing down, this is where his head was resting, right here.
I don't know, I guess.
He would not be the person that would be leaving these marks here to the right, would he? Because he wasn't standing, was he?
Objection. She's already said she has no memory. It would call for speculation.
Stand.
162. Is he standing there, ma'am?
No.
Would you acknowledge that based on everything that you know, he's not going to stand after that?
Objection calls for speculation.
I would be very inclined to agree with that.
You told us, ma'am, that there was just this shooting when he was coming at you from the bathroom, right?
Yes.
I'm sorry, from the closet, my mistake.
Yes.
Okay. And that as he came at you, then you showed us the pose, and then, according to you, the shooting happened, right?
Yes.
You would agree, ma'am, that the shooting where it occurred is not near what is pictured in Exhibit 98, correct?
Yes.
You weren't bleeding, even though you said that you had an injury to your left ring finger, you weren't bleeding that profusely to put all this blood here, right?
Well, my left ring finger wasn't bleeding at all, so
So the answer is no.
that's correct.
That is.
I want to stop this right here. And guys, I know this is graphic, but I think it's important to understand this. The reason why we are covering this case is because for some reason, every time there's a new case that comes up, even as we cover the Nancy Guthrie case, this case keeps coming up, the JODI Arias case. And the reason is because of all the blood splatter. And that is how we ended up on this. If you guys look at the back of the part of the sink, let me show you guys with my cursor right here. This is this would be coughing blood splatter. That's what we see in the Nancy Guthrie case at her doorstep, where they actually aspirate blood, like they're coughing or spitting the blood. It's coming out. This is where I'm talking about. You can see finger marks through here and stuff, where I think that this is all out of sequence, the way that she has said it, and he's just proven it. I think that he went straight from the shower over to here, try to look at what's going on, and it's so sad to think he just looked up in that mirror and saw her behind him, and she was literally stabbing him in the back over and over and over again. But this whole picture right here is the whole reason why blood that this case gets used a lot when it comes to blood splatter. And even in the Idaho 4, when they were reviewing that case, they used this as an example as well for that. So sorry about that so much. It's very sad. It just makes me sick to my stomach. Not the blood part, but just what he had to look at. I mean, listen, I'll be one of the first people to say I think Travis was a dickhead. I wouldn't have had anything to do with them personally, but she did. But nobody deserves that their life ends like this. She could have walked away. She knew right from wrong. And we know she knew right from wrong because she threw the camera into the washing machine to try to delete everything. And she threw the gun and the knife out the window in the desert. They've never been found since. She took the gun from her grandfather and drove all the way to Mesa, Arizona in a premeditated state to kill Alexander on this day. So we know JODI knows right from wrong, no matter what she's trying to say, okay? No matter what kind of psychosis the girl has or whatever, She knew right from wrong. She could have stopped this. She could have just, as many times as he tried to get her away from him, she could have taken the hint, read the room, and said, okay, he's done with me, and moved on. Because in fact, we know after all of this trial, and she was already putting the moves on a whole nother guy, calling him the same name, the hottie biscotti, and in love with him, and already started the whole process of doing the phone sex with him as well. She was already on to another guy. She could have just dropped Travis Alexander right where he wanted to be dropped. He wanted to be left alone. And instead, she just kept coming back, and he just kept taking the bait because he had a sexual addiction. That's really what it boils down to, folks, in my book.
Not your blood, right?
No, I don't think it is.
And again, based on what we know, what you know about this case, and based on the fact that you acknowledge you've done the shooting and acknowledging that that was your foot in this photograph, you would have to agree that a person would have to be standing, or Mr. Alexander would have to be standing for that blood to be placed there, right?
Oh, really?
I would think. Yes, I would think that.
Ma'am, one of the things that happened, or that was found on the body, was a glass. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
Now, before the murder, there was no glass up in the bathroom, right?
It was under the sink.
It was under the sink then, right?
Yes.
So then you would agree that if it was under the sink before the murder, and it was found on top of him after the murder, you would agree that you were the person, you would acknowledge that you were the person that went underneath the sink, got the glass, correct?
I would acknowledge that.
And you would acknowledge that you used that glass to try to clean up or throw it on the floor of that bathroom.
I don't know what I did with it.
If there were lots of water in the bathroom after the killing, for example, if you take a look at exhibit number 118, do you see that? Water marks here?
Yes.
You would acknowledge that these water marks in red colored blood, or what appears to be blood, you would acknowledge that you're the person that created those marks, correct?
Yes.
And you would also acknowledge, ma'am, that these reddish spots here are Mr. Alexander's blood, right?
Yes.
Which would indicate that he was in that area bleeding, correct?
Yes.
And exhibit 125 shows us the relationship between the closet to the right, correct?
Yes.
The closet to the left, correct?
Yes.
And the end of the hallway into the bedroom, right?
Yes.
And ma'am, you would agree if we've now seen that there was staining 128 here. Do you see that? And it's concentrated there. Do you see that?
Yes.
And we've heard that it was nowhere else in the top floor in that bedroom. And we also know that you were the only one walking around in 162 wearing socks. You see that?
Yes.
You would acknowledge, ma'am, that prior to walking out from here and leaving, you would acknowledge that you took those socks off, correct?
I don't know.
Well, you would acknowledge that there is no blood anywhere else other than in this area here. Do you see that?
Yes.
So you would acknowledge that if you did have blood on your socks and there was water on the floor and you were walking in it, you would acknowledge that there may be, based on whatever experience you have, there may be other blood throughout wherever it was that you stepped.
Objection. Any of them calls for speculation.
Overruled. You may answer.
Can you please repeat that?
You would acknowledge that you took your socks off before you walked into the bedroom.
I
So
don't
that
know.
because you knew, I'm not saying that you remember it, because you knew that they had blood on them and you didn't want to get the rest of the bedroom dirty.
She says she doesn't remember even removing her socks.
Sustained.
Ma'am, you did leave the house though, didn't you?
Yes.
You would acknowledge that you left, right?
Yes.
And you would acknowledge that there is no record anywhere in Arizona of you ever being in Arizona other than this killing, right?
No, I disagree with that.
Well, are there receipts, for example, from the places that you filled up with gas?
No, at one time there would have been surveillance video, but no.
You think there was surveillance video, okay? Isn't it true, ma'am, that as you drove out of Arizona, one of the things that you did was that you used the gasoline in those 3 cans to fill up, to put in your car?
Will you repeat that? I'm sorry.
You would acknowledge, ma'am, that in Arizona, you filled up the car from the 3 gas cans that were in your possession filled with gas.
I didn't have 3 gas cans in my possession.
Ma'am, do you remember in Pasadena that there were 3 separate transactions? Do you remember that?
Yes,
There was one at the pump. Do you remember that?
yes,
There was also one inside the store, if you will. Do you remember that one?
yes,
For approximately 10 gallons. You remember that, right?
yes,
And then there was another transaction inside the store. You acknowledge that, right?
yeah, that was the 2 gallons or something.
Right, 2.7 gallons, right?
Yes,
There were 3 transactions in Pasadena, correct?
yes,
You acknowledge that there are 2 gas cans that Mr. Brewer gave you, correct?
yes,
And you acknowledge that you bought 1 gas can from Walmart, right?
yes,
I understand that you say that you returned it, but you did have, at least at some point, you acknowledge, have 3 gas cans, right?
yes, in Salinas I did.
Pardon?
In Salinas I did.
And so the gas that you had in those gas cans, you placed in your car in Arizona, right?
No, I didn't need to do that.
Well, ma'am, do you remember that you told us on direct examination that the next time that you could remember anything was when you were way out in the middle of the desert?
That's correct.
And do you remember the testimony of Detective Larry Gladish, who indicated that the phone call to Mr. Alexander's telephone was 57 miles north of Kingman? Do you remember that?
No, but okay, I'll assume he said that.
But you do remember that you testified that you were out in the middle of the desert, right?
Yes, I do.
And do you remember that you said that you stopped, right?
Yes,
And do you remember that you said, well, I got rid of the gun, right?
yes,
So you would acknowledge, ma'am, that even though immediately after this killing happened, you say you went into a fog. Do you remember saying that?
it was in a fog, yes.
You were in a fog, right? And one of the things that we know from your own admission was that there was a gun that was involved, right?
Yes,
That's what you used to shooting, right?
yes,
And so this gun, you tell us, you took it out to the desert, didn't you?
yes,
You were the one that removed it from the house, right?
yes,
If you didn't know what was going on, if you were in a fog, ma'am, which means that you don't know the status of your current events or the status of what's going on, would you agree that there would be no need to take the gun if you were unaware of your status?
I would not agree with that.
Even though you're in a fog, there's a decision, a knowing decision, a voluntary movement that is made to take the gun on your part, right?
I think you're getting fog confused. My memory was in a fog. I don't remember what happened after those things.
I'm not asking you if you remember that. Please, that's not what I'm asking. I'm asking whether you acknowledge that you removed the gun from the crime scene.
Yes,
And you do acknowledge that if you're in a fog about everything, not just certain specific things, right?
I don't know.
Well, it's your fog.
Is that a question?
Yes, it is a question, isn't it?
What is it?
It's your fog, isn't it?
Yes.
And with regard to this particular fog that you are in, why would you even think of taking the gun unless you really knew what was going on?
I could only speculate because I don't remember.
If you were in a fog and you didn't know what you were doing, why take the gun, man?
Argumentative.
I don't remember taking the gun. I remember throwing the gun.
All right, throwing the gun. If you remember throwing the gun, you remembered where the gun came from, don't you?
I recognized it as Travis's gun, yes.
I know you say that it's Travis's gun, but shortly before embarking on this trip to Mesa, Arizona on May 28th of 2008, your grandfather had a .25 caliber gun taken during a burglary, right?
Yes.
And you knew about that, right?
I found out after I got back into town.
The answer is yes, you did know, didn't you?
Yes, afterward.
you did know on May 28th of 2008 that there was a burglary at your grandfather's house, correct?
Yes.
And you're telling us that on June 4th, or after the murder, you stop at the side of the road, right?
Yes.
And according to you, you have one of the implements that was used to kill Mr. Alexander, correct?
Yes.
If you didn't think that you had done anything wrong, and you were in this fog that you weren't thinking, why get rid of it? Why get rid of it?
I never said I didn't think didn't do anything wrong.
Oh, so you acknowledge then that you believe that you did something wrong with regard to Mr. Alexander then, right?
I believe that something
Yes or
very
no?
bad had happened.
Yes or no, ma'am?
I'm not, how did you word that again?
Do you believe that you did something wrong with regard to Mr. Alexander?
Yes.
And that belief that you had was with you on the side of the road to the point that you got rid of the gun, right?
Well, I just threw it, so yeah.
You did get rid of the gun, right?
Yes.
And this knowing that you had done something wrong was preceded by your removing the gun from the crime scene, right?
Yes.
So you would agree then that at the crime scene, you knew that what you had done was wrong, correct?
I would say that would be accurate, but I don't remember.
And you were trying to alter the crime scene, weren't you?
It appears that way.
Well, no. Based on what you know, there was an altering of the crime scene, wasn't there?
Yes.
The gun was taken, right?
Yes.
And we know that you took it, right?
Yes.
We also know that there was no knife that was found up in the bathroom area, right?
Yes.
So we know that you took it, right?
I don't remember having the knife at all afterward.
But there was no knife up there, right?
Not, I haven't heard any testimony about that. So
You would acknowledge, ma'am, that Exhibit 193, that Mr. Alexander was stabbed. You would acknowledge that, right?
Yes.
And you would acknowledge that that stabbing was with a knife, right?
Yes.
And according to your version of events, you would acknowledge that that stabbing was after the shooting, according to you, right?
I don't remember.
I'm not asking you if you remember, ma'am. I'm asking if you acknowledge that it would be you that did it, correct?
Yes.
And you would acknowledge that a lot of the stab wounds, and if you want, we can count them together, including the ones to the head, were to the back of the head and to the back of the torso, correct?
Okay.
Well, no, I don't.
Count them. I don't know. Let's take your word for it.
Would you like to take a look at the photograph?
No.
So if he is being stabbed in the back, would you acknowledge at that point that he's no threat to you, right?
Objection calls for speculation.
Overruled.
I don't know.
Well, if he's already been shot, according to you, and he's facing away from you, how could he possibly be any threat to you?
I could only guess. I don't know what you're asking me.
Well, with regard to you were here when the medical examiner testified about the wound to the throat. Do you remember that?
Yes.
With regard to that wound, ma'am, you would acknowledge that that was, in terms of the stab wounds, you would acknowledge that that was the last wound in the sequence of events.
She doesn't remember.
Overall, that
How
wasn't,
can she acknowledge the sequence of the stabs that she doesn't know doesn't have any memory of them?
that wasn't the question. Overruled. You may answer the question.
Are you talking about his testimony?
Yes.
I disagree with the sequence of events.
Would you agree that you're the person who actually slit Mr. Alexander's throat from ear to ear?
Yes.
Would you also agree that you're the individual that stabbed him in the upper torso?
Yes.
And you're doing all of this according to your version of events. You're doing this to this individual after you have already shot him, right?
Yes.
Correct?
I believe so.
Well, no. Do you remember previously talking to us about how he was coming at you and he was this horrible man with his mean face? Do you remember telling me that?
Yes, I didn't say he was horrible.
Okay. Thank you for correcting me, but do you remember telling us that he was a mean man?
Not today.
Well,
Not today.
previously you did say that he was a mean man, correct?
I think I did, yes.
And on this particular occasion, you told us that he was cursing at you, right?
Yes.
And that he threw you down, right?
Yes.
That he chased you down, right?
Yes.
And this is the individual that you shot first, right?
I didn't know if I shot him. I just the gun went off.
The gun went off, right? You can at least acknowledge that.
Yes.
Correct? That's something that you did here, correct?
Yes.
Now, one of the things that we also know is that there was this rope that was involved earlier in the evening or in the day at 1 o'clock. Do you remember telling us about that about 1:30?
Yes.
And it involved this sexual interlude with you and Mr. Alexander, right?
Yes.
And you told us that it went behind the headboard.
Yes.
The police did not find a rope there, correct?
Yes.
You took that rope, didn't you?
Yes.
Why would you take that rope, ma'am, if you were in a fog?
I don't know. I don't remember taking it.
The rope, according to you, didn't have anything to do with the killing, did it?
No, not that I remember.
Well, but you acknowledge that there was this rope that was taken, right?
Yes.
Don't you also acknowledge that you were the one that threw it away?
Yes.
So then you would acknowledge that you're the person that took it, right?
Yes.
And even though you were in this fog, as you call it, you knew as you're walking in this fog to go looking around for this particular rope, as you say, right?
I don't know.
Well, you did say that you did take it, right?
Yes.
And in fact, you remember where you threw it away, right?
I think it was in a dumpster.
Right, you said you threw it away in a dumpster, right?
Yeah.
Well, other than that, it would show that you had been there, ma'am. Why take the rope and then get rid of it?
I don't know. Maybe for that very reason. I don't know.
So you did take the rope then. You also changed clothing, right?
I think I did. I don't.
Well, you said that you pulled off the side of the road in the desert, right?
Yes.
And that you said that you went to the trunk of the car, right?
Yes.
Isn't it true, ma'am, that that's where you claim to have the gas cans?
That's where they were.
Pardon?
Yes, that's where they were.
And so the gas cans and the gas were in the back with the water, right?
Yes, a case of water and my suitcase.
And you found that you had some blood on you, correct?
Yes.
And back then, that was at the time that there was this stop or security checkpoint before Hoover Dam, right?
I pulled over before that.
Right. You were not so much in a fog that you didn't know that the checkpoint existed, right?
I did not know that the checkpoint existed.
Well, you just told me that was when the checkpoint was there. Do you remember telling me that just now?
I came to know of its existence when I drove up to it, or when there was a sign or something.
But conveniently, or to your advantage, you stopped the car before you got to the checkpoint, right?
A long time before the checkpoint when I called Ryan or texted somebody or Leslie or someone.
So the answer is yes, correct?
Yes.
And one of the things that you did was that you got the water from the trunk, right?
Yes.
You cleaned your hands, right?
Yes.
And you changed your socks or put some shoes on, correct?
I put socks and shoes on, I think.
Right. And you took the clothes, the bloody clothes that you had on, you took those off, right?
I think I did.
Well, do you remember testifying that you threw them away along with the gun?
I don't recall throwing my clothes out in the desert.
But you did change in anticipation of the checkpoint, right?
No, I didn't know there was a checkpoint until I reached it.
Well, you will acknowledge that this changing and washing of hands occurred before you got to the checkpoint, whether you knew or not that the checkpoint was there.
That's correct.
And you would agree that it was to your advantage to have clean hands and clothing that is not soiled with blood if you're going to go through a checkpoint, correct?
That wasn't my line of thinking, but I would agree with what you said.
And then you are making some calls at that time, aren't you?
Prior to the checkpoint, yes.
You have the I guess the ability to say, I'm going to look through the car to see if I can find my charger, right?
I wasn't looking for my charger, but I looked through the car.
You were looking through the car then when you pulled over, right?
Yes,
And when you pulled over, you found a charger according to you underneath the seat, right?
yes.
And that allowed you to make some telephone calls, right?
Not right away because there was no reception.
Right, but you made some telephone calls before you reached the Arizona-Nevada border, right?
Yes, I turned my phone on and it just took a while to place a call because the call
Right.
kept dropping.
It was before the checkpoint, right?
Yes,
And while you were you driving at that time when the telephone was in a position to make calls out?
I believe, yes.
So when it first came on, so that it had the ability for calls to be made, how far was it to the checkpoint?
It felt like an hour.
Felt like an hour?
I
You know where
think-
Kingman is?
No,
And when this telephone came on, you started to make telephone calls, right?
I attempted to. I was only able to send, I think, text messages.
I
because the
realize that
signal
you're,
wasn't-
you're talking about text messages. I'm talking about telephone calls. You were able to call Ryan Burns, right?
Yes,
And even though you were in this fog that you're telling us about, you were able to call him and make up a lie, right?
the fog that I was referring to relates to my memory.
Right, it relates to your memory. So you could have told Mr. Burns that you were with Mr. Alexander, but you didn't, right?
That's right.
Instead, you made up a story, didn't you?
Yes.
So this fog that you're talking about, it wasn't so heavy that it prevented you from thinking and making up a lie.
Yes, that's right.
You made up a lie that you had lost your charger, right?
Yes.
You made up a lie that you had gone to a gas station to get the charger, right?
No, that's not what I told him.
And so Mr. Burns is full of crap when he tells us that.
No, he just has a poor memory on some things.
And you know that based on that one limited time that you met with him in West Jordan, Utah, correct?
No, I know that from all his inconsistent statements to police.
But you only met him one time, right? As a romantic interest.
Yes.
And so you also told him that you got lost, right?
I did say that. I did say that.
That was also not true, correct?
Well, technically it was, but not for the reason I was telling him.
No, you actually, ma'am, you knew where you were going. You were going over to Mr. Alexander's house. You knew that, right?
No, I got lost after leaving his house is what I mean. So technically I did get lost, but that's not why I told Ryan that.
Even though there's this technicality, are you telling us that when you told Mr. Burns that you got lost, that you were clear with him that the reason you got lost was that you killed Mr. Alexander and you had been driving and you'd been lost that way? Or did you tell him that you got lost a different way?
I don't remember what way. I think I made up something stupid and I certainly didn't tell him I got lost about Travis. I told him I got lost
Right.
to deceive him.
So even in this fog, you still have the ability to think, to protect yourself, right?
Yes.
And the other thing that you did is you attempted to call Matthew McCartney, right?
Yes.
And you also attempted to call Mr. Brewer, right?
I don't remember. I might have.
One of the other things that you did, and we were talking about protecting yourself. One of the other things that you did is that you immediately, almost immediately, when you said you come out of this fog, one of the first things that you do is you try to divert attention away from you so that the police won't think that you had anything to do with this killing, right?
Yes.
And this fog that you were under that you're telling us about is not so deep that it stops you from fabricating or attempting to fabricate evidence, right?
That would be correct.
And it's not so deep that, according to you, you can stay on the telephone and know the prompts so that you can get the telephone message just right, according to you, right?
Well, just so that I wasn't crying in the message, yes.
Right. But you want the message to be just so that it sounds natural, right?
Yeah, as natural as possible.
Right, and you went to great lengths to do that, according to you, right?
Yes.
And the reason that you went to great lengths to do that was that so that if there was any suspicion, it wouldn't be drawn to you, correct?
Not immediately. That was the point, yes.
Right, you wanted the police to look elsewhere, right?
I guess.
Well, no, you made the call knowing the reason why you made the call, right?
Yes.
If you really weren't wanting to fabricate evidence, you would have just left whatever message instead of worrying about crying or whatever it was that you were worried about, right?
That's right.
And so you called Mr. Alexander and you left him a message, right?
Yes.
Let's play it and hear what you said. This is exhibit number 365.
I know Leslie called you, so I already talked to her, so you can call her back if you want, but it's not necessary. My phone died, so I wasn't getting back to anybody. And what else? Oh, and I drove 100 miles in the wrong direction, over 100 miles, thank you very much. So yeah, remember New Mexico? It was a lot like that, only you weren't here to prevent me from going into the 3 digits, so fun. Tell you all about that later. Also, we were talking about, when we were talking about your upcoming travels my way, I was looking at the May calendar, so I'm all confused. But Heather and I are going to see Othello on July 1st, and we would love for you to accompany us. I don't know when Teen Freedom's event is though, but you know, it's on the list, so we could do Shakespeare, Crater Lake, and the coast. So if you can make it, if not, we'll just do the coast in Crater Lake. But let me know, and I will talk to you soon. Bye.
End of message. To delete this message, press 7. To save it in the archives, press 9. Message will be saved for 21.
That's you, correct?
Correct.
And that's you lying on the message, right?
Yes.
You're telling or leaving the message for Mr. Alexander indicating that you got lost, fun, right?
Yes.
That's not true, right?
That's not true.
Asking him or talking to him about coming up to visit you up in Wairika and doing some of the things that you mentioned, you know that's not true also, right?
No, that was our plan before June 4th.
That was the plan before June 4th, but you're talking to him or leaving the message for him indicating that, you know, you're sorry you couldn't stop by, but you guys can make up for it up in when he comes up to visit you, right?
Yes.
That's a lie.
Yes.
And all of these lies, man, are meant for your benefit so that you can escape responsibility.
I don't see how that's to my benefit, but I don't know what you mean by benefit, but yeah, so I could escape whatever for the time being.
Well, now you keep saying for the time being, you would have been happy to avoid the consequences for a lifetime, wouldn't have you?
I can't say would be happy, but I
You
don't
would have
know.
preferred that though, right?
I don't know how to answer that.
Well, you didn't go to the police with any of your information ever until they contacted you, right?
I think I initiated the contact.
Oh, so you're saying when you called the police, you told them the truth?
No, I'm not saying that.
You would have been satisfied to avoid any responsibility for the killing of Mr. Alexander, wouldn't you?
I don't know if satisfied is the word, probably relieved for the time
Okay,
being.
you would have been relieved to avoid any consequences for the killing of Mr. Alexander, correct?
That was my goal
Right.
that day.
And that's why you left this message that we heard in exhibit number 365, right?
Yes, well, that's part of the reason.
Well, that was the main reason, wasn't it?
Yes.
I mean, there would be really no other reason to leave a dead man a telephone call, would there?
I probably wouldn't have done that, but Leslie said she called his phone asking for me because I was missing, and then I thought, well, maybe I should do something about that, and that's why I did it. So ultimately, that was the main reason, yes.
So you're looking to Leslie Udy as the reason why you left that telephone call, man?
No, I said the other to avoid whatever was the ultimate reason.
You gave me a reason involving Leslie Udy right now, didn't you?
Yes, I
So
would have
you're-
thought to leave him a message if I hadn't talked to her prior to leaving that message. And then she said that we've been calling and we called Travis and left a message and that kind of thing.
But she told you that, ma'am, knowing, believing that he was still alive, didn't she?
Yes,
You knew better, though.
I think I did.
And so you didn't have to follow her advice, right?
She didn't give me any advice.
Well, you didn't have to follow her words, did you?
I didn't have to, but it reminded me of his cell phone, and that's.
But
I
it
chose
looks
to do
like,
it. I chose to not. If you're going down the route saying Leslie made me do that, I'm not saying that.
I'm not saying Leslie made you do it. I'm saying you're looking again in a personal relationship, in an issue that is absolutely yours to own. You're looking for somebody else saying, Leslie Udy, I talked to her. And as a result of talking to Leslie Udy, that's why I left this. Ma'am, Leslie Udy really didn't have anything to do with that call, right?
I made the call. I just got the idea after speaking with her.
So she was the reason why you had the idea then?
That kind of, I guess.
And according to you, if it had not been for Leslie Udy, you wouldn't have thought about it, right?
I probably might have thought of it eventually, but maybe not. I don't know. I just know that I thought of it after she mentioned she had left a message on his voicemail.
And so because of this outside stimulus, you decided to leave this message, right? It was your decision.
It was my decision.
Just like visiting Mr. Alexander was your decision, right?
Yes.
On June 4th of 2008 was your decision, right?
Yes.
Even though you told us before that he guilted you, that really wasn't the reason that you went. You wanted it to go, correct?
Part of me did and part of me didn't. Obviously, the bigger part of me did because I went and he did guilt me and ultimately still was my decision.
And so you made the decision to go though, right?
Yes.
And then though, after that, you did something else to cover up, didn't you?
Yes.
Take a look at another exhibit. Take a look at exhibit number 500. You recognize it?
Yes.
It's a text message that you sent, correct?
Yes.
What's the date on it?
The 6th of June.
Pardon?
June 6th, 2008.
And it's to Mr. Alexander, correct?
Yes.
And again, the hours are off by 7, correct?
Yeah, I didn't look at the hours.
Well, why don't you just take a look at the hours just so that we can make sure.
Okay.
They're off by 7, correct?
Yes.
Look at the initial exhibit 504.
504 is admitted.
Let's take a look at this text message. First of all, that's your telephone number there on the left, correct?
That was, yes.
And the date there is 6/6 of 08, correct?
Yes.
We take the 7 hours away from the 1658. What we're really talking, on the 7 hours from 1658, what we're really talking about is what, 9:58 in the morning, is that correct?
Yes.
This is while you were still on the road, right, home, correct?
Yes, I believe it was.
And why don't you read to us what the message is that you left for Mr. Alexander?
Hey, I need to know when you're going to deposit that check.
And you were referring to the check involving the car, right?
Yes.
The check that you know was uncashed in his desk in his office, right?
I didn't know where it was, but I figured it wasn't cashed.
Now, in fact, there was a conversation that you had with the detective where you talked to him about the uncashed check, correct?
Yes.
So you knew it was uncashed, correct?
By the time it hadn't cleared on, whenever I talked to him, I knew it was uncashed.
But another thing that you knew on this date is that Mr. Alexander was dead, didn't you?
Yeah, I think I
And
did.
you did that again so that you could cover up what you had done, right?
Yes.
Because you did not want to be faced with whatever consequences were involved, right?
I was afraid of the consequences.
And because you were afraid, that was a good enough excuse for you to send something like that.
Restate.
The reason that you gave to us that you were afraid, in your mind, even though the fog had lifted or there was a fog that was involved, you felt that it was okay to send this message.
I didn't feel it was okay. It's not like that. So I guess that would be no.
So then why are you sending it? Are you sending it so that he can reach him in the grave or what?
No.
You're sending it so that, as you previously said, involving the telephone calls, so you won't have to face the consequences of what you did, right?
Yes.
Just like the scene, you're trying to manipulate the evidence, right?
Yes.
Take a look at another exhibit, exhibit 505. You recognize it?
Yeah.
And that's an email, right?
Yeah.
Sent by you, right?
Yes.
Sent to Mr. Alexander, right?
To his email.
And what date and time was it sent?
Saturday, June 7th, 2008.
What time?
I'm sorry, 10:21.
I move for the admission to exhibit 505.
No objection.
505 is admitted.
Take a look at it. It's from you, right?
Yeah.
You've already told us the date and time. You're sending it to him even though you know he's dead, right? It's a way to stage the scene, right?
I think so, yeah. That was my goal, I think.
What was, I didn't hear you.
That was my
Goal, right?
Yeah.
Why don't you start with, hey, you, and read to us what it says.
Hey, you, I haven't heard back
A
from
little
you.
bit louder.
The fact that it was sent is enough.
Over.
Hey, you, I haven't heard back from you. I hope you're not still upset that I didn't come to see you. I just didn't have enough time off. It's okay, sweetie. You're going to be here in less than 2 weeks. We're going to see the sights.
You also write, check things off the list and all kinds of fun things, right?
Yes.
You say Oregon is beautiful this time of year. Yay, be happy, correct? And then you say, anyway, I wanted to let you know that I'm thinking about pushing my visit up the next week, but it depends on my budget, so I'm not sure yet. I know you'll be in Cancun, but I'll probably crash at your house in your cozy bed anyway. Eat some of your oatmeal and frozen dinners, you know, the usual joke. I know you said the door was always open, but I wanted to give you a heads up. If for any reason that won't work, let me know and I'll make other arrangements. Your house has always been my second home, although it's a bit more lonely without naps around. You're probably in California right now, but wherever you are, get a hold of me at least before you head to Mexico. Thanks, hon, Jody. You wrote that, right?
Yes.
That was your way of an attempt for you to, again, stage the scene, so to speak, right?
Yes.
I'm going to play something for you, man. This is exhibit number 248.
No jury is going to convict me
Why not?
because I'm innocent. And you can mark my words on that one. No jury will convict me.
That's you, right?
Yes.
And that's you saying that, not that you're going to not be convicted because you're going to commit suicide or anything like that, is it?
That's correct.
You're saying that you're innocent, right?
Yes.
And you believe that no jury would convict you because you were going to lie your way out of it, right?
Objection, argumentative.
The state.
Ma'am, you indicated certain things in this court as part of your testimony, didn't you?
Yes.
You indicated, for example, that Travis Alexander, that you saw him masturbating to a picture or pictures of young boys, correct?
I only saw one picture.
Right, you saw him do that. That's a lie, isn't it, ma'am?
Objection, argumentative.
I wish it was a lie. It's
And
not.
ma'am, with regard to this issue of him being hypersexual and him being overbearing in that department, that's not true, is it?
Objection, argumentative.
It's true that he was hypersexual. It's not true
I
that he was
didn't ask you if he
overbearing.
was hypersexual. I asked you if he was overbearing.
You said hypersexual.
All right, let's go with overbearing then.
No, I don't think he was overbearing.
And in fact, you gave as well as you took, didn't you?
Objection. Calls for speculation.
The state.
You were in it to the same extent that he was in the activities, right?
Objection calls for speculation.
Rephrase.
Ma'am, for example, we saw some of the text messages that you sent to him, right?
Yes.
We heard some of the conversations that you had with him, right?
Yes.
You indicated, for example, I don't need to go into all of them, that you wanted to sexually blossom. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you remember specifically saying that you wanted a facial. Do you remember that?
Yes.
So you were enjoying the sex, weren't you?
Yes. Mostly. Yes.
And yet you came in here and for days upon days, you told us how uncomfortable they made you feel, right?
Only those times. We didn't talk about all the other times.
And ma'am, additionally, you talked about how he was physically abusive to you during your testimony, right?
Yes.
And you said, for example, that in March, when you were going to move to Wairika, that he hit you on the freeway, right?
Yes.
But we took a look at your journal entry. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And your journal entry speaks otherwise, doesn't it?
It doesn't speak of the incident.
No, it spoke of tenderness, 3 soft kisses, doesn't it?
Yes.
And involving the allegation that he kicked you and did something to your finger. Do you remember that? We also took a look at your journal.
Yes.
And in that journal indicated that on the day that that was supposed to have happened, nothing noteworthy happened. That's what your journal said, right?
Over the span of those 4 days. Yes.
Right. And on January 22nd, when you allegedly saw him in this masturbatory conduct, that's also when you wrote in your journal that nothing noteworthy occurred, right?
I'm sorry, it was on the 21st, but that would be
Right, the 21st. But your journal entry of the 24th covers
Yes.
the January 21st, doesn't it?
Yes.
And so you believe that you're going to be acquitted because you came in and told those stories, don't you?
I can't predict the future, and that's not why I told the truth. I still plan to kill myself when I told the truth.
And you believe that you're saying that at that time you planned to kill yourself, right?
Yes.
But that's not what you say in there, do you?
No, I couldn't say that.
Well, I'm not saying whether or not you could say it. You started your testimony on direct examination by saying, those are the bitterest words I have ever uttered. Do you remember saying that?
No, I said they're probably the most bitterest words I will ever eat. Or something.
Right, and so you have a very good memory as to what you said about that, right?
Yes.
And you said that the reason that you made that comment that no jury would convict you was because you were going to commit suicide, right?
That's right.
But in this clip that we saw, you actually say it's because you're innocent, right?
Yes, a first degree murder. Am I missing that?
Yeah, it does say that you did say you were innocent, right?
Yes.
Even that's a lie, isn't it, man?
Not how I was meaning it.
What's that?
Not.
Objection, argumentative.
Rephrase.
Isn't it inconsistent? Your testimony, isn't it inconsistent with what this particular exhibit, 248, what you say in exhibit 248?
Objection. It's law. That's not accurate in self-defense.
Approach. May continue. Objection overruled.
In this exhibit 248, you heard yourself, right?
Yes.
You said, I'm innocent. No jury will convict me, right?
Yes.
Whereas when you started this direct examination, your testimony, you said, the reason I said that no jury would convict me was because I planned to kill myself, right?
I said I planned to be dead. Yes.
Because you were planning to commit suicide, right?
That's correct.
Those are two different stories, aren't they?
No, on the stand, I explained why I didn't say suicide as opposed to the alternative, because there was an officer sitting a few feet behind me. And if I'd said that, they would have hauled me off to a padded room, stripped me naked, and I would have lived there until whenever.
So what you are saying, even today, that when you say that you're innocent, that means to you that there's an officer sitting next to you and you didn't want him to know that you were going to commit suicide, right? That's what you're saying?
When I made that statement?
Yes, when you said innocent, that's what you equate it with.
Well, definitely innocent of
Yes or no?
pre-planning whatever you were trying to say.
No, I'm not asking about that. I'm asking about the
point-
statements. Isn't it true that the statements are different? That's all I'm asking.
Yeah, they're different.
I don't have anything else. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will see you on Monday, 10:15. Please remember the admonition. Are there any questions? Have a nice weekend. So the jury has left the courtroom. Ms. Arias, you may step down.
All right, guys. Can you guys hear me? I've got a oh my head. Well, let me pull my mic down. Can you guys hear me? Let me make sure I'm up here. There we go. So I can see if I'm talking to myself. All right, guys, that does it for tonight. The cross is over. They're going to have a couple of more. I think Juan is fixing to rest, and then the jury's going to ask her questions. And that's pretty interesting because she's got to answer the jury's questions as well. And then there's a couple of other things we'll look at. Hopefully, let's see, this is Tuesday already. So hopefully by Sunday, we will have closed this case out and decide on what is the next case we're going to be watching after this. And I'll put a poll up when we get closer to the ending of all of this as to which one we'll be watching next together. In the meantime, I still go live during the day from time to time. I'm going to at least be going live during the day at least twice a week. It's hard right now to burn both ends of the candle for me, like going live during the day and then making sure I'm up at night to do these. Sometimes that gets a little bit difficult. But I also want to keep doing the things that the channel's used to doing, like also covering the Nancy Guthrie case and then just hanging out with my friends on here and doing some crazy stuff too as well. And thrifts, we do different thrifts and hauls and things like that. So if that's your jam, make sure your bells are turned on so we can ring-a-ding-ding them. You can come and hang out with us sometime. I'll be back on tonight, Eastern Standard Time, right around midnight, you guys, covering more of this JODI Arias case, which I find very fascinating. Thank you guys for coming along. Thank you so much for being here. If you haven't hit the like yet, will you please do that for me? That's all I ever ask of this channel, and it helps me so much. And I appreciate all of you. I will see you guys next time. Y'all be good or be good at it. Bye, guys.